Hello and welcome to the JB&M Sports Fanatic channel. What's good with you? It's your boy JB here in the building, and you know what that means. That means we've got some football to talk about. And hey, week one college football. Yeah, we saw week zero have a lot of surprises here, but man, what's in store for week one? Some teams have already started here. A lot of teams, be starting today, tomorrow, Saturday. Hey, it's going to be crazy here, but JB's got you covered here with the North Carolina Tar Heels and the Minnesota Golden Gophers here tonight. And I see RC already here in the chat, my guy. Let's see what RC says. He says, JB, dog, really, dog, man. You said, we got to talk. You said, love Minnesota teams, bro. You said, but doing this game on the Buffs opening night. So, yeah, referring to Buffalo, Colorado, obviously. And so, yeah, you got to make decisions, right? And I figured, like you mentioned, a lot of people will be streaming that game here. But hey, JB loves the Big Ten first and foremost. And so, Big Ten ACC game, of course, your boy's going to stream that one there. But hey, best of luck to your team there. I'm expecting that game should be a good one as well. And let's see, you say you saw what I did yesterday in Rhino Fantasy Football. You say I'm not a Ravens fan, but I selected like 5 Ravens. You said you got everyone you wanted: Lamar, Ondunez, and Mark Andrews, and you got Blake Corum and Trevor Lawrence. What got me about that draft, RC, is that the first person took Josh Allen off the board. When I seen that, I said, what kind of stuff am I going to be in for today? But let's see how the season plays out. And let's see, RC says, I'll be in and out of this chat, but you'll be watching the Colorado and North Dakota State game. And so hey, I appreciate the heads up there and definitely keep JB up to date with that. Absolutely glad that you're going to be tuning in, though. Appreciate that. And so, Mike, what's good? Mike says, is JB on tonight? Of course, JB's on tonight. Mike, what's good with you? And JJ, can we really talk Minnesota and not talk JJ? What's good? JB says, yo, JB, talk to me. How many fantasy drafts have you done so far, JJ? I had my first official one yesterday. Oh yeah. JB is feeling good. JB is off until Tuesday from work. So I'm feeling good. Mike says, what is up? I'll tell you what's up here, Mike. What's up is that we get to watch, week one of college football, and sometimes it gets confusing hearing, like what was last week? Last week was technically week zero and stuff like that. Does it still count? Yes, it still counts, but week one is when the action really gets started. And so North Carolina versus Minnesota, two teams that are looking to really run the ball and stuff like that. And given the conditions on the field and stuff like that, running the ball is something that both of these teams would love to establish here. North Carolina last year, they had a tremendous balance. Obviously, we've heard of Drake May and stuff like that. He was a part of this. But what North Carolina does have returning is their star running back. And so this is going to be his show this upcoming season. Minnesota, they've got a quarterback that I do like that did transfer over and stuff like that. So I'll be interested to see how he mixed in with this. And, he'll be like an X factor for them ultimately this season here. But hey, this is what you're all about here. Big Ten, ACC, and Lewis here in the chat. What's good? Which I know Lewis said earlier in the week he's taking an under, and it seems like he committed to that. He says under easy money, under at 53.5. And given the weather condition and the fact that both teams like to run the ball here, I 1000% agree and believe that Lewis is going to cash out tonight because taking that under is exactly the smart move in a game like this. So absolutely, there will be points, but this one's going to be slowing down. And so in the zone, you said why you ain't do the Colorado game. And so, hey man, I know everybody gonna be doing a Colorado game. Everybody gonna be doing that. So there will be times where we'll get to stream a couple Colorado games here, but not for this one here. Because I figured this would be the perfect time to go after that North Carolina Minnesota game there. But certainly do keep your boy up with that one. Of course, I did take the over on Shador Sanders passing and stuff like that. And I anticipate it's going to be a really good game. It's going to be a really good game there between both of those two teams there. So absolutely keep your boy invested in that one. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's why I didn't go for the Colorado one, because I know it's going to be like 18 channels competing with JB for that one. I didn't want the smoke there. I didn't want the smoke there. Give me the North Carolina and the Minnesota Golden Gophers and let JB go from there. And let's see, JJ says you got JJ in all of them. Where did you pick so far? Like, are you picking like I assume you have to be picking top 5 and stuff like that. You said all but one. How many are you in? And so Laney, what's good with you? What's good with you? How are you? How are you? And let's see, we've got Joe Brown in the chat. He says, "Hi, Josh." You said he was in the barber. Okay, Bible study. Okay, nice, nice, nice. You said, let's see. You say you're on the line now. Let's go get it. And you think head coach last season from, you said, what did you learn? And so didn't quite get that question there. If you could rephrase that. And let's see. JJ says already a 5. My man JJ is going to be a fantasy guru in a couple seasons here. And so let's see. Lewis says Sanders under passing yards. JB, sorry. And so, all right. So Lewis says under. I say the over. I believe in Shador and company. You know, they're gonna be, I feel like going back and forth here, at least moving the ball and stuff like that. So Lewis says under, but Lewis was burnt by them guys a couple times last year. So we're gonna see how that plays out. We're gonna see how that plays out. But again, yeah, this is JB, what, first day of like all the way through Monday. I'll be streaming college football pretty much every day. Although tomorrow will be more so just JB, you know, an old man collab in there. I got to confirm with old man that he can still make it there. But aside from that, your boys can be streaming 3 games on Saturday. That's right, 3 games on Saturday there. So, hey, I'm looking forward to it. I already, you know, have those games set up there. So if you're a subscriber, you should easily be able to see that. But let JB go ahead and put the first poll question up here for us. Well, I got to stop saying poll question here and just really just the question at this point here. But who wins today? You guys let me know in the chat. And I'm putting the question up right now since we still got time before kickoff here. And so 2 teams that certainly can put in a good booth for themselves, and not also just themselves, but also talk about the conference as well. You know, that would bode well for both of these teams. So let's go ahead and get this one up there. So, all right. So who wins today? North Carolina or Minnesota? You guys let JB know who you're taking in this one. And if you want to drop your final score projections as well, feel free to do that also. All right, let's see. JJ says you want to see JJ versus the Patriots is going to be the score 53-3. Well, I appreciate you giving us 3, JJ. I know that was hard to do. Let's see. Lady says in the hospital, went on your birthday yesterday. Oh man, in the hospital on your birthday. Hate to hear that. You said was checking in to show some love. Hey, I appreciate that, and I'm wishing you well. I'm wishing you well there, and that you will indeed be home there by Saturday. Absolutely. But thanks for checking in, and definitely, you know, wishing you the best. And let's see, Mike says, dang, JB, you putting in work. And so, yeah, your boy JB putting in work. What can I say? I mean, your boy's been, you know, I know earlier, like earlier in the year, you know, fatigue was hitting your boy real hard and stuff like that. But, you know, good, consistent, you know, time of, you know, took time off. Also, all the working out and stuff like that. And just, you know, taking time to start feeling better and stuff like that has helped give your boy a lot more energy now to go through with these streams. So, absolutely. It's not taking as big of a toll. So your boy's knocking on wood that continues to be the case. And let's see, Lewis says, come on, JB, North Carolina. He said, no poll needed. But Laney says Minnesota. And so, Alex, what's good with you? We got Alex. We got Brandon. What's good with you guys? And so let's see. Alex says North Carolina. Brandon says North Carolina 24-17. I like that score there. I like that score. I do feel like it's going to be one of those games where get your popcorn ready. Here it's going to be a lot of, you know, running the ball and stuff like that. And can these quarterbacks make the plays when they need to? It's at Minnesota. If there's one thing that week 0 has taught us is that expect the unexpected. But I think that week 1, there's going to be a couple of things that we can know ahead of time here. I'm expecting that this one will be a close game here, especially we're talking about at Minnesota as well. So it's going to be a close one, but ultimately, hey, let's see how this one plays out. And so let's see how it plays out. Let's see. Alex says North Carolina 27-14. Gotta love it. RC says what channel this game is on. JB, this game should be on Fox. Should be on Fox. And so yes, on Fox. And let's see. Brandon says, let's see. University of North Carolina 9-3 this year, maybe 10-2 by the end of the year. And so, okay. So tell me this, Brandon, you know, how do you feel like, where do you see North Carolina finishing in the ACC? Like, where exactly do you have them finishing in terms of the standings in the ACC this year, if you don't mind dropping that here? And so, absolutely. I am very intrigued with this year's North Carolina team. And so RC says 0-3 North Dakota State makes that scoreboard. Make sure the scoreboard's working first. Hey, somebody's got to be first, right? Did they get? I assume they got the ball first. And so, yeah, keep me up to date with that. Absolutely. RC says, JB, thanks. You say DVR and I got you in the North Carolina mini game. And so, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And who you got in this one, RC? I know you love Minnesota spin team. So that means you're going for Minnesota. All right, Joe Brown says, let's go Minnesota. And so 20-18. Okay. So yeah, those sounds like some good scores there. And if all those scores work out, then that means my man Lewis is going to cash out by taking the under in this one for total points there. Let's see. I believe that there is a game delay currently taking place, if I'm seeing this correctly. And so just what you love to see, right? Exactly what you love to see. But yeah, the game is delayed. But that's cool. That's cool. We can just talk sports, hang out, all that stuff. So, but if you just tuning in, you're like, why aren't we talking about the game? Well, the game is not yet started there. And that means that weather has been pretty bad there, but eventually they will get started with that one eventually sometime soon. RC says, I don't go against Minnesota typically. You say you'll go with Minnesota. Speaking of Minnesota, there's a lot of love to be shown in Minnesota and stuff like that. Like I've recently, been very invested in their, obviously their NBA team, Timberwolves and stuff like that. I've been very invested in that. As for the Golden Gophers, I mean, shoot, like I've been watching the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I've been actually, like secretly rooting for a team like Minnesota to do a lot more damage consistently in the Big Ten and stuff like that. I feel like that'd be fun. But like I remember the days of the Lawrence Maroney days and stuff like that, in terms of just Minnesota. So I'm really like these are two teams that JB's got absolutely no beef with, and I'd like to see them both do well this upcoming season. And so let's see. RC says, JB, both games start at 7 p.m. And you say, so why your game ain't start yet? And so there's been a delay. I just see at the bottom saying that there's been a delay and stuff like that. So I don't really know the details. I can't listen to the audio of what's going on. Otherwise, YouTube would pick it up and then they want to put your boy in trouble when that happens. But right now, there's a delay. But I am going to look on Twitter and see what information I can pull for this one. If somebody happens to know what's going on, then yeah, let's see. JJ says, JB, I have beef with the Chiefs. And so there's got to be a better team to pick on, JJ. There's got to be a better team to pick on. You say the Chiefs, Cowgirls, and 49ers. Okay. Okay, let's see. Brandon says, I see them losing to Georgia Tech and Florida State, and I don't know rival games are wild with North Carolina State. You're right. It's usually hard to predict those rival games. Just when you think you got them, boom, out of nowhere, crazy stuff happens. And you say Mac Brown is very tight with some, young talented quarterbacks and really has an easier schedule. And so yeah, but it's interesting you bring up the Georgia Tech aspect there. Now, obviously, I did stream the Georgia Tech Florida State game and stuff like that. So what do you guys feel? You guys educate JB in terms of, is Georgia Tech that for real this year, or Florida State just that bad? Of course, there's most of the time the truth is usually a combination of both. But what are we saying right now after that game? Is Georgia Tech just that good, or is Florida State just that bad? You guys let me know there, because that was wild. I was not ready for that on week 0. I mean, I did not see that come in there, but there's a couple things that I did notice there. Like obviously Florida State defensive line, they were hurt. They lost a lot of key people on that defensive line there, and they were unable to get stops on that defensive line when they needed to. That was one thing that, stood out. Georgia Tech had moments where they imposed their will and stuff like that out there. And then you look at DJU. DJU, He should have stayed at Oregon State. He should have stayed at Oregon State. At least they could have covered up some of his flaws a lot better. But on a stage like Florida State, you took over a team that last year they just went undefeated in a regular season and stuff like that. Obviously, we know what happened in the bowl game and stuff. But they had expectations this year, some real expectations. And DJU wanted to go to a program like that, and now he's experiencing what happens when you go to a program like that. It didn't work out back there in Clemson. We see why now. We see why now in hindsight. A couple years later, still doesn't matter. All right, let's see. But my man RC says JB Travis Hunter strikes early, a touchdown for the Buffs, 7-3. Oh, nice. How long was that touchdown? I bet it was a long touchdown catch. Appreciate the update. And let's see. JD says Lions. Let's see. Brandon says give them time to learn. And so, absolutely. RC says, JB, when is our fantasy football draft going to be? Our fantasy football draft is tomorrow, and it is at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. I sent you the details again today on Twitter and stuff like that. So if you ever get confused, it's on Twitter. You just got to check it out. But yeah, that's what time it is tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern. Is our fantasy league draft. Old man in the building. Old man, what's good with you? Speaking of fantasy drafts, I know you got to be ready, Ode. I know you've got to be ready. But yes, what's good? And let's see, RC says, JB, if the season doesn't end and I'm not calling her championship Caitlin, then the season is a failure. And Lenny says, y'all, I'll be back when I can. Sorry, we totally understand. And again, we're wishing the best for you, Lenny. Absolutely. And also, late, happy birthday as well. If I didn't say that earlier, late happy birthday. I know it didn't go as planned there, but certainly hoping that, things turn out for the best. And do keep us updated as well. Let's see. RC says, Lenny, take care. Sorry, prayers, and feel better. And so, absolutely. And RC says, yeah, JB Travis Hunter was running forever. And so, oh, man, I know it. I know it. And so, Lewis, I'm saying, your boy finna hit the over. He's going, Sador's going over today. Again, that line was at 305, so he'll be going over. Unless the RC says, okay, JB, I'll look. And so, Trav, what's good? Speaking of fantasy, man, my man Trav, he's come such a long way in fantasy. I had never seen anybody draft so well in fantasy the first couple of years he was in the league, but yet it did not result. It's like this man had the toughest schedule each and every year, despite the fact that he was drafting good players. It never made sense at the end of the year, but it finally started producing some W's for him and stuff like that. And so one of the most sketchiest trade partners I've ever seen in fantasy. But outside of that, he knows what he's doing. Absolutely. What's good with you, Trav? Let's see. Brandon said Georgia Tech keeps slipping by everyone last year. I think they're going to shock a few people. Miami is okay. So you're going with Miami for your ACC pick this year. I know my dad, Mr. JB, he'll love that pick. He's a diehard Hurricane fan, and so that would make his day. Although Georgia Tech absolutely ruined his day last year, but you're right. They got by some teams last year, but you know what? Knowing how to win is a culture. Some teams know how to lose close games. Other teams know how to win in close games. And Georgia Tech, they know their identity as a team, and they continue to buy into it. And ultimately, that's what makes a difference, Quarterback, he's not going to go out there and try to be somebody that he's not, but at the same time, he does make plays within his ability. And that's big. That's big. And then the ACC, hey, we saw what happened there. Florida State got exposed there that first week there. We'll see if they recover, but wasn't a good look. So we're going to see how Clemson does against UGA. Again, that's going to be my next actual college football stream. Will be Saturday for the Clemson and Georgia game. And I'll also be streaming the Miami-Florida game right after that. So we're literally going to have to be swapping right over to that immediately. And then the final game is going to be the Notre Dame versus the Virginia Tech game on Saturday. So JV's got those three covered right there. So you're there Saturday and stuff like that. You got your popcorn, your pizza, your beer, whatever it is that gets you going. Definitely come through JB Nation, and we're going to be watching each and every one and stuff like that. So absolutely. All right, let's see. O says, tell Mr. JB he's done for. You're going to do everything you need to do to make sure Mr. JB don't win. You said, even if you have to take all the quarterbacks. Now, easy now, old man. Easy now. Let's not go too far now. In a 16-person league, that's criminal. That's criminal. in the fantasy league that I'm in, inside of one of Rising Rhinos fantasy leagues yesterday, the first person took Josh Allen with the first pick of the fantasy draft. Your boy was just like, what? And so, absolutely. Let's see. Laney says, thank you both very much. And so, absolutely, Laney. Absolutely. Here on JB Nation here, we like to treat it, like family and stuff like that. So, we really do genuinely do care. So, do keep us updated there. And, on our end, I know Mr. JB, he's big with prayer and stuff like that. So I know that he'll keep you in mind and stuff as well. So absolutely. And let's see, RC says, JB, I was here when you started the stream officially. How you think I did yesterday in Ryzen's final draft? And so whenever you take 5 people off of one team and stuff like that, you better hope that that team does great and that the units that you pick, like that the offense is a big reason for it. But that being said, though, I think your team looked pretty good. I think your team looked pretty good, other than maybe, like obviously when the Ravens have a bye week, that might cause a little bit of problems there. But ultimately, the bye week's just 1 week. If you dominate the rest of the weeks, then you're good. So absolutely. Let's see. RC says, JB, don't go too hard on me, man. You said this is your first year ever partaking in fantasy. Hey, you're doing good. I've seen people go all in on Falcon players. So if you're going to go all in on a team, I think Baltimore has a couple good options. Lamar, Mark Andrews, and stuff like that. Derrick Henry. They got some good options to go all in on. So if you're going to pick a team, a matter of fact, in my league, the person who won, my dad, he had a couple players from Tampa Bay. He had both Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Baker. He also had Baker Mayfield and Rashard White. So it is certainly possible to build it with a core, but you better hope that that team, comes through. Because if they have a bad game, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And again, if you're just tuning in, the game has not started yet. It has been delayed, but that's A-okay because JB's got you covered until we get this one started. And let's see, Old says people will have to come and see you for quarterbacks. And so, hey, there was a time where that was the case. Your boy I remember, I think the first year I was commissioner of the fantasy league, there was a case where I needed a quarterback, and there was a guy that was rostering like 4 quarterbacks. And so I had to strike a deal. It was out of necessity at that point. It's like, hey, I got to come away with a quarterback. So you tell me basically what I got to do to make that happen, and then just come up with the best option. I said anybody but Ryan Tannehill. I was not going to take Ryan Tannehill, but anybody else. You said, nah, JB took, okay, so you took 4 Ravens. Okay, okay, okay. And let's see. RC said, what happens if I take all quarterbacks in JB? Why is there no defenders available to draft? Really? Is it because defenders don't really give too many points? And so if we had to draft individual defenders one by one, fantasy leagues would be forever. There would have to be at least 50 rounds and stuff like that. So instead, you draft one unit that has a combination of defense that you like and stuff like that and go from there. But man, RC, that would be forever if we did that kind of a draft there. I've never ever seen that happen. And so let's see. Brandon's got a hot take for us. Brandon says, hot take. No one will like Clemson, losses to App State game 2. And so, wow. I didn't even know they played Appalachian State in week 2. But Appalachian State is always a team that every time I look at my team schedule, I'm an Ohio State fan, but just love college football in general. Every time I look at my schedule, they are a team that I'm like, hey, if we don't have to play them and stuff like that, I know what they're capable of doing and stuff like that. And obviously, they showed us many years ago when they first really burst into the stage for JB against Michigan and stuff like that, which JB will forever, remember that. But Appalachian State, they're always bringing it. Like they're always bringing it. They are always a great candidate. If you're ever someone that's like, man, I want to pick an underdog today and just see if something crazy happens and they win, Appalachian State is that. And I'm gonna tell you why. Clemson quarterback JB is not sold on them. That may be an unpopular, opinion and stuff like that, but Clemson, they had obviously some good years. They had Trevor Lawrence, they had Deshaun Watson and stuff like that when they were at the peak of their peak and stuff like that. Now, this guy came in, he was highly touted when he came out of high school, highly touted, but I've never seen him actually go out there and deliver up to expectations. Could it happen this year? Of course it can. Players do develop. They're at the college level. They can get better and stuff like that, but I just haven't seen it happen yet and stuff like that. So I'm just saying. And let's see. Where am I right now? Let's see. RC says, JB, soon as the draft start, I said if Lamar is there, you're gonna snatch him. And so, RC, I'll be very careful now. There's a lot of people that's right now in the chat that's a part of the fantasy league and stuff like that. So they might know your game plan and they might intercept it and stuff like that. You never know. You never know. I tried to talk reason to one guy, and he accused me of wanting to take his player when I tried to give him advice. So I was like, all right, bro. Okay, all right, I got you. So we're going to see what he does with that first pick. But if he messes that first pick up, that's on him because the player that he wants should be available in the second round. But nobody listens when JB gives advice. Let's see. Trav says, what receiver you plan on drafting first? And so your boy cannot disclose that, but there is one particular receiver. Every single mock draft I've done and stuff like that, and even in my draft yesterday, I ended up taking him not because I wanted to take him, but because he keeps being the best receiver on the board. Because JB's picking late. There's like 16 people in the draft, so JB's always picking like third to last and stuff like that. And it always comes down to this guy and stuff like that. He irked my team last year, so which is why JB's feeling a little irked right now because he really let me down last year, and I'm afraid of a repeat happening. I know he's got all the skills. I know he's the number one receiver. I know he's great and stuff like that, but I'm like, you hurt me last year. I needed this man last year, and he hurt me last year in fantasy. So I got a feeling I'm gonna end up with him still because every mock I've done, he's pretty much been either him or Garrett Wilson. I'll mention Garrett Wilson's has always been another option up there as well. So, but anyways, so JB's not too excited about that unless somebody really messes up the draft and let somebody good that JB really wants fall to JB. Let's see. Oh, it says, same JB. You say you're not picking Clemson for nothing. And so bet. Okay. Let's see. Brandon says every time North Carolina plays them, you're like, Kate is for real though. For real. Like if you guys have, I'm like JB does not. I don't like to intentionally just like bash anybody and stuff like that. I can just go by what I see. And when I see K go out there for Clemson, I see a kid where 20 of his 28 passes are directed, within the first 5 to 6 yards because my man does not provide anything outside of that, so they're going to throw it. I mean, they don't have Will Shipley again this year. So, can't just dump it down to him on the screen and hope that screen busts for 20 yards and stuff like that. But I mean, my goodness, it's like you got rid of DJU, which I understand, but you got someone that just comes in and he's a little better, I guess. But anyways, so you're right. He's just mid. It's the rest of the team that carries them and stuff like that. So absolutely. Let's see. RC says, JB, I watched a really informative how to pick them at fantasy football. And the guy was saying, make sure you get a dual threat quarterback and also make sure you get a dual threat, preferably at running back who can pass and catch. That person is speaking facts and stuff like that. That really is the case that helps you. And that's something that I've tried to explain to a couple people for the last couple of years, those newer to fantasy. Like, you may have a quarterback that you love that's really good and stuff like that for the NFL, but we're not actually getting NFL teams here and stuff like that. This is fantasy. So if a guy can run, then that's a benefit. You need to consider that because you'll get more points for rushing touchdowns. You'll get more points when the quarterback runs and stuff like that than you do for passing yards. So it really just it helps. It helps. It helps. And let's see. Oh, it says, RC better hope I don't draft before you. Black Medicine in the building. What's good with you? And Black says, Lamar, you say. Let's see. Mike says, JB is game delayed. Yeah, Mike, the game is delayed. And so kickoff, it seems like they delayed it for an hour last I seen. And I got to continue to see if there's any more updates. But so we probably got about another half hour before we actually get the game to kick off there. So that is why we're just here, just chatting until the game gets started. But the game has been delayed. But hey, gives us more time, to answer who's going to win, between North Carolina and Minnesota, and we really just talk, football, which is what we love. But yeah, game is delayed. And so let's see. RC says, JB, old man mob, you say, I'm not taking the same players in this draft since it's just for fun. And so, hey, that's ultimately that's what it all comes down to for fun. There's nothing like on a Sunday when you first look at your phone and you see that your guys, three guys on your fantasy team have already scored a touchdown, and another one is off to a good start in the red zone, and your opponent is off to a terrible start, and they got more players playing than you've gotten that first, at that 1 o'clock Eastern game. So, absolutely. All right, let's see. Brandon says, "Do you think Drake can make it as a pro quarterback, or does he win starting spot for the Patriots?" So, okay, excellent point there, Brandon. Love the question there. So, I'll go ahead and address. The Patriots. Well, information was actually leaked earlier today, but Gerard Mayo confirmed that Jacoby Brissett's going to be starting Week 1. Now, here's a couple things that we do know because JB. Well, if you've been around, JB did say Jacoby Brissett was going to get the start, even though my eyes told me that Drake May is clearly right now the better quarterback and stuff like that. But right now, this year Patriots is not just about wins and losses. If you judge the Patriots off of wins and losses, you're just kicking a tire that's already flat and stuff like that. They're not thinking about this year. They are purely thinking about the future. What don't they want? They don't want to put Drake May out there right now behind that offensive line and have him either get injured and stuff like that, have them lose confidence and all that, because they believe that nobody can succeed right now behind that offensive line. So they don't want to ruin this kid and stuff like that because they see the good in him, which is a good thing. The fact that he is better than Jacoby Brissett, I'd be concerned if he wasn't better than Jacoby Brissett and stuff like that. Then I'd really be concerned, like, oh man. So Drake May, he's got the tools here, but they want to continue to develop him slow. They don't too much care for this season. So, but at some point, they do need to put him out there at some point during the season. At earliest, I think maybe Week 5. If not Week 5, a little bit later in the second half of the season, but not too much because you do need to show these receivers that Drake May, has upside, so that way somebody will want to take that big payday to come play for the Patriots next year and be that number one wide receiver and stuff like that. But they're not going to risk him, even though he does give the team the best chance to win right now. They can't take the risk of ruining their future with him. So that is why they are taking that approach of putting Jacoby Brissett out there, despite the fact Jacoby Brissett went out there and he just looked uncomfortable. Uncomfortable. Drake brings excitement. The fans, obviously, there's a lot of people that want to see him immediately, and I get that. JB does want to see him sooner rather than later, but I understand their reasoning for starting Jacoby Brissett with that one. And ultimately, I do believe in Drake May, especially if we go ahead and get an offensive line to protect him, get a number one receiver. He's already shown, glimpses of what he can do. Just help build some pieces around him to help him reach his potential. We saw, with Tua, Tua, when the Dolphins first took him that first year, I ain't gonna lie, I thought Tua was gonna be, bust and stuff like that. And he probably would have been up under Brian Flores, but you bring in a Tyreek Hill, you drafted a Jalen Waddle. You got him some guys to make life easier for him so that way he can maximize his potential. That's the difference between a Tua and a Mac Jones and stuff like that. One got help, the other got a defensive coordinator and stuff like that. I mean, what do defensive coordinators do? Their job is to destroy quarterbacks. Matt Patricia did an excellent job of that, even though he was supposed to be an offensive coordinator. But nobody destroys a quarterback better than a defensive coordinator does. So, yeah, so definitely don't want to make that mistake again. Absolutely. All right, let's see where I am right now. Let's see. RC says Lamar Jackson must be popular. LOL. And so, yes, he is. He is, as long as he stays healthy. As long as he stays healthy, because I can't tell you how many times I don't have Lamar Jackson on my fantasy team, and my man just get hurt right when I need him the most. And when he goes down, my team went down and stuff like that. One year I had both him, had Cooper Kupp, both of them go down and stuff like that. Your boy was hurt. I was hurt because I was dominating the league the first like 8 weeks, and then those two got hurt. All of a sudden, we're over here just desperate to get a win. So a lot can change in fantasy when injuries do happen. And let's see, RC says, I'm going to keep my other favorites sworn secrecy then. And let's see, RC says, JB, I was kicking the wall yesterday because you put Justin J in the queue and someone took him. That's fantasy for you. That's fantasy for him. You said you meant a running back that can catch and run. And so running backs that can catch, that's big. That is big. That's why a guy like Christian McCaffrey can go out there and get to 30 plus in a fantasy, while a guy like Derrick Henry will probably get you like if he's having a good game with multiple touchdowns, low 20s and stuff like that, because he's not going to add anything in the pass game. So that's the difference right there. In fact, if it's usually like a 50-50 situation between one running back specializes in just catching the ball in the backfield, the other one does the running, then you might want to lean towards that pass catcher because I've seen more times than not, they may end up in more fantasy points, which is ridiculous because the other guy ends up getting a lot more rushing yards, but this guy, might have had a big catch for a touchdown and boom, there it is. So, Braden, what's good with you? Braden, I got a question for you, man. I needed to ask you this question yesterday. For the Green Bay Packers, explain to me who is the top tight end top receiving tight end for the Green Bay Packers. I got a little confused last year thanks to the injury and stuff like that. So I wasn't sure who is purely that number one receiving tight end. So I said, next time I see my man Braden, I was going to ask him that about the Green Bay Packers tight end situation and stuff like that. Because I did think about drafting one, but I just couldn't buy in on it. Couldn't buy in on it. All right, and if you're just tuning in, this game has been delayed here, so JB has been talking here until we get to the start of the kickoff here. But hey, we are having fun here. That's what we love to do. That's what JB Nation is all about here, just talking some sports. And let's see. RC says North Dakota State scores a touchdown. Now it's 10-7. What quarter are they in, RC? What quarter? Let's see. Braden says North Dakota State and Colorado are in the shootout right now, and so hey, that bodes well for JB's over for the thing. Let's see. Black Medicine says, has the Colorado game started yet? And so yes, that one started on time. This is the only one that's been delayed, so which means you know how that weather's got to be. SCRC says, what they delayed the game for? This is weird. And so, yeah, I believe it's weather related. It's for the weather. And so whenever they delay a game, that means they probably saw lightning in the area and stuff like that. So that's what pushed it back for like an hour before that. Plus the guys got to go out there, warm back up and stuff. So that's what pushed it back here. But hey, it's cool. It is cool. JB ain't got to worry about work tomorrow. So a little delay won't stop JB. Let's see. Mike says, round of applause for Adrian Martinez. And so, oh man, Mike, you got to let me know which of these, players that got cut was like most surprising to you and stuff like that. Because I haven't checked everything that's happened there. I've seen a couple names go out there, but I haven't checked everything that is transformed and stuff. So keep us up to date, especially with our UFL guys. And let's see. Braden says, yep, it has Black Medicine and North Dakota State up 10-7. Yes. Let's see. Mike says, where is Tyler Hudley going? And so that I do want to know myself. Didn't Tyler Hudley? No, I'm confusing him with somebody else. But that'd be interesting to see where he goes. Honestly, that would be interesting. O says he got to set the record straight. He says, nah, this ain't for fun. He said, this is serious. Mr. JB needs to be stopped. He says he will not let Mr. JB win 3 in a row. RC says, my initial thoughts, Colorado defense still not where it needs to be. And so, yeah, I anticipated that going into the season there. But, hey, I mean, it means it's going to be a lot of games that have a lot of scoring when you watch Colorado. People like to see scores. There's going to be a lot of back and forth, especially with that offense having another year to mature. The thing I want to know is the offensive line. Does the offensive line look any better for Colorado? If anybody wants to let JB know your thoughts on the first impression there. And I know, it's week 1, but we'll really get to see them, continue to get tested as the season goes on. But if you notice that the offensive line is protected better to start things off, do let me know. Let's see. Black says, Braden good. And let's see. Trav says, it might be time to pick a new team. You can come join the Nah, we good. We good, Trav. We good. We good. You guys went and picked back up Zeke and stuff like that. And then what? You guys picked up Dalvin Cook also, I think. We good. We good. But I see y'all finally paid CD. Y'all finally stopped playing about that. And let's see. Mike says, Jake Bates, active roster. You say, shout out to EJ Perry for the Jaguars. Okay. Shout out to Jalen Redmond getting on the 53. And so, yes. You know what? Who was the receiver from the Houston Roughnecks? Justin Hall, I think. Justin Hall. Didn't he get cut? I think I seen that he got cut. I was a little surprised because, my man does have a lot of ability. It's just an uphill battle, honestly. I'd love to see him on my Stallions. Let's see. RC says, JB, something funny happened to you during Rhinos fantasy football. You said you was putting up leftovers and the clock got away from you and you had to make a mad dash with the clock running down and take anybody. Oh man! And who was the player that you ended up taking? Let's see. Black says touchdown Colorado. Braden says, oh my goodness, Colorado. Please, somebody get JB an updated score. And again, if you're just tuning in right here, yes, you are at the right place for the North Carolina Minnesota game. It was an hour delay in terms of kickoff here. So we still probably got approximately roughly about 20 minutes before they get that kickoff going. But plenty of time here to just, dive into the chat. Dive into the chat. Many of us, we have different favorite teams, whether we're talking college football, whether we're talking NFL, NBA sports in general. But what we all love is sports, the competitiveness, and everybody's pretty much respectful, towards each other's, favorite teams and stuff like that. So do feel free to go ahead and let us know who your favorite team is, especially if you're someone new. And let's see. Oh, it says, nah, JB, we got to stop blaming Matty P. You said, man, I would go in right now. And so, man, I must be really far behind. Let me try to catch up. Let's see. Black says, dude, stop rambling and switch to the Colorado game. And let's see. Mike says, will Javon Baker be good? I believe in Javon Baker. The kid's got a lot of confidence, and I do believe that by the time he reaches his third year in the league, I feel that Javon Baker will have a nice role carved out for him. I do believe in his upside. I've said it a couple of times here, Javon Baker. I'm excited for him and stuff like that, So I do believe in him. I do, because it's just something about his confidence and his route running and stuff like that. All he has to do right now is just hold on to the football and stuff like that. But he can certainly get open and stuff like that. And as he gets stronger and stuff like that, it will bode well for him. So I do think that Javon Baker, give it 3 years, will be good. Let's see. RC says Colorado scores again. And Jimmy Horn Jr. scores a touchdown. 14-10. Good old Jimmy Horn. Brandon says, I want to know if you have any team sneaking into the playoff 12 this year or taking it all. And so, well, in terms of actually like which teams I've got getting in, I'll start with the Big Ten because I follow the Big Ten the most here. Love Ohio State. Although Will Howard, he's the X factor. If he comes in and he looks to his best version that we've ever seen and stuff like that, I know Chip Kelly with that offense. I'll be intrigued to see how that looks. The defense should be good again. Obviously, we know in the backfield we're loaded there, so got to stay healthy because guys like Travion Henderson love to go down on contact there. Need him to stay healthy as well there, receivers and stuff. But if everybody can stay healthy out there for the most part of the season, Ohio State and Oregon are the two teams that I'm looking for. And I'll limit it to my top 2 teams there for them. But in terms of sneaking in, I'll focus on the sneaking in and not just go through every pick there. I feel like there is certainly a path for quite a few teams like to get in with 2 losses and stuff like that. But if, and this is a major if, because we've heard the story before and stuff like that, but if you want JB to pick a team that's not a favorite and stuff like that can sneak in, if the University of Miami and if having Cam at quarterback really does amplify that offense, Mario Cristobal, another year, he's got more guys that he himself picked out here. And according to the schedule, you beat Florida there. If you find a way to, secure that ACC, there's a path for Miami to get in there. They're not a team that JB necessarily, I guess, has been high on just because of the past and stuff like that. But there's certainly a pathway for them and stuff like that. There's an outside chance. Let's see. Outside of that, I think I'm gonna go with them for that outside chance and stuff like that, because everybody else has got to prove it. But do return and ask me that question like a couple weeks into the season, and JB might have somebody new. Let's see. Mike says, I want to shout out Matt Landers. Brahma's great. And so didn't he land up on a practice squad, I think, for the Pats? I know we had picked him up on waivers, but it should be, I think, on the practice squad. And so SM, SM, what's good with you? SM says, what's good, JB? And how's the game going? Well, SM, right now the game has been delayed and stuff like that. So we're still waiting on kickoff here, which means you're getting a bunch of JB right now. But hey, that's great. At least I think that's great. But absolutely, absolutely. So you say, what did JB think of the Ernest Jones trade? And so yeah, I mean, JB liked it. JB liked it. Absolutely. Let's see. Mike says, that's right. Lamb, the center for the Pats from the DC Defenders. And so that's right. I totally did not remember that he was with the DC Defenders there. So great job pointing that out. Braden said you'd say Luke Musgrove, but Tucker Kraft has a huge camp, so he could be tight end one. And so, okay. I wasn't sure if anything official there, but it does sound like from what I read, the Green Bay's wanting to play multiple tight ends there. Man, JB must be really behind here. I got to go on a mad dash here because we're about to get ready for the kickoff to start. So yeah, JB's got to get a mad dash here. Oh man, let's see. Oh, it says, dang JB for behind in the comments there. And Leslie SM says, I saw that y'all claimed Zach Thomas from the Rams and you got Connor Dormet from you guys. So we'll call it even there. Leslie RC says, a minute and one left in the first quarter. And so Mike says, F in the chat for Ben Danuski, Luis Perez, Stephen Gilmore, cut the younger brother. And let's see, Jarrett Patterson, longtime Chargers running back, Deion Kane, cut by the Bills, hit Dolphins sign, Anthony McFarland. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see. Brady says, by the way, JB, I'm the new kicker for the Packers. Uh-oh. I'll be taking the under in every game. You say 14-10 Colorado. Mike says, Bills, everyone sign 98,000 under. And let's see. SM says kicking issues aren't good. I know from experience you'll end up with Brett Mayer. And look, oh man, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And let's see, Mike says walk-on linebacker from Stan Joe Anderson on 53. Let's see, Brendan says diehard Tar Heels fan for years. We are so up and down. You say pro never had a team, not since Donovan McNabb and the Eagles. And so we're glad to have you here, Brandon. Sorry it took a minute to get to your comment there, but okay, so hey, I know a couple Eagle fans that do come through the stream and stuff like that from time to time there. But hey, gotta love them Tar Heels, and I know you're rooting for Drake May. So if you want to root for the Pats there, you're more than welcome to join JB's favorite team at the NFL level. Absolutely there. But hey, we'll see how this game gets going here. I see that they've got the scoreboard up there, so I guess that means they're going to be starting off very soon. And let's see, Mike says community tryout, Adam Thielen. And you say, shout out to Jordan Matthew, elevated to 53. Oh, it says, Pat's got a steal with Brian Hudson. He's a practice squad, and dude can be special. And so can be the backup center. Mike says, Matt Rule stinks. Oh, it says, Frank Gore Jr. signed back with the Bills. I did see that. Braden says, oh, come on, JB. And let's see. Braden says, North Carolina 14, North Carolina State 14-14. This is making you laugh. That's right. I did see earlier in the game that it looked like it was close there, but it's still, oh man, they're fighting. They're fighting. Did JB finally get caught up on the comment section? I think so. SM says, hope it's an exciting game, especially after the delay. Right? Hey, I hope so too. But man, after a delay, I feel like teams come out. Obviously, they want to run the ball. Both of these teams would love to come out and run the ball here and impose their will here. So I'm ready for the kickoff here, which will happen shortly, because it is almost that time. But man, can't believe I got that far behind in the comments, guys. But I believe that JB is all caught up. But oh man, but Braden, right now, remind me who is officially the kicker right now for you guys. Like, I was a little shocked to see that now we're not going to be getting those prize pick offers with both the Carlson brothers, for their over under for their combined kicks and stuff like that. But I'm with SM. I'm hoping that this turns out to be an exciting game. And I believe that it's going to be an exciting game in this one. I feel like it's going to come down to separated probably by about 3 points when it's all said and done. So, and in my book, that's a W. We've talked about the Tar Heels in terms of where we think the Tar Heels are going to finish in the ACC. Let's turn our attention to the Minnesota Golden Gophers in the Big Ten. Where do you guys have Minnesota finishing in the Big Ten? I know the Big Ten extremely crowded, a lot more new faces in the Big Ten and stuff like that. So, how are you feeling about Minnesota and how they're going to fare in the Big Ten this upcoming season? And let's see, Brandon says Hamptons has some wheels, and so Daddy does. That he does. As he Brandon says, I'd like to see if Max can throw, and so yeah, I'd like to see that too. I'd like to see that too. Not just throw with some accuracy. Throw with some accuracy, especially if the weather's going to be, it's wet and stuff like that. As the football is going to be, that's going to be a factor as well. That's going to be a factor as well. And not to mention, usually the first, week, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know how many returning players they have on the offensive line for both of these teams here, but how well they're able to gel and stuff like that in the first week. Usually it takes about a week or two for the offensive line starts hitting on all cylinders, unless you have a lot of guys that are returning and stuff like that. So that's another thing to look at as well. Let's see. SM says USC finishing higher. That's all you know. And so the good old USC Trojans, JB will be streaming when USC plays. I believe what is USC Sunday night? I think they're Sunday night against LSU. Your boy's going to be streaming that one as well. So when your boy said I got a full weekend of games to stream, your boy meant it. I meant it. So absolutely. So we'll see. I do want to see how USC looks against LSU. Like it's a real good chance to evaluate both of these teams. On LSU side, obviously no Jaden Daniels. You know, you don't have neighbors. You know that those two guys were carrying the team. They were the team. How's the rest of the team going to look this year? LSU defensively was as bad as I've ever seen an LSU defense last year and stuff like that. Was it a fluke? Was it just a down year? Will they recover? How will they look this year defensively? They certainly do get a lot of recruits there, so we'll see how that looks. They claim that they're DB University. We'll see. We'll see. As for USC, like same situation. You lost Caleb Williams and stuff like that. You also lost your running back as well. So how's the offense going to look? And can the defense take some strides and stuff? So I'm going to be looking to see how that one really plays out also. Let's see. Mike says North Carolina running back's a dog. And let's see, RC says, did the game start? And so the game did not start. It's like they put a false start here on the scoreboard where first it had the 15 minutes up there, but then afterwards it just disappeared. And let's see, Braden says touchdown again, North Dakota State. And he says that they scored again. They're up 17-14. Well, RC says they scored again and they're up 17-14. A back and forth game. Looks like a barn burner, which is probably why 50,000 people are streaming the game right now. Oh, man, they are warming up. They are warming up. Let's see, Braden says, the Colorado defense still got too many gaps and holes. And so, yes, I see Braden says Hampton is a dog. You said helped Drake a lot last year having him. And so, oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And he's going to be a huge part of what they have this game. I mean, I think he's going to rush for anywhere between 100 to 120 yards a day. That sounds about right for a guy like him today. So not really sure how involved he typically is in the passing game. So if perhaps Brandon, if you can elaborate to me just how involved is he usually when it comes to pass catching? But I know as a runner, he's that guy. All right, let's see. Brandon says, yeah, they look like the same RC. And so, okay. Well, I tell you what, shootouts, they give you an opportunity if you're like, especially someone like Shador, Travis Hunter, to go out there and to shine. But ultimately, we know how important that defense is and stuff like that. Because last year in the opener, it was a barn burner against TCU and stuff like that before TCU went on to lose an abundance of games last year and stuff like that. But if you ain't got no defense, you're not going to be playing where you want to go and stuff like that. And so obviously, this year, I'm pretty sure that they emphasize trying to recruit offensive linemen, trying to recruit some guys on defense and stuff like that. But hey, I tell you what, North Dakota State, they're not backing down. They're here to win it. They are here to win it. Absolutely. All right, give your boy 1 minute. I'll be right back. I'm just going to step away for 1 second, but I will be right back. All right, JB is back. JB is back, and it looks like the players right now going on the field here. So that is a great sign. That means this game's going to be starting sometime relatively soon here. And so JB hopes that he picked the right one today. So let's see. Let's see. Brandon says they have turned this team around running. And that's what you gotta love there. That's what you gotta love. If there's one thing that does help, obviously, with the transfer portal there. The transfer portal makes it to where teams can turn around really fast. You got a hole there. You can recruit a guy to come in, fill that hole, and he's ready to go right there, like right away. Or if you're Florida State, you recruit the guy off the transfer portal and he ends up creating a bigger hole and stuff like that. But that's absolutely a different conversation there for another day. Let's see. RC says, JB, you say, did you ever I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say there, but you say ever get some defensive help, Colorado? And so I mean they certainly should have been eyeing for it for sure. You know, I'm pretty sure that they had to know that they had to make some improvements for this upcoming season because man, without a defense, it's gonna be another long year. Like what we saw last year, maybe a game better than that. Let's see, Brandon says these Minnesota helmets look awesome. And so, yes, I see Mike says, I think you picked a good one. Get your popcorn ready. And so, oh, yeah, I expect a good one, a little back and forth in terms of just running the ball and stuff like that. You'll get your points and stuff. But yeah, I think a final score of 24-21, something like that. I'm leaning towards North Carolina coming away with the victory in this one, but I think something like 24-21 makes a lot of sense there. But I am curious to see, especially if it's wet weather out there, how these quarterbacks are going to do today. That's going to be the X factor. Brandon says you would never want DJ. And so, oh man, Brandon, don't get me started, Brandon. Don't get me started. When I saw that he was in the portal and I saw for Ohio State that, we had lost, our quarterback from last year, which, Kyle McCord, just left. I mean, the man ran to Nebraska, then he ran to Syracuse and stuff like that. I don't know what he's thinking. But anyways, I was so scared. I was like, don't let it be DJU. I was like, don't let it be him. And so, but luckily that's not the case there. So we'll see how our quarterback's going to do this year for Ohio State. But absolutely, I knew he had limitations. He can never be a quarterback that's going to lead your team to a top 5 finish. That's just not going to happen with him there. The best chance he would have had was a couple years ago at Clemson. But if you're a team that's not, recruiting in the top 3, he's just not going to be able to do that for you. And we saw those deep ball accuracy issues on full display and stuff like that. Anything above relatively 14 yards, that accuracy goes out the window for him. So, and that's not good. But again, kudos Georgia Tech. They went out there and balled out. Let's see, Brandon says you're from South Carolina, next to Clemson. And so, okay. Well, how do you feel about Clemson? How do you feel about Clemson? You say you saw him live a few times, and so you saw it up close and personal that he ain't about that life there. So okay, you saw it up close and personal. All right, so we're getting ready for kickoff to take place here shortly between North Carolina and Minnesota in this one. See the Golden Gopher fans out here ready. JB might have to get me a outfit like that, although I don't think it'll be they probably won't even understand why I'm dressed like that, to be honest. Let's see. Mike says, who college football young TOs this year? And so let's see. Brandon says, I was at the ACC game for Clemson versus University of North Carolina. Okay, and then Max Johnson. Max Johnson came from his time over there at Texas A&M and stuff like that. So, we're gonna see how you look. And so that maybe they're gonna get a different version of Max Johnson than a couple of times I watched A&M play last year. And yeah, like he maxed out, and not in the best way possible. SM says JB rooting for North Carolina. JB is actually rooting for Minnesota purely because of the Big Ten connection and stuff like that. So I tend to root for Big Ten teams, but this is JB's almost like 51 to 49%. Like if I had to pick a team, then sure Minnesota. But other than that, JB is mostly neutral in this one here. Just want to see a good game, really. SM says because of Drake May. And so, I mean, Drake May's with us now. I appreciate everything, but I had Tom Brady for years from Michigan, and you never saw me rooting for Michigan. So But here we go. Kickoff is finally on the way, and this game has gotten started. So, all right, no return. So we'll get to see Minnesota take over offensively first in this one here, and let's see how they do. And let's see. RC said, where did he play his college basketball? He played his college football at North Carolina. So North Carolina Tar Heels, that's where Drake May played his college football. Lewis says, you feel bad for Clemson. If I start having any type of audio issues, you guys let me know. It's just the soundboard that's, messing things up. So you guys be sure to let me know if you see anything like that take place. But here we go here. All right, let's see how this plays out. Shotgun formation here. 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back from their own 25-yard line here. 5 seconds on the play clock. Gets the snap. Quarterback in the pocket. Now he's moving around. Looking. Throws this one. Just throws it away. Throws it away. I cannot emphasize how important it is to have a quarterback who knows when to throw the ball away. As unpopular as it may be with the fans throw it away and just kill a play, it's better than a turnover. So having somebody who knows how to get that ball out is always key. And again, that was Max Brosmer there at quarterback for Minnesota. All right, so here we go. Let's see. Brandon says, you got Clemson losing 5 games this year. We got to return to that. All right, so running play to the outside, to the right, and he's going to pick up a couple yards there. 3rd down coming up, though, 3rd and long. Picked up 3 yards there, and that was Daniel Jackson actually on the run, receiver number 9. But 5 games, Brandon, let me know the 5 teams, if you have it like that, the 5 teams, or just a couple teams that you think going to beat Clemson this upcoming season. Doesn't have to be 5, but just a couple that come to mind. And you say Drake got sacked a lot for not throwing away last year. All right, so here we go. 3rd and 7. 3 receivers, bottom of the screen, tight end, top of the formation. Oh, we got some movement there. Got some movement, but the lineman didn't move, so therefore they're not going to stop the play. Interesting. 3rd and 7. Throws it too high, incomplete. Incomplete. So 4th down. So just like that, 3 and out there for the Golden Gophers, and they're going to have to punt the ball. But yeah, and you know what? Guys like Drake last year and also like Caleb Williams there, they felt like they had to do a lot instead of that. Like I remember watching a couple games where Caleb Williams, he literally did have to do a lot there back at USC. And so you tend to develop this thing called hero ball when you're like, hey, if I don't do it, it's not going to get done. So you go out there and just try to make every single play count. And hopefully we get to the point where we can support him where he doesn't feel that he has to do that on every single play. All right. Punts on the way. There is a flag. Tar Heels get it from their own 24-yard line. He's at the 30, 35. He's at the 40. Tripped up at about the 43-yard line, but there is a flag, as I mentioned earlier there. So let's see who this is going to be on. And that was Huzzy with the return, Elijah Huzzy, for 20 yards there. Again, first quarter with about 14:06 left to go. So not even a minute there on that first drive. All right, let's see. Brandon says North Carolina State, Appalachian State, UGA, Florida State. And so, oh man, just mentioning all of that. Okay, so you still believe that Florida State can still pull it off against them. Okay, and of course, I know it's just one game there against Georgia Tech. I expect that program to, like, they're not going to go out there and lose, obviously, every game and stuff like that, so they will rebound. All right, here we go, 1st and 10. Feeds it to the back, in the back. Takes on the contact there, picks up about 3 yards there. Omarion Hampton, he picks up 3 yards there on his first carry of the game. 2nd and 7 coming up here at the Minnesota 48-yard line. And again, both teams, they want to establish the run. But you look at a guy like Max Johnson there. They say in 4 seasons with both LSU and Texas A&M, that's a lot of touchdowns there. 47 passing touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Can he put it all together and package it nicely? A lot of times, some of the best seasons we see come from a quarterback that's transferring. 2nd and 7, going to throw it to the back, and the back still on his feet. It's going to pick up about 3 yards, stay on the play. So that's going to make it 3rd and 4 coming up. Can they get the first down of the game here? Or will the defense get the stop? Let's see. Brandon says maybe the Gamecocks. And you said North Carolina defense last year was so awful that he got all the bad rep for having to play hero ball, and so that will make a quarterback play hero ball when the defense does not stop anybody and stuff like that. I mean, you look at the quarterbacks who went first. What do they all have in common? Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Drake May. Their defenses were bad on all of those teams, so they had to go out there and do the most. Meanwhile, on 3rd and 4, he passed it. He just needs 1 foot. Is it a catch? It is a catch, and that's going to be a first down. That is going to be a first down. Let's check the replay here. All right. Ooh. Which foot came down first? Well, they say it's a first down. And again, Max Johnson in there at quarterback for the Tar Heels. They may want to take a second look at this one. Minnesota calls a timeout. 2 timeouts remaining. Brandon says Florida State is still a solid team. This portal can change any team at any time. He said, look at Bama last year, or even Clemson at the end of the year. Speaking of Bama, with all the transfers that they lost and then all the transfers that they acquired and stuff like that, what are we thinking about Alabama for this upcoming season? And let's see, SM says 20, North Dakota State, Colorado 14. Oh, man. Oh, man. How much time left, SM? How much time left? And again, right now, we're currently at the commercial thanks to the timeout called by the Minnesota Golden Gophers, who are on defense right now. Again, both teams at the ball. North Carolina still with the football right now, and they are at the Minnesota 38-yard line right now. But this does give us time here. If you haven't done so already, be sure to press that like button and also subscribe if you are new here to the channel here. Be a part of JB Nation because, hey, I do my play-by-play, but we also talk, sports, whether it's, a lot of football, whether we're talking NFL, whether we're talking college football, we talk a lot of football. So it's a great way to, interact, not just with JB, but everybody else here in the chat and stuff like that. Because JB Nation, we're all about each other and stuff like that at the end of the day. And so absolutely. Absolutely. So again, if you're wondering why we're still here in the first quarter here, there was an hour delay for the kickoff and stuff like that. So we are getting started late. So that's why this game is as late as it is right now. SM says 4 minutes left to go in the first half. Brandon says Nick is still involved with Bama, so GOAT coach. And so, yes, he is, behind the scenes, the man behind the curtains. As somebody said the other day, I forget who said that, but JB's going to borrow that. Let's see, Brandon says, who knows? SM says Colorado has the ball. How will they respond? How I did also take the over on let's see, Mike says, shout out to JB getting a day off. And so you know what? Yes, shout out to that. Tomorrow, although it's like a company health day for us, so absolutely love it. We get one of those per quarter, and the timing could not be any better. So absolutely. So get to sit here and kick it with you guys. And again, you look at the ACC. I mean, obviously Georgia Tech got their win, but also SMU, they got their W as well, even though they have to fight for theirs against Nevada. Probably not the way they would have drawn it up, but a W is a W. All right, so getting ready to get back to the action here. All right, fresh new set of downs to work with. Play fake. Quarterback on the move. Just got to throw this one away again here. Max Johnson saying it's not worth it. Just got to throw it away. There's 2nd and 10 coming up. That's his first incomplete pass of the game. Let's see. Brandon says prime time is the rock of college football. Everyone wants to watch. And so absolutely. Absolutely. Someone who draws in a lot of attention. That's what you need. All right, 2nd and 10. 2 receivers bottom of the screen, tight ends near the formation. And they're going to hand the ball to the back up the middle on the draw. And he's fighting forward there. Gets it to about that 31-yard line. I took the over on Omari and Hampton's rushing touchdown. So definitely looking for him to get in that end zone at some point today. Well, he can be rushing or receiving as long as he gets that end zone. And they feed it to him again, and that time he's going to pick up a yard on the play. But the defense says it's not so. Fourth down coming up here. So excellent job there by Minnesota to get the stop. 4th and 3 coming up. 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play. And again, we're still scoreless right now, 0-0. All right, let's see what they draw up here on 4th and 3. So they're going to at least look like they're going to go for it. Trips bottom of the screen here. One receiver top of the formation here. Can Minnesota get the stop? They snap the ball. Max throws it near the sideline. Is it a catch? Referee says it's incomplete. That's going to be a turnover on downs, and the Minnesota Golden Gophers gets the stop. Wow. Let's see, Brandon says they are doing the heel stickers on back of the helmets again this year. Haven't done it in years. You know what? I didn't even notice that. I didn't even notice that. All right, so Minnesota defensively comes up with a big stop. And when we come back, it's going to be the Minnesota Golden Gophers with the football, looking to see if they can get the first points of the game. Gotta love it when a defense makes a stand on 4th down, unless, of course, you're rooting for the offense. All right. And I know that Colorado's game it's got to be at halftime about now. If not, it's got to be just about almost at halftime. But again, we're currently right now at the commercial. Thanks to the turnover on downs, in which North Carolina failed to convert on 4th and 3. Right now, Max Johnson for University of North Carolina, he's 2 of 4 for 10 yards. And Max Brosmore, he's still trying to get his first completion of the game for Minnesota. We'll see how that works out for him. And again, rushing wise, Hampton's got 3 carries for 10 yards for North Carolina. Meanwhile, for Minnesota, Jackson's got 1 carry for 3 yards. Let's see, Mike says Patriots hosting Bills tight end Tommy Sweeney. And so, okay. Let's see. SM says Tio at the Colorado game. And so, okay, Tom. Okay. All right, and again here at the commercial, in which, hey, it felt like the delay obviously got things off there, messed up the rhythm there. Obviously, football players, they're guys that, you got a routine that you like to go through when it comes to warming up here. But I anticipate we're going to start seeing more first downs picked up. We're going to start seeing the offensive line open up a couple more holes there for these running backs. And once these running backs really start to bust off, bigger gains, that's when we're going to start to see them points come on the board. And let's see, SM says Terrell Owens not timeout. And so SM, at first glance, I almost thought timeout there, but I said no, it can't be timeout. So then I was like, okay, so yeah, so T.O., I got you. And let's see, Mike says that Minnesota coach sweater stinks. SM says Shador got sacked and held the ball a little too long. In which I tell you what, that clock last year, about midway through the season, it sped up. It sped up for him. It sped up. Let's see, Brandon says, how do you think Colorado's season goes this year? I think Colorado's season is probably going to be similar to last year, with a difference of maybe about 1 more win than last year, just because the different conference is going to be pretty tough in that conference there. So I think similar to last year. It might just be a 500 season, honestly. It might just be a 500 season, I feel like. Now, mess around and lose this one today, that would drop it down to 5, in my opinion. All right, so here we go. Out of the shotgun. Going to give it to the back, off between the guard and center, fights forward there, and he's going to pick up about 7 yards there on a carry. Marcus Major with the carry. So here we go. Again, a transfer from Oklahoma, in which last year he averaged almost 4 yards a carry and had 308 yards last year. All right, so here we go. Two receivers, two tight ends, one back. Second and three. Tight end goes in motion. 5 seconds right now on the play clock. They snap the ball. Get it to the back at the last second there, but there was no space. The Tar Heels, they were ready for it. They were aggressive there, and they got to him before he can get going. Third down coming up. 3rd and 3. Yeah, that time there, the defense blitzed, and they blitzed correctly because either way, if he kept that one, it was going to be him. So he's like, I'd rather the running back take that damage. All right, so big third down coming up here. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back. 3 seconds right now on the play clock. Snaps it. Pressure coming up the middle. Gets it out quickly there. And oh, what an excellent tackle. What an excellent tackle to ensure that 1, he didn't get run over, but 2, he stopped his forward progress there in his track. Tried to throw it there to the back, got the backfield. Picked up a yard, but needed 3. Let's see. Brandon says, who has the best college football jerseys and best pro jerseys? And so, you know what? I'm going to steal your question if that's okay with you, Brandon. I'm going to go ahead and steal your question here. Let's see. JB's still a little new with this, but let's see if I can just put your question up there. All right, here we go. So I want to see what the chat thinks about this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one up there, Brandon. So congratulations there. Your comment made it up there. So who has the best college football jerseys and best pro jerseys? You guys let JB know in the chat. I want to know what everybody thinks. Let's see. Mike says the play is you hand to the running back. He stands and waits to get tackled. That's not a very effective play there, Mike. I mean, it'll help the defense out. Let's see. Brandon says new defensive coordinator this year. And so, Truth Teller, what's good with you? How are you? And hey, welcome to JB Nation. Glad to have you here. Truth Teller says hello. So talk to me, Truth Teller. Let me know who are some of your favorite teams and just how are you doing? Let's see. Truth Teller says anyone betting on this game. And so I know Lewis earlier said he took the under on total points, which was I think at like 50, what was it at 53.5, and it's looking to be very smart right now to take that. I took the over for Hampton to get a rushing touchdown in terms of for the player prop in this one. And so if anybody else got anything going on, let JB know. You know, I got to know how to root for you guys. But yeah, I took the player prop in this one for Hampton getting into the end zone at least once, whether it's rushing, whether it's receiving. And so I combined that with Shador Sanders going over 305 passing yards for my pick too, because where I'm at, you know, let's see. All right, so Truth says the under on 52. So, all right, so a lot of unders. And the way that this game is going right now, I know it's just a couple minutes here, but the way it's going right now, you got to feel good. There's nothing like when you take the under and you know the weather's bad. You know both teams are run-first teams. So, hey, you know, it's looking good. Let's see, Lewis says, let's go, JB. You said under 53. You gave the pick the other day. And so that's right, you did. And so, yep, I knew you took the under. I wasn't sure if it was 53 or 53 and a half. So absolutely. Let's see, SM says Michigan has some fire uniforms, not going to lie. And so I hear you on that one. I hear you on that one. All right, Mike says Bills uniform, white stinks. And you say the Dolphins stink as well. You say the Jets unit stink. And so, okay. Let's see. Truth Teller says, and under 24.5 for the first half. So right now you're feeling good. You're feeling very good right now. You said you think that 50 still looks good. And so, yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's going to take, I feel like what we're seeing right now is essentially what we're going to see the rest of the first quarter. At some point in the second quarter, someone's going to figure it out there, get a little touchdown, you know, and stuff like that on the board there. And then it's going to be more so in the second half, probably late and stuff like that. But it could just be more so field goals and stuff like that. You never know. This weather a huge factor. Let's see. Mike says the Chiefs are mid, Chargers think. You say Raiders okay, Denver alternative, and Color Rush very good. And let's see. Truth says they have right now. And let's see. Mike says Steelers okay, Browns stink, Ravens okay, Bengals mid. I say it all the time. I hate the Steelers throwback jersey, that one that looks like the bumblebee and stuff like that. And I hate when the Packers go out there with that mud. It's like a mud and yellow combination out there. So those are the jerseys that JB absolutely hates and stuff like that. All right, but getting back to the action here, Tar Heels starting off from their own 3-yard line. So they got some work to do. So they're going to hand it to their running back, and he is going to pick up 2 yards there on a carry. Pushes them to the 5-yard line. Now they're facing 2nd and 8 right now from the North Carolina 5-yard line. Again, Minnesota had a tremendous punt to pin them inside the 5 here. So if you're Minnesota and you can get a 3 and out, that's going to bode well for you. Meanwhile, if you're North Carolina, obviously you don't want that to happen there. So you got to find a way to move this ball. But you just look at this. Like, everybody's just looking. They're feeling how the weather's feeling right now. All right, 2nd and 8. Receiver goes in motion. Max Johnson on the move. Max Johnson's going to stumble forward there. He tried to run, but he lost his footing there, stumbled. And again, this rain, I cannot emphasize enough how big of a factor this is. Let's see, Lewis says preseason over, time to get on a 5-game win streak. So he says preseason over, it's time to get on a 5-game win streak here. Truth Teller says can't get better than that. Absolutely. 3rd and 7. So shotgun formation here. 4 receivers on the play, 1 running back. Right now here, making adjustments on the line because you certainly got to make sure that you get everybody accounted for here this close to your own end zone. Gets the snap. Max looking. Max throws it. Incomplete. And the DB had the chance there. I assume the receiver had to slip or something like that. But, man, that could have been a disaster there. That could have been a disaster. 4th down coming up. And so Truth Teller says, sub like, appreciate that, my guy. And hey, welcome. Welcome. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Mike says Jaguars okay, Titans mid, Texans good. You said Colts with blue is okay. And so I feel like for Tennessee, it really comes down to just the design of their jersey as to whether like how much I end up liking their jerseys. All right, punts on the way. Going to need a nice bounce if you're North Carolina, and they are getting a nice bounce here. Letting it go all the way to the 39-yard line. It certainly could have been worse, so I'm sure that they'll take that. So Brosmore is going to go back out there at Minnesota, see if they can string together some first downs here. But right now, here in the first quarter, with about 7 minutes and 37 seconds to go, our score is still 0-0. Matter of fact, Max Brosmore, he's got 1 yard passing so far in this one. And Max Johnson, he's got 10 yards passing. So these guys right now, they're struggling a little bit to get things started here, but that's okay. We know how that can be. Let's see. Truth Teller says hopefully they got a good punter. Let's see. Brandon says University of North Carolina doesn't even know who is going to be their true quarterback this year. Let's see. Mike says Michigan Panthers okay. Houston Roughnecks fire, but if blue with oil, but recently mid. And so, okay. Let's see. Brandon says Max does not have a Drake arm at all. Yeah, JB could have gave you the scouting report on that one. All right, gives it to the back, takes on a contact here, fights for it, gets back to the line of scrimmage there. No gain on the play. Again, that was Marcus Majors. M&M there on the carry. He's got 3 carries for 7 yards so far today. 2nd and 10 coming up. Let's see. Mike says Showboards, St. Louis Battlehawks, the GOATs. Okay. All right, so we got 2nd and 10. Again, still scoreless in this one here in the first quarter. 7:05 to go here in the first. A game that started off due to a delay. Shotgun. Fakes it to the back. Pressure's all in his face. Doesn't know what to do. He just ends up taking a sack. There's not much he could have did in that case there. And they got him. They had literally 3 guys surrounding him on the play when he faked it to the back. I mean, right now, both teams, they're feeling confident that they can just go ahead and blitz because there is nothing to fear in the pass game right now. And it's up to both of these quarterbacks. Someone's got to step up in this one and show the defense, hey, we can air it out. But right now, the defenses are feeling more and more confident to come up, be aggressive, and just get after them. Let's see. Mike says classic Cowboys, Eagles, not bad. Commanders, terrible. Giants, old school, good, but mid. But here we go. Brosmore throws it, gets the completion, shakes away from one guy. He's got some space here. Can he get the first down? Takes the contact. I believe that's a first down. Should be a first down. Let's see what the referee says, though. And the referee says it's going to be a first down. So picked up 19 yards and a first down here for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. And that time, got it out to the back, and it's really the back who did his magic there. Linebacker cannot stick with him. And this time, he wants to air it out. That's going to be incomplete, but there is a flag. There is a flag. Oh, man, truth teller. He's telling the truth. There says a flag. Okay. Lewis says money. Truth says this is a great game. You like this smash mouth football? And so, hey, sometimes it's nothing like just seeing some good old smash mouth football. You're not going to see it often at the NFL level with the way that the referees are trying to change the game over there. But you're right. Got to appreciate it. Lewis says the best jerseys is Utah. I didn't see anybody mention anything about Oregon. Let's see. Brandon says, I'd like to see Connor play quarterback, some for North Carolina. Okay. Let's see. Mike says, JB, what's your favorite UFL unit? And so, well, without JB being any type of bias and stuff like that, but I mean, I know I'm a Stallion fan, but I mean, I personally think the Stallions have the best jersey. When I see it, I think victory. So maybe I'm being biased. You tell me. Mike says Vikings are not bad. Lions fire. All right, so freshman set of downs to work with after that penalty there. Gets them the first down. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back, 10 seconds right now on the play clock. Got to make adjustments here. Again, first quarter, 5 minutes and 44 seconds to go, but 5 seconds right now on the play clock. Going to snap the ball. Tosses it to the back and the back. Trying to go deeper into North Carolina territory. Carries it all the way to the 31-yard line of North Carolina. 2nd and 6 coming up. Picked up 4 yards on the carry. 5:28 to go here in the first. And again, we're still scoreless in this one. Brandon says, you stream any other sports? Brandon, I mostly stream NFL and college football. That's like 90% of what I stream. Occasionally, I will do some college basketball, like once we get closer towards usually around conference time, just because my schedule is usually so full when it comes to the NFL and stuff like that. And then after that, I'll do like the UFL and stuff like that. But I stick to mostly football for the most part. But I love college basketball so much with March Madness and stuff. Gotta incorporate college basketball. Used to do NBA, but at that point, JB's usually fatigued around that time. So got to spend some time, doing some other stuff. So yeah, not so much NBA. But that's mostly what JB covers here. Great question. Great question. All right, so we got a 3rd and 1 situation with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in the first. Got a lot of big boys close to the line, multiple tight ends here, 1 back in the backfield. Quarterback's going to keep it himself here and get the first down. Excellent job. So Minnesota, they got their eyes on the prize right now. They're like, hey, we're about to go out here and make it do what it do. So let's see if they can get the first points in this one. But right now, they are moving it. Let's see, Lewis says, your wife loves Utah, your girlfriend loves Washington, and your side chick likes Illinois. So I'm going to tell you this, Lewis. Your wife is going to be the most happiest of the teams. This year, your girlfriend's not going to really too much enjoy college football as much as she did last year. And yeah, your side friend, she might need another sport in general because it's not going to happen in football. But I see what you did there, Lewis. I see what you did there. All right, and again, another timeout called by Minnesota. This is their 2nd timeout, so they've got 1 timeout left in the half. Again, it's still the first quarter, 3 minutes and 41 seconds to go here, but they're trying to figure this one out here. All right, so that takes us here to the commercial here. Is the Colorado game still at halftime? If anybody wants to let JB know if that game's still at halftime. But yeah, so far in this one. So now Max Brosmore, stats looking a little bit better than they were early on. 3 of 5 for 26 yards and stuff like that. You compare it with Max Johnson's currently right now 2 of 5 for 10 yards. And you look at the ground, Majors got 4 carries for 11 yards for Minnesota. Hampton, he's got 4 carries for 12 yards for North Carolina. Receiving wise, the top receiver right now for North Carolina is J.J. Jones. He's got 1 catch for 7 yards. And top receiver right now for Minnesota is Newbin, who's got 2 catches for 20 yards so far today. And so, Magic Man, what's good with you? What's good? My guy, the Combo Packers and Dolphins fan. What's good with you? He says cheers. Yes, lots of cheers. How are you doing? Lewis says, but I love my Bulldogs. And so, we know you love your Bulldogs. We know that. We know that. Absolutely. But man, what do you anticipate in terms of how many points for the Georgia Clemson game, Lewis? What are you anticipating with that? And do again let JB know once you decide, if you're going over or under for that game. Let's see. Brandon says, my friends are all UGA and Clemson fans, or Carolina Panther fans, or Falcon fans. And so Brandon says he's seen enough. He's seen enough. And so I understand that. I understand that. Let's see. Mike says JB has team pay huge amount to reach the cap. Undrafted players are increasing on NFL rosters. That's essentially what it is. If you're a guy trying to make a roster and you're asking for more, obviously, like than what they would pay the minimum to somebody who's undrafted, but that undrafted guy comes in and shows like, hey, they can give close to what you can and stuff like that. Best believe they are going to cut the costly veteran 10 out of 10 times. That's just how it works. So absolutely, that is increasing there. But I mean, it's a good opportunity for those guys. And again, if you're just tuning in right now, Minnesota called a timeout here. So we are currently right now, currently at the commercial, actually. But when we come back, it's going to be Minnesota with the football facing 2nd and 8 at the North Carolina Tar Heels 24-yard line. Current drive, 6 plays, 37 yards, and almost 4 minutes in terms of time possession off the clock. All right, let's see. Magic Man says, looking forward to this weekend. About to see some Gators get caught in a hurricane. And so, hey, okay. Well, your boy JB, that's going to be one of the 3 games that I will be streaming this weekend and stuff like that. And again, if you guys are subscribed, you should see that the games are already set up there for the live streams and stuff. But again, Clemson and Georgia, that's the first game. Florida and Miami, that's the second game. The third game is going to be Notre Dame and Virginia Tech. JB's got you covered for all 3 on Saturday. Here we go. 1st and 10, play fake. All right, Brosman's going to throw it short, and that's going to be incomplete. Incomplete. Try to get it to his back major there. Incomplete. Currently 3 of 6 for 26 yards here, but now let's see what he does here on 2nd and 10. So Brandon says 35-17 UGA. He says Clemson defense put 7 on the board and 10 offensively. I could totally see that being the case. Totally see that being the case. All right, 2nd and 10 here. Again, Minnesota's trying to get the first points of the game, and we've got about 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to go here in the first. And again, still scoreless right now. Shotgun formation. Tight end goes in motion. They snap it. Give it to the back, and the back. Oh, look at him go. He's going to be about a yard shy of that first down marker. Excellent job picking up about 9 yards there on the carry from Marcus Major. Also, about 7 yards there. They were already a couple yards there. So he's going to be, they're saying 3rd and 2 right now. So can they get the first? That's going to be the question. Let's see. Magic Man says, I wonder what the number is for the amount of UFL players that made an NFL roster. That's an excellent question there. I'll see on my end if I can look that up in between, this and watching the game and stuff and see if I can figure that out. But Mike, if you happen to have that number or can get that number, that would be great. All right, 3rd and 2. Opts to give it to the back. Of course, smart decision. And look at him. Gets the first down with ease. So he's starting to pick it up. 8 yards there. He's got 6 carries for 26 yards. He's saying, feed me. Let's see. SM says Shador reminds me of Geno, but more athletic. And so interesting comparison comparing to Geno Smith. All right, so let's see. So Minnesota trying to get the first touchdown of the game. Right now they got 1st and 10 at the North Carolina 9-yard line. We're talking 9 plays, 52 yards, and almost 5 minutes in terms of time possession off the clock. So now 1st and goal here in the shotgun. North Carolina's got to be thinking about that run game. What will Minnesota do? Snaps it. Max looking, throws it. Ball gets tipped behind, incomplete. So now 2nd and goal coming up here in the first with 2:04 left to go. So Brosmer, you got to find a way to get into the end zone here. You want to come away with a touchdown. That's what you ultimately want to come away with. That time the ball did get tipped. Did get tipped, so got to point that out there. That's what threw off the pass there. Luckily, that tip pass didn't result in a turnover. 2nd and goal. Troop says, I don't mind them scoring as long as they chew up the clock. He says that's the key. Braden says 2017, North Dakota State leading at the half over Colorado. But here we go. This time, Brosmer up under center. Gives to the back and the back. He is going to get back to the line of scrimmage. He might have lost half a yard there on the play, but third down coming up. Actually, he did lose 1 yard. And that was Jordan Newbin there. Again, Newbin right now is the leading in terms of receptions right now and receiving yards, 2 catches for 20 yards right now for Minnesota. All right, but on third down here, it's going to be, can you get enough time for the quarterback to really have a chance to find somebody in the end zone? So I'm looking at this offensive line to see how they're going to step up here in the first quarter with 1 minute and 32 seconds to go. Third and goal. Can they get into the end zone? 125 to go here in the first. All right, Brosmer up under center. 2 receivers bottom of the screen, 2 tight ends top of the formation. Receivers going to go in motion, and they're going to hand the ball here to the back, and the back is going to get tripped up on the play, picked up 2 yards. So they decide to be conservative there on the call there. 4th down coming up, and that will bring out the field goal unit. Let's see. SM says, JB, you doing any Colorado games this year? And so SM, I'm sure that there are going to be some Colorado games. I like to cover like not just the specific teams and stuff like that. I like to cover, like different teams. So I'll look at the schedule each week, and then I'll be like, okay, which ones am I going to stream? Normally in the past, I've done really just like one and stuff, but I want to do a lot more for college football. So you can guarantee that JB at some point is going to be doing some Colorado games as well. But here we go, 27-yard field goal attempt. Kick is on the way. And it looked like it doinked, and it did doink. That's no good. No good. So doinks off the crossbar there. So what was a promising drive ends up with nothing. Wow, let's look at that again. That time, oh man, just doinked it. Just doinked it. No good. No points there. So for all my underbettors here in the chat, you got to be feeling really good right now. Really good. All right. Let's see where I am right now. All right. So Lewis says no points. He was right. Mike says 30 former spring football players have signed into NFL practice squads, including 16 UFL players from 2024 season. Okay, appreciate that. Let's see. Black says neither one of these teams have scored. You said nobody told me Iowa was going to be playing tonight. Jeez. And so, yeah, the weather has been crazy. But here we go. 31 seconds left to go in the first. Shotgun formation right now for the Tar Heels. 3 receivers, 1 tight end on the play. Fakes it to the back. In the pocket. Steps up. Oh, he ran right into the guy. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's a fumble. He gave it right back to the Minnesota Golden Gophers. They've been given another chance. Can they strike it rich here? Man, my man stepped right into that. It's like he 2-stepped right into it. Didn't see it. Now, there is a flag here. Let's see. What's this flag about? Let's see what this flag's about here. But, man, this is huge here for Minnesota if that's really going to – if this play stands. What's that, holding on the defense? Wow. All right, so, okay. And, again, I cannot hear their actual audio, so I got to try to read the lips and stuff like that here. But it did call a hold there. But let's see. But, yeah, no good. Doinks. Let's see. Magic Man says, thanks, Max Chatter, for that number. And let's see. Truth says, under bettors rejoice. Yes. Brandon says, defense looks better this year. SM says, at least it wasn't a double doink. Right? All right. So after that penalty right there, gift them with the first there. And so, yeah, that's going to take us to the end of the first right there. Tar Heels right now still maintain possession here, and they are at the 45-yard line right now. And that's going to take us to the end of the first. At the end of the first, our score right now is still 0-0. And so, man, I mean, this game got off to a crazy start here. We had an hour delay and stuff like that because of the weather and stuff like that. Whole lot of rain. And you know, if they're going to delay the game, that means it had to be some lightning. But we're out here now. But both teams right now trying to get something going. Passing wise, it just has not been there for either of these guys right now. Brosmer, he's 3 of 7 for 26 yards. And Max Johnson, he's 2 of 5 for 10 yards for North Carolina. So passing game hasn't really done much. But the running game is starting to get going now. You can see guys are busting 8-yard pickups, 9-yard pickups. They're starting to get going here. And that's a positive. Let's see. Brandon says last year they would have let him walk in. Truth teller says flag. Brandon says, what was that? Lewis says, it's okay. Truth says cartwheeling. Brandon says, put Connor in. Brandon says, we didn't learn our lesson when he was at A&M. And so, right? So, oh man. So what an interesting first quarter and stuff like that. We'll see how the second quarter is. Guys got that first quarter out the way and stuff like that. And there is, rain out there and stuff like that. So we know how it is. And let's see. Black says they bust out the notorious. Big, you say they didn't they? And so BIG, didn't they? SM says somebody score some points, please, for JB's sanity. JB's good. JB is good. JB won't be freaking out until at least the third. All I want is Hampton to get to the end zone one time today. That'll make JB happy. That'll make JB's night if Hampton does get into the end zone at some point. But man, first quarter there, scoreless. We'll see how the second quarter ends up playing out in this one. But SM says, somebody please score. Do it for JB. Now, JB wants to see his underbettors happy today, so I can hold off on that. Absolutely. All right, but again, right now at the commercial, still awaiting the start of the second quarter here. Both teams, I mean, I guess on a positive spin, you got to look at the defense and say, all right, like you like what you're seeing from the defense, regardless of what team you're rooting for there. But offensively, right now, leaves a lot to be desired. Does leave a lot to be desired. I mean, right now, we're talking about one quarter, and Johnson had just 10 yards passing. 10 yards passing. If they put the player props up at halftime and stuff like that, you best believe your boy's going to be looking to take that under and stuff like that on Underdog if they end up putting these passing player props up there. Best believe that. SM says, I know it's 0-0, but which team has looked better, in my opinion? Well, so far, obviously, it's very early in this one, but I got to lean towards Minnesota. Got to lean towards Minnesota so far in this one because, I mean, even though that wasn't really a fumble there, I like the fact their defense getting after it and stuff like that. Brandon says Minnesota easily has looked better there. So I would say, yeah, right now, Minnesota. And it may just come down to, quarterback play so far, which hasn't been a huge difference, but, Minnesota so far. Even though they didn't score last time, they did get into a position to kick a field goal, right there in the red zone. So Minnesota so far. All right, let me see. I know I skipped a couple comments here. All right, Brandon says that Connors has a better arm than Max. SM said, okay, so I just missed that one. Okay, I wanted to make sure I got all the comments there. So, okay. Let's see, Brandon says, but also making me proud of North Carolina defense. And so, hey, that defense, like they stood up when they needed to. And that's definitely what you want to see. I mean, nobody wants to see where it's like last year, where I know a lot of teams, a lot of fans had to deal with their defenses looking horrendous last year. So it does help to have a defense that you can depend on, that you see that you can see the improvement, even though it's just week one. Let's see. Magic Man says, can anyone make sense of how it's still the Big Ten conference with like 50 teams? That's like saying, the Pac-12 with only 2 teams, but definitely understand that. Definitely understand that. These teams are not going to change their names anymore to match it. But man, oh man, look at that run. Maybe JB spoke too soon, but what a run there by Hampton there. And so he kept running until he reached the Hamptons there, picked up 16 yards on the play. I know a lot of people took the over on his player stats, and they need him to get to 100 yards. And right now, he's got 6 carries for 43 yards there. So off to a great start after that nice run there for the Tar Heels. All right, so if he starts heating up, look out. Truth says both teams equal. Lewis says, who cares? Just take the under. He says, just take the under. Well, Lewis, not every state allows us to do the over-under stuff because the betting apps that does it. Oh, look at that pass there. Incomplete. Nice clean coverage there by Minnesota. And that's Robinson there in coverage, shutting it down. So second down, coming up 2nd and 10. And even when you don't complete it, just the fact that they know that you're willing to throw it deep, sometimes you got to throw just to keep them honest there and keep them from crowding up on the run game. But yeah, if Max keeps this up, then look out. Truth says Minnesota run defense going to be the death of them. 2nd and 10. 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back. from the Minnesota 39-yard line. It's a run play again, and that time the guy blitzing knew to target that running back there, and it's going to be a pickup of 1 yard there by Hampton. He's got 7 carries for 44 yards. Now they're going to be facing 3rd and 9 at the Minnesota 38-yard line. Can they get a first? This would be big right now. If Max Johnson can lead this team to get a first down right now, this could be huge. Let's see. Brandon said, look at that run. Troop says, I'd bet North Carolina if I wanted a side. Let's see. Brandon says that was a lot of contact. All right. 3rd and 9. Again, second quarter with 13 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Gets the snap. Steps up to avoid the rush. He's still running for his life. He's going to continue to run. Look at him run. Takes it all the way to the 22-yard line. The kid in blue took it to the 22 and a first down. That's 16 yards on the ground. And that time, look at what happens here. Minnesota initially sends 4. He steps up, realizes he has to run, and for some reason, he's faster than the defense there and picked that up. Now they're going to hand it to the back there up the middle, and Omari and Hampton picks up 2 yards there on the carry, taken to the Minnesota 20-yard line. So 8 carries, 46 yards here. Is this going to be the first score of the game here for the Tar Heels? Let's see. Or for really anybody. But anything can happen. We saw the Tar Heels defense get a stop. Let's see if Minnesota defense can do something similar. Brandon says, I lied. It's clean. Let's see. Truth says, you can't let a quarterback school you like that. Brandon says, Max, run. Oh, look at that. He avoided another guy. He thinks he's Josh Allen. What in the world was that? Oh my goodness. I haven't seen anybody do anything like that since Marcus Mariota did that in preseason. Got to be careful. Can't just throw it up like that. Can't just throw it up like that, kid, because that could have been bad. That could have been bad. You is not him to be doing that kind of stuff. Someone talked to him before JB talked to him. And there is a penalty here. Personal foul. Come on. Use your head. Use your head. Your defense right now is fighting for dear life to keep him out the end zone. You see what type of game it's been. And you want to go out there and do something like that now. You gift them with extra yards and stuff like that. So what is he doing? What is he doing? Let's see. Brandon says Drake did that all last year. Let's see. Truth says half the distance to the goal. Brandon says Drake has some wheels. All right, they're going to hand it to the back. And the back being patient. So I love the fact that he's being patient. I love the push he's getting from his O-line as well. Let's get my guy into the end zone so that way JB at least gets that one that I need from him to get into the end zone today. Let's see if we can get that. SM says Notre Dame should join the Big Ten. I feel like Notre Dame, they don't want the smoke. So for them, they prefer to join the ACC because they feel like it might be an easier path for them if they were forced to join a conference. But it'd be nice to see them join the conference. All right, but here we go, guys. 2nd and goal. Tight end goes in motion. Going to toss to the back. Can the back get in there? Leaping over, guys, just to get a couple extra yards. I love it. 3 yards there. He says, I'm going to get you close. It's 3rd down. Go ahead and run it 2 more times. Go ahead and run it 2 more times. Or either play fake, have your running back run like just towards the side, throw it to him on a bootleg and let him get in there. But either way, if you're going to get in the end zone, Hampton's going to take you there. He's got 10 carries so far for 53 yards. Let's see. Shotgun formation. Receiver goes in motion. Looking. Max. Running. Max. Look at him. Dives in there. That's going to be a touchdown, Tar Heels. Wow. Touchdown, Tar Heels. I have no idea what's going on with my soundboard right now. It has decided to just not work right now. Interesting. Or at least I can't hear it. All right, so they're looking at this one. Looks like he got it. But again, that they always want to make sure. So let's see. Yep, should be a touchdown there. That's good. Okay, so now the PAT attempt coming up. So Tar Heels strike first in this one, 7-0. All right, let's see. All right, so I can catch up on the comments here, and let's see. Magic Man says that Notre Dame should join Division Three. They are still leaning on their 80 success. Let's see. Black says JB watched a couple of snaps from Drake May in preseason. Now he's a Tar Heels fan. Lewis says refs on his side. SM says North Carolina State losing. Let's see. Truth says I think Minnesota is toast. They can't stop the run. Brandon says, is that it? And so that's it. They got to the end zone. And Truth says 7-0. SM says touchdown. Let's see. Magic Jack says Notre Dame are the college version of the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of hype, and they go to the playoffs and get smashed. The last time Notre Dame was relevant was 35 years ago. 35 years ago. Brandon says 7-0. And just like that, we finally got some points on the board, and it was Max Johnson using his legs that time that really opened things up there on the ground, and he got into the end zone there for a rushing touchdown. So 7-0 is our score right now here in a second. Let's see how Minnesota responds. Trailing now 7-0. Absolutely. All right, so it felt good to see a touchdown there, but I'm pretty sure that our underbettors are like, all right, so we got a touchdown here. Let's keep it cool. Let's not, let's not go crazy or anything, but let's see what Minnesota does to respond here. Again, second quarter, 11 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Let JB bust out the old tablet here and see what I can do. Yeah, bust out the old tablet so I can look at some stats here real quick for us. And so, yes, of course, can't be a Belichick disciple without owning a tablet. So let's see. How's that Colorado game going so far? Brandon says Dak is a good quarterback, but really dislike Cowboys. SM says Colorado noted. Let's see, Colorado and Indy State second half about. Okay, so the second half is just now about to kick off. I feel like they've been at halftime for a hot minute. SM. Let's see. Truth says not worried. The quarterback did it with his legs. He's not going to get 50. And so, okay. And so let's see. Brandon says grew up a McNabb fan. Can't respect them Cowboys. And so good old Donovan McNabb. I hated the situation that took place between him and T.O. and stuff like that back when, they were both with the Eagles and stuff like that. I felt like if those two could have really got along, that could have really helped the Eagles eventually get over the hump. Because there was a period where they were getting to NFC Championship games and they were losing consecutively, got to the Super Bowl, lost again. So they were on the cusp of doing something great. But again, that scoring drive was 9 plays, 80 yards. And took about 4 minutes and 19 seconds in terms of time possession off the clock. Tar Heels lined up for the kickoff here in the second quarter. They're up 7-0, 11 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Kickoff is on the way. We will not get a return here by the Golden Gophers, so they'll take over from their own 25-yard line. And let's see what Minnesota can do to try to respond here. They've seen North Carolina put it together here for a score, so Minnesota – Minnesota, they did get into the red zone earlier, but they did end up missing the field goal here. So they were able to move the ball here. Let's see if they can consistently put it together here on this drive and get some points here. SM says, you was more of a T.O. guy. You thought he was better than Moss. And so you can't go wrong with that. Can't go wrong with that. T.O. may have talked a lot, but all his talking was purely on the field and stuff like that. It wasn't about, like anything criminal or nothing like that. And so T.O., he's right up there. He's right up there. T.O., Moss, those two, they're right up there. All right, they snapped the ball at the last possible second. Feeds it to the back off the left side. And he's going to pick up about 3 yards there. Again, that's Marcus Major with the carry. He's got 8 carries for 30 yards. And this one, 11 minutes left to go here before we reach halftime. And the score right now, Tar Heels up 7-0. But Minnesota trying to respond here. Last time out there, they missed the field goal. 2nd and 7. Yes, see, Brandon says could have been kind of. He said could have been kind of thing with them Eagles. You say Brian Dawkins, that's right. Brian Westbrook. They had some names. Jeremiah Trotter. They had some dudes. 2nd and 7. 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back gets the snap. feels the pressure coming, and they're going to get him for the sack. They're going to get him for the sack, and that was Amar Campbell, the linebacker number 17, that got in there and got his first sack of the day, setting up a 3rd and 11 situation here for Minnesota. They might just want to throw it to the back on every play at this point. He tried to avoid him. I mean, but his lineman was just spinning around in circles, didn't really get a hand on him. What are you doing, 77? What are you doing? Let's see. Brandon says Moss with Tom Brady just shows what Moss could have been with a good quarterback. All right, 3rd and 11. Pressure again, steps up, lowered his head there, got sacked, and that's going to bring up a 4th down here. So that the offensive line's getting whooped. They're getting whooped out there right now. There's not much he can do. There's not much he can do right now. This offensive line is getting beat. Because he tried to step up, climb the pocket, then he tried to run at the last possible second there, but nah, that was not going to happen. Lost 2 yards during the play. Punter's coming out. All right, 9 minutes to go here before halftime. Punts on the way. Gets it from his own 30. Uh-oh, look at this return. 40, 45, 50. Still on his feet. 45. At some point, they were going to throw a penalty there, if for nothing else, to help the punt coverage team there. But, man, what a return. What a return. Lewis says he loved when T.O. mocked the Dallas Cowboys. And let's see, Brandon says Moss and Fitzgerald are who I'd pick for your receivers. And so, okay. Not bad selections at all. I mean, I remember those days with Larry Fitzgerald. And so Parlay OG in the building. What's good with you? What's good with you? You say buy Fleck out after January 1st, 2025 for $5 million. And so what's good with you? All right, here we go. Brandon says run. Meanwhile, there is an injured player right now for Minnesota being tended to. Medical staff is looking at him. Referees are discussing the penalty. Whoa. Sanders already is over 305 passing yards in the 3rd quarter. Wow. Wow. He put in that work. So now I just need Hampton to get into the end zone. And if Max can just start throwing some passes to stop taking sacks, that will help. But man, Sanders did his thing fast. So that player prop hit fast. Magic Man says to smash that like, y'all. I appreciate that. SM says, first of all I ever watched was T.O. balling on a broken leg. I remember that. Because Bill Belichick made the decision to let the undrafted rookie Randall Gay, I think at the time, that was the rookie cornerback that we had. Basically had him guard Terrell Owens in the Super Bowl and stuff, as opposed to our best cornerbacks, because he felt that T.O. playing through an injury just was not going to be 100%. And again, I'm a Patriot fan, so I say us. But yeah, all right. So he is, being assisted in terms of walking off the field there. You never want to see a guy get injured and stuff like that, but definitely is always a good thing to see him get up. Ooh, look at that hit from behind there. Wasn't necessary. Yeah, that was not necessary. Again, 2nd quarter, 8 minutes and 44 seconds to go. And this one, let's see, SM says Shador interception in the end zone. Uh-oh, that's big. That's big. Because when you don't have really, and again, I'm not watching the game, of course, but when you don't have that real threat of a running game and they know that you've got to pass the ball near the red zone, and obviously there's less space to work with, that makes it a lot tougher. All right, so they're going to go ahead and re-punt this one. Goes out of bounds here, but I'm sure that they'll take this field position as opposed to what it would have been prior. All right, so last time we saw the Tar Heels offensively, they went down there and scored a touchdown. What will they do this time here in the second quarter with about 8 minutes and 37 seconds left to go? Brandon says, North Carolina State gonna lose. He's like, man, he's not gonna let that one go. Not gonna let that one go. Absolutely. And just a reminder that, yeah, JB will be going live again tomorrow, but my live stream tomorrow, it's going to be me and Old Man collabing here so we can talk more sports, talk more college football, talk more NFL and stuff like that, you know. So, Mike, if you happen to join that one, it's the perfect time for us to go into, you know, some of the players who were recently cut, some of the waivers and stuff like that. Perfect chance to dive into that. And then Saturday, your boy's going to be coming through with a triple threat on Saturday with 3 streams on Saturday. So, as Teal would say, get your popcorn ready. JB will have his. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, a lot of games taking place here, but man, North Carolina State trailing, that's not a good look for them. Not a good look for them. Let's see. Utah taking care of business. They're up 20-0. Kansas taking care of business 41-0. But again, we're currently right now at the commercial. All right, let's see. SM says, didn't know Warren Sapp was a Colorado coach. Yeah, because I seen, you know, a couple times where, you know, he wanted to do this. You know, he wanted to do this. I know Chad Johnson's wanted to be involved in as well and stuff like that. But yeah, Warren Sapp there, you know, as long as you got somebody around, you know, in case one of them kids gets smart out the mouth with Warren Sapp and stuff like that. But aside from that, I mean, you think about what Warren Sapp was in his prime. Who else can help, you know, teach that defensive line better than having a guy like Warren Sapp, you know, especially if he's fully committed to, you know, coaching the kids and helping them, you know, to improve. So I like that for them. Let's see. Brandon said, did Joe Flacco shock you at all last year with Cleveland? He did. He did. Good old Flacco came in there and he showed me the old man still got a few tricks up his sleeve. So absolutely last year. Matter of fact, I added him to my fantasy team because my fantasy team was in shambles last year when Anthony Richardson went down because I had Sam Howell who just didn't do it. So absolutely. Let's see. Brandon said, do you think Deshaun redeems himself at all this year? I don't think so. I don't think so. I personally do not think so. I'm trying to avoid him in fantasy football as well. I just can't believe until I see. It's just been too long since I've seen the Deshaun Watson of old. So I don't think he can fully redeem himself. And I don't think he can ever be worth the money that he initially was paid for them. So at this point, I just don't see it. Can he be better than last year? Absolutely. But can he fully redeem himself? Not so. Let's see. SM says D-line just got a sack too. Oh, word. All right. So getting back to the action here. Again, Tar Heels up 7-0 here in the second quarter. 8 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Let's see what the Tar Heels do here since last time out they scored. They've got 3 receivers on the play, 1 tight end, 1 back, shotgun formation at their own 48-yard line. So great field position to start off. Looking to pass. Blitz is coming. Throws it, and it's intercepted. It's intercepted. Oh, my goodness. Look at him. The 50, the 45, the 40, 35, 30, still running 20 to the 10, all the way to the 8-yard line. He practically took that one to the school bus, drove the bus, and dropped it off at the schoolyard with that one. Insane. Oh, my goodness. Max, what have you done? What have you done? He is definitely showing how much they missed Drake May from last year. My goodness, this kid is just lighting it up in the worst way possible right now. My goodness. He's got more interception yards than he's got passing yards so far. We're in the second quarter. Now, I probably shouldn't pile it in on the kid, but right now, this is looking bad. This is looking bad. Brandon says, wow, he can't believe it. He can't believe it. Yeah, this is just, it's got JB flabbergasted right now. But if you're Minnesota, you needed this. You needed this. You needed this if you're Minnesota. Now, 1st and goal. Can you get it into the end zone? All right, here we go. 2 receivers, 2 tight ends, quarterback up under center, 1 back in the backfield, going to snap the ball, play fake, looking, throws it, gets the completion. Can he get into the end zone? No, but he's going to pick up about 2 yards there with the play. Second down coming up, second and goal, 8 minutes and 8 seconds to go here in a second. And again, if you're Minnesota, you are practically gifted this field position. You have got to turn it into points. You've got to turn it. Let's see. Brandon says, once you're like, hey, look at you doing, he does that. And so, yes, look at you doing good. He does that. And so, yeah, exactly. The man was taking a deep shot. Oh, man. I'm going to say this. So far early in this season, the replacements, they are failing miserably. Second and goal. Hands it to the back, and the back gets into the end zone for a touchdown. Marcus, major, 5-yard touchdown. Let's see if the soundboard works this time. I can't hear the soundboard at all. But that's a touchdown. All right. Let's see. Wow. All right, let's see. Truth says touchdown. Parlay says gift wrapped in the touchdown. They practically did. Extra point is good. They practically did. And you know what? Big time players make big time plays. Excellent job there by the DB, not just to get the pick, but he said, hey, my offense needs a little help as well. Let me get this U-Haul truck and put it outside their front door and stuff like that. And that's exactly what he did. And Max. Whoo. My. Brandon is shaking his head. Lewis says, why? He says, why you got to do that? The game was going at such a great pace. He says, why? Here in the second quarter with 7 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, and we're all tied up once again, 7-7. And it all came down to the DB saying, I'll take that, thank you. And he delivered the mail on that one, and the running back finished it off in the end zone. We're all tied up 7-7 in this one. How about that? All right, let's see. All right. Let's see. Braden says touchdown, Colorado, Travis Hunter. Man, he's staying in that end zone. Man, let's see. Brandon says he about to have me turn it into guy from Major League 2 movie. Let's see. SM says Colorado takes the lead 24-20. How much time is left in that one? How much time is left in that one? But man, that one's got to be a game. And you guys let JB know if you can hear my soundboard, because I'm not hearing anything right now. So you guys let me know if you hear anything. Otherwise, I'll just assume it's broken. All right, so that time, what a gift Minnesota received on that one. Let's see. Braden says he can hear me. SM says he can hear me. All right, appreciate that. Appreciate that. All right, so currently at the commercial here, but let's see what's going on here. Let's see. So right now, Max Johnson, starting quarterback, came over from Texas A&M right now, trying to replace Drake May here from North Carolina. What's he done so far? Early in the first half, he's 2 of 7 right now for 10 passing yards. Just 10 passing yards. That's right. Me and you probably could have went out there, threw a pass, and got lucky and get an 11-yard completion. We could have did that. 10 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. And so let's see, Truth says no soundboard. And so, okay, I figured that's the case. I don't know what's going on with it, but I figured out after the stream. No need for it now. No need for it now. These teams have ensured that I don't need to use it too much. So let's see. As for Minnesota, Max Brosmer, 4 of 8 for 27 yards here. You look at the ground game. For the Tar Heels, Hampton's got 10 carries for 53 yards. Max Johnson also ran it 3 times for 20 yards and a rushing touchdown. So he does have a rushing touchdown. Got to give him credit for that. As for Minnesota, of course, Marcus Major, 9 carries, 35 yards on the ground so far, including that touchdown run that he had that was 5 yards. Daniel Jackson, he had a carry for 3 yards. Jordan Newman, he had 1 carry for -1 yards. And so far, Max Brosmer, 4 carries for -13 yards. And again, quarterbacks, they lose yards when they get sacked in college football. SM says 2 of 7 for 10 yards. He says, JB, tell me it ain't so. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Man, the difference between last year having Drake May, where you routinely saw excellent passing and stuff like that, but this year, right now, I'm not saying that this is the whole season here, but what I'm saying is that from what I saw from Max Johnson over at Texas A&M and what I'm seeing right now, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. They showed his career numbers. I don't know how he got those career numbers. He must have went online and edited and stuff like that, but when it really mattered and stuff like that last year, he was kind of shaky. Let's see. Brandon says, greatest college football team ever. And you say, by year, is it Tim Tebow's team with the Gators or is it Miami's 2003 team? And so, interesting question. Let me go ahead and put this one up there and see what the chat has to say about that. We'll let the chat determine. Parlay says they delayed game an hour and the storm was over by 5 p.m. And so talk about extra precautions. All right, here we go. From their own 25-yard line. Gives it to the back, and he's going to pick up about 2 yards on the play. Second down coming up, 7 minutes and 25 seconds to go here. And so, and of course, after that last mistake with Max Johnson, of course, they want to get back to the ground game as much as possible here, but they will need to have some type of a balance here to sustain that, success. 2nd and 8 coming up, 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go here before we reach halftime. Again, we're all tied up 7-7. Brandon says Cam's Auburn. All right, 2nd and 8, throws it. Incomplete. The ball's just beating them all up at this point. Incomplete. Wow. All right, let's see. SM says, I got a good question, JB. Do you think Travis Hunter has to pick a position? I don't see an NFL team letting them play both offense and defense. SM, I feel like obviously he'll have to, focus on the main position. He's not going to go out there in today's game and play both positions. However, I have seen Bill Belichick take guys like Troy Brown and stuff like that, in which Michigan and Troy Brown, that goes back instead of that. And towards the end of Troy Brown's career, played him at DB and stuff like that. So it's possible that the right team can use him the right way and, just special situations go out there and do it. But it won't be like he's like, starting the entire game, both offense and defense. That's not going to happen and stuff like that. But they can certainly utilize him for special packages and stuff like that. But man, Johnson right now, you're not at A&M anymore. And for North Carolina, you certainly don't have Drake May anymore. But man, another sack means another punt. 4th down coming up, 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Truth says every point is good. He's telling the truth. He says, let's go punt. Every truth is good. So content barely, what's good with you? What's good with you? And you say North Carolina? Okay, bet. How are you doing? Gets it from his own 30. Brought down at about the 34-yard line. So we'll see what the Golden Gophers can do here. JB needs some pass attempts right now. I need some pass attempts from Brosmore here. Let's get at least a good 5 or 6 more here before he gets to halftime, please. Let's see. Parlay says LSU with Burrow and Chase and Justin Jefferson. I like that. Because that was a great team there. That was a great team. But then again, you look at that Florida team, they were pretty special some years as well there. So a lot of great teams. Let's see. Lewis says under 53 is a gift. Brandon says Max's crap didn't want him. And so Prince, what's good with you? Prince Jabari says, anybody know if Elijah Spencer got any catches? You're at work and can't watch. I'm going to look that up for you in a second, Prince, as soon as I get an opportunity. All right, so I'm going to look that up for you real shortly. But here in a second, 5 minutes and 59 seconds to go. Shotgun formation here for Minnesota. 2 receivers, 2 tight ends, 1 back. Going to hand it to the back, and the back is going to pick up About 3 yards on the play. 2nd and 7 coming up with 5:50 left to go here in the second. All right, so let me make sure that I get that for you. So, yeah, so Elijah Spencer has 1 catch in this one for 6 yards. So I'll repeat that. Yeah, so the Minnesota wide receiver, Elijah Spencer, he's got 1 catch for 6 yards, Jabari. And the score right now is 7-7. Brosmer has 27 yards passing in this one. All right, so here we go. 2nd and 7. 5:20 to go here before we reach halftime. Back goes in motion. Looking. Throws it. That's going to be completed, but he will be a yard or 2 shy of that first down marker. And he threw that one to Nick Collerup there, the tight end for Minnesota. That's his first catch of the game. So now we got 3rd and 1 for the Minnesota 44-yard line. Parlay says, best game ever played for college football. You say Texas, Vince Young versus USC. Hey, that was a game. That was a game amongst games. That was certainly one that stands out in JB's mind as well. Especially we're talking national championships. Absolutely. All right, so 3rd and 1. Shotgun formation, snaps it. Gives it to the back, and the back is going to fight for it and pick up about 3 yards, including the first down on the carry here in the second quarter with about 4 minutes and 27 seconds to go. Again, we're all tied up 7-7. And let's see, Prince says, true, that's my little bro. And so, hey, that's what's up. That's what's up. I'll try to remember to keep some updates there when it comes to receivers, especially at halftime. I'll go ahead and review the receiving stats also. SM says, you hate Vince Young? Oh, man, SM, I got to hear about this. You hate Vince Young. All right, 3 minutes and 57 seconds to go here. Another run play up the middle. Gets tripped up after picking up about 4 yards there on the play. 2nd down coming up. Again, another carry there for Major. All right, so they're going to send Major here to the sideline, let him get a breather. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Again, Golden Gophers right now with the football, and they're currently at the North Carolina 49-yard line. And so let's see. SM says Hunter should pick receiver because they make more money. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to, really. Here we go, 2nd and 6. Play fake. Looking. Throws it. And he has a man that's going to be completed there. And let's see. That is Daniel Jackson, the receiver there, number 9 for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Picks up 20 yards there on the play. So Max Brosmer there completed it. That time, play action fake, drop back, had to get in that window, and he did. But what really was impressive is that the offensive line gave him time to step up and focus downfield. Give him some time. He's currently right now 6 of 10 for 53 yards passing so far in this one. Parlay said he crushed your soul that day. Let's see. Brandon says Devin Hester was a returner and made more than most receivers. That's a fact. But he also got 100 overall down there on Madden as well for his speed. They hand it to the back. Spins out of 1 tackle there. Excellent job. Picked up about 7-8 yards there on the carry. So Major, he's heating up. He's heating up. You want to keep feeding him. 2nd and 3 coming up. Right now at North Carolina 22-yard line. And we know it's all tied up right now, 7-7. And so Minnesota putting in the work. Marcus Major right now, he's got 13 carries, 52 yards, and a touchdown. He's averaging roughly 4 yards a carry. And right now, this offensive line is starting to win their battles, which is big. Because if they can win those battles, they want to continue to run that ball. Brandon says, good pass. Let's see. Brandon also says that Max, pull out your notebook. Pull out your notebook how to make a good pass. SM says, you're a SC fan, so you're a USC fan. JB, is one of those games you'll never forget. And so, oh, man, I have to imagine that was a heartbreaker there. That was a heartbreaker. And that was honestly, one of my more favorite USC teams and stuff like that. Because I remember Vince Young, he did hurt my team too. Ohio State, we played, I think, in the opener. If it wasn't the opener, then it was probably the second week. But it was one of the first 2 weeks. And they ended up beating us in a close game, which is why they ended up going to the championship. And we didn't that year. So, yeah, Vince Young, he broke multiple souls that year. Absolutely. Absolutely. But your USC team was pretty stacked that year. Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush, Lindell White, all those guys. I thought Michael Huff was going to be a star back in the day, but man, I was wrong about him. All right, but we're currently right now at the commercial. Again, Minnesota looks like they called another timeout. I mean, actually, we're here at the 2 minute. So with 2 minutes to go here before halftime, all tied up 7-7. And at the North Carolina 22-yard line here, perfect opportunity here if you're Minnesota to try to see if you can get some points here. But yes, as always, JB always wants to know who are some of your favorite teams, whether we're talking college football, whether we're talking, NFL. JB definitely loves hearing about your favorite teams. SM says that Pete Carroll is teaching a class at USC now. I saw that. Yeah. I mean, imagine that. You're enrolled in a class and you have the great Pete Carroll out there teaching you. I'm like, man, like let's just talk about playbooks and stuff like that. Like, help me, create a playbook and can we get some connections here to help me, out there? That's what I'd be like. I see Shador Sanders has so far 375 yards passing in that one. That's why when I posted my video for my player props, I said, hey, hammer the over for Shador Sanders for over 305 because I knew he was going to do it. And my man did it extremely early in that one. But again, we're currently at commercial, so we're not missing anything right now. So we're just talking, but we're about to return back from the commercial very shortly. Again, 2 minutes before we reach halftime, scores all tied up 7-7. Now, Minnesota's been in the red zone before. They've been in the red zone before, and they missed the field goal the first time they reached the red zone. Now, the second time, the defense was responsible for them getting there, and they got that touchdown. But let's see if they can find a way. A couple more yards, they'll be in the red zone, but let's see if they can finish. Right now, this drive, currently 6 plays, 43 yards, 3 minutes and 32 seconds to turn the time possession off the clock. They're facing the 2nd and 3 right now. Quarterback's up under center. Got 2 receivers, multiple tight ends, one back in the backfield. Let's see if they hand the ball off again. Receiver goes in motion. Gives it to the back in the back. Gets the first. Still running. Shaking guys off. That is going to be to the 1-yard line, but hold up everything. There is a penalty right now. That can change everything. And let's see. Braden says North Dakota State defense has been bad. Let's see. Brandon says Sam Howell stole the starting spot for Seattle. And so, really, I believe it's still Geno. I mean, unless something transpired that JB just missed, it should still be Geno. But again, I haven't seen if there's, confirmation on that or not. Let's see. Prince says, I was thinking Gamecocks too. You say you're from SC, so that's always what you think. I had to think about it before I said it and stuff like that, but I was like, you know what, USC. So I sometimes make that mistake myself there. Absolutely. SM says, LOL, okay, Brandon, got you. And so Braden says, also Jimmy Horn and Travis Hunter have both looked really good. I started to take the over on Jimmy Horn player prop as well and stuff like that. I should have. All right, so 1st and goal here again for the Golden Gophers. Snaps it. Gives it to the back, and the back. Still fighting forward there. He's probably about 1 yard shy of getting to that end zone. Let's see. Brandon says North Carolina State 31-17. Think they got the W now. And so, okay, so they pulled away. We had our own upset watch taking place for that one. All right, so just outside the end zone, where we're talking 2nd and goal here. I anticipate if they don't quarterback sneak it here, give it to Marcus Major. You know he's going to make it do what it do. And it is going to be a quarterback keeper here, and he's going to score a touchdown. So that's a touchdown there for the Golden Gophers. So how about that? Wow. They do get the touchdown. Wow. And let's see. Plug boy Johnny, what's good with you? He says, come on, NC. How are you doing? Let's see. SM says Colorado 24 and North Dakota State 20 going into the fourth quarter. So they're just now getting to the fourth quarter. Insane. Braden says 24-20, Colorado at the end of the third quarter. So they're just now getting to the fourth. And my man's already got 375 yards. My goodness, that means that his player prop number is going to be extremely high next time. So, but man. And let's see. Playboy Johnny says, good. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it, my guy. And so are you a North Carolina fan or are you just rooting for North Carolina for this game? Let me know your favorite, college team, just whatever sports you like. And anybody else, if you haven't said your favorite teams as well, and you want to tell JB your favorite teams in the chat, be sure to do so. Let's see. Brandon says, SM, we keep saying to score at the same time. Right? All right, but our score right now, Minnesota up 14-7 here. And so Max Brosmer got into the end zone there for his touchdown. And so now the Golden Gophers, they're up 14-7. And you know what that means. Right now, 55 seconds here before we reach halftime. But man, Minnesota on top in this one. Obviously, there's a whole second half to go. But right now, if we're still tracking Max Johnson right now for North Carolina, he's currently 2 of 8 for 10 yards passing for North Carolina. And he threw a terrible interception, which ultimately set up Minnesota for their first touchdown there. So with 55 seconds to go here before halftime, let's see what Max does. Let's see what Max does. Brent says Virginia Tech fan in college and New England in the NFL. And so love those Patriot fans. Absolutely. But Virginia Tech, how long have you been a Virginia Tech fan? I am very curious how far you go back with Virginia Tech. I mean, when I think Virginia Tech, first players that come to mind, I think of Mike Vick, obviously, one of the biggest players that come from Virginia Tech and stuff like that. His brother Marcus went there as well. And so when you think of Virginia Tech, what was that running back that they had that was drafted by Detroit like around 03, I think, 03, 04 that season? I think it was like Kevin Jones. I think he went to Virginia Tech as well. Brent says that Vic was the reason. He says Vic was the reason. Okay. Man, Mike Vick, he brought a different level of excitement, especially you look at the traditional quarterbacks at that time and stuff like that. I mean, Mike Vick, you already knew. You already knew. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. Gets the snap. Looking, throws it. Gets the first down. All right. He's like, now JB can stop saying I got 10 yards. Okay, got the first down. That was Jones with the reception there for North Carolina. Hurrying up. Throws it. Completed. Goes out of bounds at about the 44-yard line. But there is a flag. There is a flag. And let's see, Brandon says Marcus Vick. And so good old Marcus Vick. Those were some years. I know in the NFL, Marcus Vick, they tried to convert him to like a receiver and stuff like that when he spent time with the Dolphins and stuff. All right, so after that penalty, that's going to back them up there. And penalties can certainly destroy that. They can certainly destroy. So that backs them up 15 yards there. So now we're looking at 1st and 25. There's still 42 seconds to go. North Carolina, they do have all 3 timeouts to work with here. Got to make sure you don't turn the ball over. That's a big one. Got to make sure you don't turn the ball over. All right, here we go. Shotgun here. Looking. Moving around. Oh, they got him for the sack. They got him for the sack. You might want to let this clock run at this point. You might want to let it run. 2nd and eternity at this point right now after that sack. Look at that. It wasn't even a real move. So sacked once again. All right, looks like we're gonna get a timeout here by Minnesota. No, we're gonna get a timeout here by North Carolina, their first timeout. So do they really believe that they can get the first down? Interesting. I do want to see Minnesota get the ball back because I need Brosmer to get a couple more pass attempts. I foolishly took the over without knowing that it was going to be raining like this. So for his pass attempts at 25.5. So I can use some more pass attempts from him. Brandon says, how is Max a senior? Max is that guy that he's just been. I mean, because I saw him last year at A&M a couple games, and I was not impressed. He took a lot of sacks there, took a lot of hits, and he didn't really make a ton of big time plays, except like occasionally he'll have a guy that'll break free and stuff. But I didn't see anything impressive that put him on my radar. Brandon says, "Take him out, please." You say Mac will ride this out. You're right, he will. All right, 2nd and 32. Gives it to the back, and the back doing the best he can. He gets brought down at the 20. 25 seconds to go here before halftime. 3rd down coming up. Yeah, it'd be wise to go ahead and just run this one out. But yeah, Max is holding this team back. Let's see. Parlay says the Mad Max Bowl. Let them mess around and put his player prop at a reasonable number for the second half, because he's got to get pulled the way he's playing. He's got to get pulled at some point. So 28 passing yards in the first half, the fewest in the first half, going back to 2019 against Wake Forest. That's, wow. Let's see. Plug says NC doing good right now, and so they started off good defensively. They did start off good defensively, but offensively they are doing horrendous. The only bright spot is, of course, Hampton. He's got 11 carries of 55 yards, but other than that, the pass game's been horrible. Pass game has been horrible. And right now, I mean, shoot, rushing wise for Minnesota, I mean, Majors got 73 yards rushing. I think his player prop was at like 74 yards going into the game and stuff like that, depending on when you played it, anywhere from 68 to about 74 yards. And so you're pretty much, if you took the over on him, you're already basically just about cashed out right now if you took his over. So for Minnesota. So that tells you everything you need to know about North Carolina's run defense. Has definitely been a weak spot there. But yeah, this is not the Tar Heels that you wanted to see today so far in this one. But obviously, you know, the delay, the rain and stuff like that is the first game. But ultimately, if you switch quarterbacks, maybe you get a spark and that helps the team out. But they are trailing 14-7. And Max Johnson is a big part of that. Big part of that. Insane. Insane. But we are currently right now here at the half. Man, Shador's got over 400 yards passing in this one. Wow. Let's see. Brandon says, how many times I got to say Connor needs to put in Max has no awareness at all. It's like you said, it's like you're a created player before you ever level him up. Oh, wow. What a comparison. What a comparison. But yes, we've reached halftime, so JB is going to go ahead and let's take a look at the numbers so far here at the half. And man, these are some abysmal stats here. JB had known that, JB would have went ahead and just put the whole entire house and just taken the entire under. Matter of fact, JB's got to check and see on Underdog if they have these halftime player props up, because this is just bad. Real bad. Oh, they're going to do it. They're going to do it, I see. Okay. Okay, well, if that's the case, oh, man, I need a couple more players. Murray's already got 55. His team is trailing. Second half, 23. All right, so I'll just take the easy ones. I'll just stick with the quarterback then. All right. Got my pick 2 submitted. And let's see, taking the unders on both of these quarterbacks in the second half. That's what I'm doing. They done messed up and gave this chance to JB. But we're going to look at the stats in 1 second. And again, we are at halftime here. So the score again, Minnesota up 14-7. All right. All right, let's see where we're at right now, guys, in the chat real quick, though. Let's see. AG, what's good with you? And you say the Gophers defense looks fire. Hey, gotta love that interception they have for that turnover. Seen a couple nice sacks as well and stuff like that. So defensively, yeah, Minnesota, they're getting after it. They're getting after it. So absolutely, AG, but appreciate you coming through, my guy. Let's see. Nobody special. What's good with you? You say, wow, I left when it was 7-7. You stopped watching on TV because in bed now, and now you're up 14-7. Let's go. So, hey, that means you're rooting for Minnesota. Absolutely. Yeah, Minnesota, hey, defense started this one with that interception, which really gave them that set them up for a touchdown. But then after that, hey, now the run game is here for Minnesota. They can really deviate off of that. They're getting after it. And so let's see. Parlay says Mac Brown said they could be better without maybe at quarterback this year was Cap. You already knew that. You already knew that and stuff like that. Like this just goes to show you got to appreciate when you have an elite quarterback, especially one where he's carrying the team and the defense the year before was not that great. Now the defense, I'll say they look a little bit better. And obviously they still got to improve on the run stopping and stuff like that. We get that, but hey, right now that you're going to need the defense to really grow up and help you out because Max he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. And so, but yeah, nobody special. All you missed was Minnesota turning up the heat defensively, and the ground game is really working. For North Carolina, their ground game is going pretty good as well. The difference is right now for Minnesota, thanks to this defense, like the defense helping them out and stuff like that, they're fully taking advantage of that. They're heating up right now. And honestly, Max Johnson, he's just holding them back. The difference has been Brosmere has made a couple passes. Meanwhile, Max Johnson, he's not doing it. He's not doing it. All right, let's see. Braden says Connor has potential. I'm sorry, Brandon says Connor has potential. He said, like, I've watched enough of him in spring games, random snaps, practice. What year is Connor in? Inform JB, because I don't know too much about him, but what year is he in? AG says, I'll drop a sub. Your energy is great. I appreciate that, AG the OG. I appreciate that, my guy. And just a reminder, while we have some time to talk, guys, your boy will be going live again tomorrow. But tomorrow, I'll be collabing with our very own Old Man Mob. We'll be talking, everything from college football to NFL, all that great stuff. And Saturday, your boy's going to be streaming not just one, not just two, but 3 games on Saturday. I'm going to be streaming the Clemson, Georgia game first. Then I'm going to have to run over fast to the Florida Miami game, and then after that will be the Notre Dame and Virginia Tech game. So JB is going to be streaming all 3 of those on Saturday. So certainly, as many as you guys can come through for, JB would certainly appreciate that here. But hey, week 1 of college football, week 0 had a lot of surprises. I mean, that whole Georgia Tech stuff that caught JB off guard and stuff like that. The SMU Nevada game, that was pretty tight as well. But now week 1, let's see how it goes. And it doesn't stop there. On Sunday, JB will be streaming USC versus LSU. I believe that's the game that plays on Sunday. JB will be streaming that. And on Monday, I'll be streaming Florida State versus Boston College as Florida State tries to redeem themselves. Meanwhile, Boston College, they're going to be trying to see if they can launch off their season the right way. So, yeah, your boy out here putting in the work to get things started here. Again, no NFL because obviously they're not playing this week. But when they do return for the Chiefs and the Ravens, your boy will be streaming that game as well. So, JB got you covered, guys. I got you covered. All right, let's see. Where am I at now? All right, so nobody special says, yeah, I saw that almost house call. You said, how do we get 14-7? Did we INT? And so, well, I'll tell you what, the first touchdown, again, yeah, that was thanks to the interception that put you in the red zone, but the running back did, run it in there. I think it was, no, actually, it was it the quarterback that ran it in there? I got to look and see. All right, so yeah, quarterback ran that one in there, I believe. And then the second time around, yeah, you guys ran it in there into the end zone. Their offense did move the ball down there, which is what you want to see if you're Minnesota, to see the offense able to move the ball down there. And they did move the ball. There was even a big completion that came from Brosmere also and stuff like that. So, yeah, that definitely did help move the chains. So they were able to capitalize and get into that end zone because you don't need much right now, especially if you're a team like Minnesota. You see Majors already got 15 carries for 73 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty much how you're moving the ball. He's got 20 more yards than your quarterback has. But with that being said, though, when your quarterback is going out there and he's able to get a couple of those plays to keep the defense back enough, that's really the difference there. And that prevents the defense from sending those blitzes all the time and getting to the back as soon as he gets the ball. That makes a difference. So that's what the Gophers are doing. But defensively, especially on that D-line and stuff like that, and a couple linebackers there, that is where the Gophers are standing out. And we saw what happened in the secondary and stuff like that. It's just that Max Johnson hasn't really tested secondary much more than that. So absolutely. Let's see, nobody special says, what happened to the previous quarterback we had? What's his face? Did he graduate? So, yeah, Drake May graduated. He was the 3rd quarterback taken in the NFL draft this past draft, and he's currently the second quarterback for the New England Patriots, which is a whole nother controversial type thing, but he's going to be behind Jacoby Brissett at least to start things off. At some point, of course, they're going to hand him the reins there, but they feel the offensive line just can't support him right now. Make sure I didn't skip any comments here. Brandon says he is honestly better than Max, but Max has experience. And so, yeah, these coaches love experience. I'm like, the only experience I want to see as a fan is some W. Let me experience that. That's an experience we can all get behind. And let's see, nobody special says, I don't keep up with much Gopher news, so that's why you're asking. So, yeah, I understand that. So, yeah, it's been, Major on the ground has been big. He's been big and stuff like that, especially once we got to the second quarter. First couple carries, defense was there, but now the offensive line for Minnesota is doing much better. I noticed when Brosmere made that completion and stuff like that, the offensive line gave him more time and stuff like that. And so the offensive line is starting to win their battle. And that's perhaps the biggest thing that's going unnoticed from between the first quarter and the second quarter is that the offensive line for Minnesota got better as this game continued to go on. So there you go. Let's see. AG says he transferred somewhere. I forget. Let's see. Nobody says, let's see. Brandon says year 2 behind Drake last year. Oh, that's right. Okay, so yeah, that one transferred. Let's see. You say, I like to look up his new quarterback more for sure so far, though. And so, okay. Again, still early. You see, Brandon says, came out of high school right down the road from the school. And so, okay, bet. Let's see. Nobody special says, yep, I saw that first. You said, got afraid that our quarterback was under pressure and couldn't throw the ball as much. And so, yeah, that first quarter, that's what it was. That pressure was getting there. But second quarter, I started to notice guys actually staying in front of their guys, just getting them a couple more seconds. Every second matters. If your quarterback can look downfield and he's not thinking, okay, I got to step up through this maze here, move, like if he doesn't have to do that, then, hey, there it is. There it is. And let's see. AG says Gophers receiver Jackson is a stud too. Speaking of which, I did say at halftime I was going to go ahead and call out the numbers here. So far, we'll look at the wide receivers real quick. From Minnesota, Daniel Jackson, 1 catch, 20 yards. All right. So, and then out the backfield, Jordan Nabin, he's got 2 catches for 20 yards as well. Nick Collerup, he's got 1 catch for 6 yards. Elijah Spencer, 1 catch for 6 yards. And Christian Driver, 1 catch for 1 yard so far. That's the receiving stats right now for Minnesota in this one. And let's see. Nobody special says, no, not May. And so I got you. And you said you was like, same old Gopher O-line. I mean, that's one thing you got to take into account is that usually the first game and stuff like that, it takes a little while for the offensive line to gel unless you just have everybody returning or maybe 4 guys returning on the line. But usually it takes a little time if there's a couple newbies on the line, which I don't know, if they have any new guys on the line or not. I just assume that they do. But yeah, once that gets better, oh yeah. Let's see. Nobody special says was for. Okay, with that got answered. Okay, gotcha. I appreciate that. JB Nation, that's JB covered. When JB makes a mistake or says the wrong thing there, they got JB's back. So I appreciate that. Prince says, I think he should stay second until we get a better O-line. And so, yeah, I mean, that offensive line, speaking of the Patriots offensive line, that gives me nightmares. And so I already know how that's going to transpire and stuff like that. So Jacoby Brissett, he's going to get beat up. He's going to get beat up out there behind that offensive line, but we're paying him to get beat up, basically. We're like, hey, we need you to take these hits for now. And while everybody's talking about, obviously the rookie quarterback and Drake May, it gives us an opportunity to, help our other receivers, our young guys, our first-year guys, second-year guys, and stuff like that. Go out there. Jacoby Brissett, sure, he's a, guy that's going to throw it shorter and stuff like that, but once he gets into the zone and stuff like that, he'll at least give them an opportunity to see what the young guys can do. This is all about evaluation. They've made that very clear. They are all about evaluating this year. Let's see. All right, nobody special says, I hope we get another bowl run if that's what it's called. And so then you say, I saw that game, I believe. You say, almost thought we had another Christian Ponder. Well, nobody wants a Christian Ponder and stuff, especially the NFL level. Not a Christian Ponder, not a Jflocka. Nobody wants none of that. We're good. You say, if you don't know who Christian Ponder was, look him up. And so, oh yeah, the former first-round pick out of Florida State and stuff like that. That was a miserable pick and stuff like that. Those were some dark years. Absolutely. Let's see. Nobody says you think the Gophers have a chance at going to the bowl this year, and so I personally believe that they do have a chance and stuff like that to get there. Obviously, you got to win the games you're supposed to win. These games like this, these 50-50 games, you have to come out victorious. But I certainly can see a path to them, getting to that 6-win mark and stuff like that. I think that's certainly a reasonable, and a good expectation. I do believe that. All right, let's see. Nobody special said or whatever it's called. I don't want to say Super Bowl. I got you. You said you kept up more with the NFL, but yeah, to go to a bowl game, absolutely. Let's see. Parlay says it's super early, but if you had to pick the national championship, who do you like? If JB had to pick national championship and stuff like that, I would say, as of right now, my expectation would be the Ohio State Buckeyes versus the Georgia Bulldogs. That would be JB's expectation as of right now, entering into the season and stuff like that. I could make a case for Oregon as well, but gonna lean with Ohio State. And yes, I'm an Ohio State fan, but yeah, I think Buckeyes versus the Bulldogs for right now. Obviously, as you mentioned, it is early. If you asked me earlier, I would have given Texas a shot, but Texas is experiencing a lot of injuries and stuff like that. A lot of injuries, especially in that backfield. They're getting torn apart, so that's something to keep an eye out for. Let's see. Brandon says he thinks Ole Miss is going to shock some people this year. Only way Ole Miss is going to shock people, in my opinion, is if they really recruited hard on the defensive side of the ball. That is always their weakness, is the defense. And when you have a defense like Ole Miss has had the last couple of seasons, you can't beat a Georgia and you can't beat an Alabama with those two types of with that type of defense. You can get into a shootout with last year's version of LSU and stuff like that because they had no defense also. But when you play the teams that have defenses and you need to get stops and stuff like that, that's going to be hard. Listen, nobody special says like the Vikings getting McCarthy, but then McCarthy got his season end. Yeah, that season ended. That was terrible. That was terrible, and you hate to see it because the kid looked really good. He looked really good in the preseason game. I know it's a preseason game there. He did throw that one pick, but after that, he got it together and his confidence was high. So you hate to see it, especially if you're a Vikings fan and now you know that Sam Darnold's going to be the guy for the entire year, most likely, or at least you guys have enough. Let's see. AG says the Golf's got a tough schedule, but if they can upset teams like North Carolina, like a UCLA, like a USC, like a Wisconsin, etc., they're going to be real solid and entertaining. And let's see, nobody special says Ohio State equals Kansas City. You say, well, almost always getting that perfect season. And so, well, almost ain't good enough. Another almost season is going to get Ryan Day fired if it's another almost season and stuff like that. Obviously, we know it hasn't been going our way the last couple of years with Michigan. And JB will admit the last time we played Oregon, they got the better of us. So we need to come in with a vengeance. We need to come in with a real vengeance this year. And I mean it. I mean it. Lewis says Georgia versus Ohio State. So Lewis is on board for that. He's on board for that. Absolutely. Listen, nobody special says, bro, I was depressed when that happened. You said they found their franchise quarterback, then this happens. And so it's tough. And you hate to see it. You hate to see it because when a kid is feeling confident and stuff like that, you have pieces around him to help him go out there and be successful and stuff like that. And all you really wanted to see was him to go out there year one and really build a solid foundation. When you have a rookie quarterback, that's what you want. Braden says, touchdown, Travis Hunter. Again, what's that, his third touchdown today? Oh, my goodness. Wow. Let's see, Brandon says Georgia could come up with some losses with their schedule. They're going to get banged up this year with that schedule. There are certainly possibilities. I'm not going to sit here and say that they're invincible. I'm not going to say anybody's invincible. You look at the different conferences and stuff like that, it's going to make it very, very tough for teams to survive, especially we're talking Big Ten, we're talking SEC. It's going to be really tough. It's going to be brutal. And injuries will certainly play a big part there. But if we're just going off obviously the preseason there, I can't anticipate the injuries and stuff that other than what we've already known so far. But absolutely. Let's see. Braden says 31-20 Colorado. Let's see. Nobody special says any game going on. And so, yeah, there's a couple games actually going on right now. A lot of them are in the fourth quarter, though. Obviously, North Carolina State, their game, they're up 38-21, 12 seconds left, so they got the W in that one. Mizzou's taking care of business. They're up 41-0. Obviously, Colorado and North Dakota State, they're playing. They're up, and Colorado's up, apparently, according to Braden right there, 31-20. SM says Travis Hunter, and so, I mean, he's making it look easy. He's making it look easy. You see, Braden says, yep, and it was crazy catch. He catches everything. And let's see, Braden says, speaking of Oregon, what's everyone think of Bo Nix now starting? And so that's a good question. Matter of fact, Brandon, let me go ahead and put that question up there so that way anybody who wants to answer can go ahead and answer. What does everybody think of Bo Nix now being the starter? I like it for him. Seems like Sean Payton likes him. Bo Nix, he has a certain maturity about him that came from all his years' experience. I will admit, when Bo Nix was early in his college years, JB probably downed him just about as much as anybody when he was at Auburn and stuff like that. But he went to Oregon and he changed JB's opinion of him down there at Oregon. But then I heard a lot of people were not too high on him until the draft. Thought he was more of the system that he ran and stuff like that. But I feel like with the Broncos, he's in a good place where Sean Payton is going to try to help him to maximize what he does well and stuff like that. And he's obviously got a lot of experience and stuff. So I honestly, him starting as considering the options they have, I'm certainly not going to vouch for Zach Wilson. I'm not going to do that. I don't care how good he looks in preseason and stuff like that. I'm not going to vouch for him and stuff like that. And Jarrett Stidham, I'm good. I'm good. Miss me on that. So Bo Nix out there, I feel like Bo Nix can go out there and he can do solid his rookie year. I'm not saying he's going to go out there and get no offensive rookie of the year. I'm not saying he's going to lead into no playoffs and stuff like that, but he can go out there and he can show that he can be the starting quarterback for the Broncos. And I feel like they'll put him in some good situations and stuff like that. There's a lot that he can do. We focus on the limitations of what some feel like he can't. He got a lot of things that he can do and stuff like that. As SM says, you like Bo Nix pre-draft. You're not shocked he's starting. A lot of quarterbacks got drafted. Let's see, AG says, Major looks great for the Gophers. Oh, yeah, spectacular. And he's just heating up. He's just heating up. At this rate, he might reach 150. He might reach 150. Let's see, Nobody Special says, I saw that Darius Taylor is out again. You said ever since you started watching, you haven't seen much of Darius on the field in selected games because of injuries. Is he injury prone? And so when a man has a lot of, JB doesn't like to put that injury prone label on somebody and stuff like that. But if it happens again, JB's going to go ahead and slap that tag on him. So absolutely. SM says the Broncos are his surprise team. Call him crazy, but he thinks they'll make the playoffs. That's not crazy at all. All right, but now we've got the second half on the way. So the Tar Heels now, okay. Return that kickoff. Let's see what the Tar Heels got in store here. Obviously, if you're the Tar Heels here, you're going to have to figure something out offensively. If Max goes out there and looks the same like he did in the first half, you make the switch. Heck, if I'm the coach, I'm already making that switch right now at halftime. He's shown me more than enough. Braden says that Stephen F. Austin is up 70-0. Oh, man, 70-0 at halftime? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And if I was the coach, I probably would still play my starters up until the fourth. I'm just kidding, y'all. I really wouldn't do that. But still, that's 70-0 at halftime? Come on, man. All right, 1st and 10. Feeds it to the back, in the back. Oh, if he would have got away from that tackle right there. But excellent job just holding on to his foot there. Picked up 5 yards there. Omarion Hampton picked up 5 yards from North Carolina. Takes him to the 23-yard line. He's currently got 12 carries for 60 yards. 2nd and 5 coming up. 2 receivers top of the screen, multiple tight ends. Went back, and they feed it to the back again, but this time he's going to get tripped up. 3rd down coming up. Let's see. Parlay says that Ayuk signed today. That's right. Brandon Ayuk, he signed today. So it was previously CeeDee Lamb. Now it's Brandon Ayuk. And you said Jamar Chase, hopefully he gets his deal next. Pay him before you play him. Go ahead and I'm all for these guys getting paid. I'm all for these guys getting paid. All right, so we got a 3rd and 4 situation right now for the Tar Heels offense. They're currently, so far today, 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. From their own 23-yard line, gets the snap. Max is looking. Max throws one up there. Is it caught? That's going to be a catch. That's going to be a catch. So that's a pickup of 10 yards there on the play. And now looking at the replay, yes, he secured that one. That is indeed a catch. Picked up about 10 on that play. It's now 1st and 10. And they're looking to make substitutions there on defense. All right, shotgun. Gives it to the back, and he is going to pick up about 3 yards there on the carry off the right guard. Again, Hampton so far in this one, 14 carries, 64 yards. Let's see. AG says his surprise team is the Vikings, but you might be a little biased. You say your defense will still be good this year. Let's see. Brandon says, run that score up. What Oregon's coach would do that? You already know. Nobody Special says, what's y'all thoughts of Justin Jefferson, a.k.a. Jets 4-year deal? Love it for him. He deserves it. He deserves it. All right, they run it again. Picks up about 6 yards. Now we got 3rd and short coming up. All right, let's see. Nobody Special says, I know it was a while ago. Let's see. Brandon says, no mercy. Finally a good pass. AG says, best receiver in the league, so it's deserved. Absolutely. All right, they run it again and fighting forward for every yard he can. Picks up, let's see how many yards they say he picks up here. About 2-3 yards there. Again, another carry there for Hampton out the backfield. I'm sure he's saying to himself, life was a little bit easier when he had Drake May back there. But that Minnesota defense putting in the work. All right, again, 3rd quarter, 11:45 to go. Minnesota up 14-7. Tar Heels with the football from their own 45-yard line. Gets the snap. Johnson throws it to the back of the backfield. The back, he's going to pick up some yards there. Picks up about 5 yards there on the play. And that was Barlow. Darwin Barlow there, the running back number 24 for North Carolina. Picks up 5 yards there on that reception. And let's see, nobody Special says, that's my receiver. You said you got his jersey. Hey, that's what's up. When did you get his jersey? Let's see, nobody says, might have to get that new uni they showed off Winter White out, I believe. AG says, yeah, the Winter Warrior jerseys are fire. Throws it. Completed here. So we're getting a couple completions here. So I don't know what they did, what they said to him and stuff like that here at the half. But Max Johnson getting a little completions here. Just little completions. And that time, just a simple slant. All right, so this time they're going to let Barlow run it. He's going to pick up 2 yards. So 2nd and 8 coming up here in the 3rd quarter with 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go. All right, let's see. Nobody Special says, no lie, I got that Jets jersey before the Colts. Okay, so you got JJ's jersey before the Colts and Vikings game, which was their first game. Largest comeback in NFL history. And so, yes. Oh, man, look at that play there where is that going to go down as a pass there? 7 yards there. Okay, so it goes down as a pass there to Jake Johnson. So now we're looking at 3rd and short here. So 3rd and 1. So right now, Max Johnson, he's got himself 55 yards passing so far in this one. 3rd and 1. Feeds it to the back, and the back is going to pick up a 1st down and then some. Nice pickup of 5 yards. He's currently right now got 17 carries for 77 yards so far in this one for Hampton. Brandon says this is good passing. You say finally some decent play calls. I mean, you got to go in there at halftime and you got to shake it up. Got to shake it up. All right, receiver goes in motion. End the round to the receiver. And he will be about a yard shy of that 1st down marker. Excellent play there on 1st down to pick up 9 yards there on the end of the round. And that was McCullum there. Nate McCullum. 9 yards there on the end of the round for 9 yards. So now we got a 2nd and 1 situation right now at the Minnesota 22. Quick pass there, caught by the receiver, and the receiver bounces off the first guy, stays on his feet. Going to fight to the 15-yard line. Picked up 7. Christian Hamilton was the receiver on that one. All right, so can this offense get in the end zone and tie this one up? Let's see. Nobody says just as the hype man we all want in our lives. And let's see. Brandon says to his brother. SM says football is the greatest sport in the world. Man, I'm glad it's finally back. It's been a long time coming, no lie. All right, so there is an injured player right now for the Golden Gophers. Medical staff will look at him. Got to look and see what jersey that was, but yeah, medical staff will look at him. And again, we're here in the third quarter, 8 minutes and 51 seconds to go. Minnesota's up 14-7. Tar Heels have the football here. They're putting together a drive, 13 plays, 67 yards, 6 minutes and 4 seconds here. They are in the red zone right now at the Minnesota 15-yard line, looking to try to tie this one up. But Minnesota, they've got different plans here. Can this defense, they may have been, but can they hold up? Let's see. Nobody special says North Carolina is going all out to tie it up. Braden says touchdown North Dakota State, but they failed a 2-point conversion. So it's currently right now 31-26, Colorado leading. How much time left in that one, Braden? Absolutely. And so this game right here, awfully close, and we're going to see if the Tar Heels can get a score. I anticipate that 15 yards out, I would not be surprised if they do end up scoring because Max Johnson uses his legs again. But again, if Hampton gets in the end zone, at least one of the bets I got out there will be a W for me. So I need Hampton to get in that end zone. Do it for JB. Let's see, Brandon says, I forgot Max's brother played on tight end. And so I had forgot it too. Honestly, I forgot it too. Brandon said 2:19 left to go. Okay, so with 2:19 left to go. And so, okay, definitely keep me updated with that one. Parlay says no onside kick. So they're going to believe in their defense. They must have all timeouts there. They're going to believe in their defense. And so, hey, sometimes it works. I mean, these onside kicks, they be kind of fluky anyways. They don't really be working like that. So they're just going to go out there and play solid defense. I hear you. But yes, football at its finest. And again, your boy's streaming 3 games on Saturday. I've already got the stream set up there. So if you ever forget, just make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you do have notification bells turned on, and we will definitely be having a day on Saturday. Best believe that. But tomorrow, that's the perfect time for us, talk football and stuff like that and see how that goes. All right, so from the 15, shotgun formation here. And Johnson's going to keep it himself there. And he's hit by a swarm of Golden Gophers. My goodness. Probably should have gave it to the back on that one. I am not going to lie. Johnson's got 6 carries today for 10 yards, including 1 touchdown. AG says, I low-key want North Dakota State for the upset. So AG wants the upset. All right, shotgun. Tosses it to the back, trying to get to the outside. Hard to get there. They bring him down. 3rd down coming up. So with 3rd down coming up here, 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Ended up losing 3 yards there on that carry, which puts him at 18 carries for 74 yards. If you're tracking his player prop, I think which was ranging anywhere from like 92 to 98, depending on where you played it. You need him basically to get to about 100 yards today. He's got 74, but here we go. 3rd and 14. A long drive, taking off 7 minutes off the clock. Johnson looking. Johnson throws it. Johnson gets the completion. Shakes off the first guy. Picks up a couple yards there. Again, that's Hampton there with the catch. But they will be well shy of that 1st down marker. So 4th down coming up. He picked up 6 yards there. And so let's see. Todd, what's good with you? Todd said just Tar Heel plus 140 main line. You took it? Okay, bet. Meanwhile, field goal kicker coming out here for the Tar Heels, trying to get 3 points up here. And it's going to be Noah Burnett with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go to cap off what was a long, nearly 8-minute drive. And the kick is good. So tack on 3 more points right now for the Tar Heels. Our score right now, Minnesota 14, Tar Heels 10. But hey, Tar Heels dominated that third quarter. Absolutely dominated that third quarter in terms of just time of possession on that drive, but ultimately fell short with just a field goal there. Obviously, they wanted a touchdown. And let's see, make sure I caught up here on the comments here. Brendan says already has more yards this drive than the first half. About time, Max. And so, yeah, he's trying to put it together. He's trying to put it together. Parlay said, bet North Dakota State plus points, but Colorado can hit big plays. And so, bet. And so, nobody special says, yawn, I'm tired. You said, can't stay awake. Long day, I tell you. You said, thanks for letting me stop by. It was completely random, but worth it. Night, everyone. Hey, appreciate you coming through. You're always welcome here on JB Nation. Absolutely. And looking forward to, in the future, a lot of great games together. Absolutely. But yes, that hour delay absolutely changed life for a lot of us here. Luckily, your boy is off tomorrow. Truth Teller says he's cashed 9 bets in a row. Truth Teller, you are the truth. You know what? We need you to stop by on tomorrow's stream and spread some of that knowledge for this upcoming weekend and stuff like that. Help JB Nation cash in. And let's see. Todd said, yeah. And let's see. Truth Teller says under 24.5 first half. That did indeed hit. Absolutely, because they're just now reaching 24. So it still would have been under. But again, right now, currently here at the commercial, and what we do know is that this entire third quarter, since we came back from halftime, it was all North Carolina with the football, doing their thing, on the ground and stuff like that. But Max Johnson had his best series of the game on this previous one. So we'll see if he can be consistent. Clearly, they made some adjustments there for the second half there, but they came away with 3 points here. So they certainly need more from him. But man, my man took away a lot of time. Let's see how Minnesota responds here coming out. And of course, if you're Minnesota, obviously they want to go out there and utilize, Major as much as they can here and continue to obviously move the ball, run the clock in the process and stuff like that, but move the ball and get first downs and put yourself in a position to score. We'll see if they can do just that when we come back here. But right now, looking at the stats here, Max Johnson for the entire game so far, 10 of 16 for 68 yards passing, 0 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's right, 68 yards passing so far in this one. As for Minnesota's quarterback, Max Brosmer, he's currently 6 of 10 for 53 yards to the air, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Now let's look at the ground game. Omarion Hampton, he's currently got 18 carries for 74 yards, longest run of the night, 16 yards. As a team for North Carolina, they've got 26 carries, 95 rushing yards, and a touchdown. As for Minnesota, leading rusher Marcus Major, he's got 15 carries for 73 yards and a rushing touchdown. Max Brosmer also has a touchdown as well, but he's got 5 carries for negative 12 yards. But as a team, they've got 22 carries for 63 yards so far in this one. And that's the statistics so far for both the passing and the running. But that scoring drive, 17 plays, 70 yards, 8 minutes, and 21 seconds off the clock. If you ever heard JB before, JB is very fond of taking time of possession away from your opponent, keeps your defense rested and stuff like that. So that way they feel fresh when they get on the field, lets your offense really start to feel like they're winning that battle, especially if we're talking 17 plays. That means the offensive line really feels like they're getting, a lot more comfortable and stuff like that. So we'll see if that pays off. But now let's see what Minnesota looks like in the second half. What adjustments did they make? All right, kickoff on the way. No return. All right, so we'll see what Max Brosmer can do here. He's currently 6 of 10 for 53 yards. Again, that all came in the first half. This is his first look here in the third quarter when he's only got 6 minutes and 34 seconds left to work with here in the third. So they've done a tremendous job of just keeping him on the sideline in here in this second half. Let's see, Truth says that's the first college football. Other 8 were baseball. You say you have under for 52 as well. And so, okay, so you're the baseball guru then. Okay. All right, let's see. 1st and 10. Brosmer up under center. Tight end goes in motion. Multiple tight ends on the play. Play fake. Looking. Pressure coming. Throws it. Incomplete. So 2nd down coming up. 2nd and 10. So 2nd and 10 coming up again here in the third quarter with 6:28 to go. All right, so we'll see what comes up here. Again, the score right now, Minnesota up 14-10 here in the third quarter, 6 minutes and 28 seconds to go. Parlay says big pass interference penalty on North Dakota State. Ooh, that sounds huge. Was it a good call? 2nd and 10. Feeds it to the back, trying to find some room to work with. Was able to turn that into a 1-yard pickup out of sheer effort there by Major. Now he's claiming that there should have been a face mask, but that means third down's coming up. So 3rd and 9's coming up. And again, you just had your defense out there for a while. The last thing you want is to go 3 and out. You got to find a way to pick up this first down. All right, here we go. 3rd and 9. Shotgun formation. Will North Carolina send pressure? Throws it. Oh, incomplete. You had the guy. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's see. Truth Teller says it's smart. You tell smart people on some of the bets. Hey, at least you know where the smart people are at. I'm all for that. Todd says a punt is coming right now. That's right. A punt is coming. Parlay says, yeah, it was legit, and it was on 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6. Wow, that hurts. That kills everything right there. If we're talking about, I assume, less than 2 minutes there, that hurt. That hurt. Let's see. Truth says, my friend posts public plays on X, and he sells nothing. His picks are 5-0 today. Well, he sounds like he's the guru. Let's see. Punts on the way. Fair catch. But then he doesn't touch the ball. Okay, so it's going to take a Minnesota bounce here. Still going at about the 17-yard line. Probably should have just went ahead and caught that one for field position's sake, but okay. We'll see how this one goes. Let's see. Truth says, I can name drop if you want. So, yeah, go ahead. You know, it might help somebody else who has interest and stuff like that. So do feel free to do it and stuff like that. JB does not mind at all, you know, mentioning any other YouTubers and stuff like that. So absolutely. You got a guy who's the guy, that works out just great. Absolutely. All right. So again, another commercial here, and this time we'll look at the wide receivers in this one. So for North Carolina, you know, some of their top receivers, J.J. Jones, 2 catches for 20 yards so far in this one, longest catch of the night, 13 yards. Bryson Nesbitt, he's got 2 catches for 15 yards. And out the backfield, Omarion Hampton, he's got 3 catches for 14 yards. Jake Johnson, 1 catch, 7 yards. Christian Hamilton, 1 catch, 7 yards. And Darren Barlow, 1 catch, 5 yards right now for the North Carolina wide receivers. As for Minnesota receivers, Daniel Jackson, 1 catch, 20 yards. Jordan Newman, 2 catches for 20 yards. Nick Collerup, he's got 1 catch for 6 yards. Elijah Spencer, 1 catch, 6 yards. Christian Driver, 1 catch, 1 yard so far in this one. Now, looking at defensive players to see who has gotten sacks in this one. So we'll start with the Tar Heels here since we got some time here. And so Javari Whitsey, he's got 2 sacks in this one for the Tar Heels. And also Amar Campbell, he's got a sack as well. So they're responsible for the 3 sacks total against Minnesota. And again, that's the North Carolina defensive players there that got these sacks in that one. And as for Minnesota, some of their key sacks here, Anthony Smith has a solo sack in this one for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Meanwhile, both Danny Struggan and Ja Joyner, they both split a sack there, so they have half a sack each. And for interceptions, Justin Wally, he had an interception there earlier and ran it back 70 yards as well. Very impressive. All right, let's see. All right, Parlay says I might have to change my name now. Okay, Truth says we put our minds together to beat the books, and so that's what you got to do. That's what it's all about. Spread the wealth. Todd says Jimmy the Bag. Oh man, I watch him all the time. You said he does a live feed on YouTube, man. And so, oh, nice. I must have missed the comment earlier. Jimmy the Bag. Okay, awesome. I'll be sure to check him out then. JB's gonna check him out. Says picks are 4-0. And so, hey, still undefeated. He said the rest for you. AG says Wally is great. Absolutely. Now they run the ball here. Nice pickup on first down. You pick up 5 yards, you pick up 6 yards on first down, and you set the tone like that, you make it so much easier on second down. You can just go ahead, hand it off again, or maybe Max Johnson can keep it there and stuff like that. So you're able to utilize that ground game. Let's see what the Tar Heels do here because they got a formula now in the second half. 2nd and 5, shotgun formation. 4 receivers on the play. Back goes in motion, gets the snap. Johnson looking, throws it to the back, and the back's going to get the catch here. And he's going to go out of bounds after picking up about 3 yards there on the catch. Four minutes and 42 seconds to go here in the third quarter of play. All right, let's see. Truth says we're having a poker tournament tomorrow. Word? Okay, okay. That's what's up. All right, here we go. 3rd and 2nd. 4 minutes and 22 seconds to go here in the third. And third quarter has belonged to North Carolina in terms of just time of possession. They feed it to the back. In the back. Uh-oh, look at him. Tried to stay on his feet there, but he did pick up that first down there. Took it all the way to about that 33-yard line. He picked up 9 yards on the run. And again, Amari and Hampton, 20 carries, 87 yards so far in this one. And they're going to continue to rely on him a lot in this one. He's racking up them carries. He's in mid-season form. 21 carries, 89 yards. Johnson's looking. Ooh, he threw a pass, but if that DB would have found a way to read that one, because he reacted really fast. So you'll take an incompletion there if you're rooting for North Carolina. You'll take an incompletion. Absolutely. Let's see. Todd says, Night, Brandon, thanks for having me. First time watcher. And so, hey, absolutely. Absolutely. And of course, here on JB Nation, we appreciate you coming through here, Todd. Absolutely. And again, JB will be going live tomorrow, but my next college football stream will be this Saturday. I got 3 lined up on Saturday. But here we go. 2nd and 10. Max moving. Max throws it, gets it to the back, and the back is going to get back to the line of scrimmage there. 3rd down coming up. So 3rd down coming up. And if you're Minnesota right now, you definitely want to get a stop if you're Minnesota because honestly, they have the football a lot here, and you don't want to get too fatigued here. It's opening night, so guys are still getting their leg up under them and stuff like that. So this is where you want to get your stop if you are Minnesota. If you're North Carolina, though, hey, you want to keep that train moving. Look at that. Career starts entering into tonight. So this was a completely fresh unit here for North Carolina offensive and that offensive line, just about except for one guy. Wow. But here we go. 3rd and 10. They're sending a blitz. Johnson looking. Johnson hit while he threw that one. Incomplete. Incomplete. Wait a minute. Johnson is still down. Oh, my goodness. Johnson is hurt. There's a flag. But Johnson is down. He's holding his leg. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Let's see. Truth says Jimmy reposts other great cappers. You say you like Jimmy because he doesn't sell picks. Well, I got to check out Jimmy for real. I got to check him out. I've got to check him out. Let's see. Jimmy the Bag. JB going to go ahead right now on Twitter, actually, and check him out right now. Because it seems like Jimmy the Bag is getting the bag and not requesting the bag. All right. Found him. All right. Your boy JB just followed him and stuff like that. Jimmy the Bag. So I'll be checking out his stuff. Appreciate that. Putting JB on game. Since Truth vouched for him as well and Truth tells the truth, hey, had to do it. Let's see. Braden says Colorado wins 31-26. Okay. I know my brother's going to love that. An entertaining game and stuff like that. He's going to love it. I know he's currently working right now, but he'll watch the replay of it. So I won't spoil it for him. Let's see. Parlay says Colorado win 31-26. You say North Dakota State got to Colorado 5-yard line on a Hail Mary. Wow. So you're talking about one of those games that literally came down to the last play. That's insane. That's insane. Absolutely. Wow. If only JB could be at 2 places at once, right? But again, we're still right now currently at the commercial. Thanks to the injury in which Max Johnson, we can only hope that it's nothing too serious. But right now, if you're just tuning in, Max Johnson, the quarterback for the North Carolina Tar Heels, currently got injured on that play. There was a flag also there. And so, oh man, but he was holding what looked like his knee. And again, JB can't hear the audio here, so I don't know exactly there, but it looked like he was holding his knee. He clearly was grabbing his leg while he was down there in pain. So medical staff looking at him. And so definitely hoping that Max Johnson will be okay. But man, because North Carolina, they was finally finding something. They were finally finding something, and then this happens. So right now we're currently at the commercial, and we're just hoping for the best right now for Max Johnson again, quarterback for the Tar Heels right now. As man, hopefully that injury isn't as bad as it looks. As the truth says, yes, Jimmy also keeps record of him and every guest on his show. And so, okay, bet. And just a reminder, guys, that JB will be streaming 3 games on Saturday. That's why I'm going to be streaming the Clemson, Georgia game, the Florida, Miami game, and the Notre Dame versus Virginia Tech games. JB got you covered for all 3 of those games on Saturday. Tomorrow, I'll be going live with Old Man, our very own Old Man Mob and stuff like that to discuss, college football, NFL, take questions, just talk topics about sports because that's what we love here on JB Nation. And again, if you're just tuning in, the score right now, Minnesota 14, Tar Heels 10. But since halftime, Tar Heels, have been dominating this quarter in terms of time of possession. They've been moving the ball, but it all comes down to obviously right now, Max Johnson was just getting it better. Last drive out there was his best drive so far. He's currently right now 12 of 19 for 71 yards passing. Threw a bad interception the first half, but he was just starting to look a little bit more comfortable out there. But then this injury happened, so I can only hope the best for him. And we'll see how that changes things right now for North Carolina. But they've been able to really rely on Hampton. Of course, he's got 20 carries for 87 yards. You look at that, look at Johnson. You can see it on his face. This is something serious right now for him. They assist him to get to the cart, and they're going to cart him off. So it looks like initially a knee injury. Again, I can't hear the audio that they're talking and stuff like that, but man, you can see the concerned look by the fans there. Wow. Oh, yeah, he's in a lot of pain, Safe to say his night is definitely done, but definitely hoping the best for him. Let's see. Truth says wins, loss, and ROI is okay. And you say they give out real bets, not picks. And you say you'll come through. Appreciate that. Parlay says he looks like he's in a lot of pain. And so, yeah, he really does. Because the way when he first hit that ground, and I can tell by the way that he held his knee and stuff like that. So highly concerned, for him. And obviously his teammates around him. It's just been that kind of game. This game got started off with an hour delay before we even had the kickoff and stuff like that. And then once we got started here, it took a little minute before both teams started to find themselves offensively. But this is just downright just sad, heartbreaking news there. You never want to see a kid get hurt and all like that. I mean, he put in all this work to get to this point, and to have that happen, man, that's heartbreaking. AG says, what happened? You had to let your dog out and you saw him go down, but nothing after that. And so, yeah, when he went down and stuff like that, he grabbed his knee. And so he clearly hurt his knee there. And again, I'm no doctor. I'm just going off of what I've seen there. No audio to, confirm that. But he's been holding his knee. Right now, he's still holding his knee on the cart. So clearly he hurt his knee and stuff like that. And the fact that he has to be carted off and the amount of pain that he's in, something tells me that this is obviously it's a major injury and stuff like that. But man, we'll wait to see what what we find out later on. But man, this is heartbreaking for the kid. Max Johnson has left the game for North Carolina, being carted off the field. And so now we're going to see who's the new guy here for North Carolina at quarterback. Connor Harrell. We'll get to see him come in there. So AG says, hope he's all right. All right, here we go. First play, feeds it to the back and the back, fighting through contact between the center and guard here, and he is going to pick up 5 yards on the ground. Again, Omarion Hampton, he's got 21 carries for 92 yards. And for those of you that take player props and stuff like that, I believe his highest line was like 98 and stuff like that. It did lower. So if you took the over on him, he's very close to getting that. 2nd and 4 coming up. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go here in the third quarter of play. Again, right now, Minnesota leading 14-10, but North Carolina, they got a field goal last drive right now. They've got 2 receivers top of the screen, multiple tight ends, 1 back, going to give it to the back, and the back off the left side, fighting forward, picks up about 2-3 yards there on the carry. That's going to make it 3rd and short. Let's see what they opt to call here. Let's see what they opt to call here. So 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go here in the third quarter. So we're going to see what this kid's about right now. But on 3rd and 1, let's see, his hometown, Alabama, 6'2", 210 pounds. Receiver goes in motion. Feeds it to the back and the back. Oh, look at that space. Look at that space. What a big pickup. 13 yards there. So Amarian Hampton, he's definitely hit that over. If you took the player prop, he definitely hit that over there. But man, what a big time run. He's now got 24 carries for 109 yards rushing. They feed it to him again. Picks up 2 yards on the play. Truth says we cashing under 52. You already know. RC back in the building. And RC says, JB, I'm back in here, man. Glad to have you back. Oh, man. So they're going to go ahead and let Hampton go to the sideline there. Let him get a breather. I still need Hampton to get into the end zone at some point in this game. But here we go. 4 receivers, 1 back. Shotgun formation currently at the 34-yard line of Minnesota. Quarterback looking to run. Spins away, goes down. Back at the line of scrimmage there. Again, Harold tried to run it there. They're going to credit him with a 1-yard pickup. 50 seconds left to go here in the third quarter. So still plenty of action to go in this one. Let's see. RC says Colorado game is over. They held on. Let's see. Parlay says Colorado opened at plus 8.5, then moved to plus 10.5. The public really likes Colorado. You say you bet North Dakota State plus 8.5 2 weeks ago. And so my man already secured that in 2 weeks ago. I got you. All right, 3rd and 8 right now. Tar Heel shotgun formation. Gets the snap. Harold throws one. And that's going to be incomplete. Incomplete. So that's incomplete there with 24 seconds left to go here in the third quarter of play. Minnesota defense holds on. So 4th and 8, and the offense will be coming off the field here. Again, the score right now, Minnesota 14, North Carolina 10. Let's see, RC says, JB, let's go Golden Gophers. Okay, okay. He says open at minus 8.5 and closed at minus 10.5. All right, so we're going to get a 52-yard field goal attempt here by Noah Burnett. Let's see if he can convert from 50-plus, guys. 5 seconds right now on the play clock. Kick is up, and the kick is good. The kick is good. So tack on 3 more points here for the Tar Heels in the score right now. Minnesota 14, Tar Heels 13. So we have a 1-point game in this one. It may not have started off the most prettiest of games of this one, but what I do like is that it's been a hard-fought game. We've seen a little bit of everything in terms of great defenses. We've seen the offensive line stepped it up. We've seen the run games come through, but it's going to come down to probably which of these quarterbacks is going to be able to separate themselves towards the end. RC says, JB, how you holding up, my dude? JB is doing great. JB ain't got to worry about work tomorrow. There's no work for JB. JB doesn't go back to work until Tuesday. I'm feeling great, and this is the first of many streams we got lined up. Again, since we have some time here, JB's going to be doing a live stream tomorrow where I'm just going to be talking college football and NFL. And, of course, JB learns from you guys as well as you guys learn from JB, so we all learn from each other. But Saturday, that's when the fun really gets going, guys. Saturday, 3 football games. Your boy's going to be live streaming on that one there. So definitely make sure that if you are subscribed and stuff like that, that you check out which games JB has lined up. I even created a post in the community so that way you guys can see easily the games that I have set up and stuff like that over the weekend. All right, but 19 seconds left to go here in the third. Again, Minnesota still leading this one 14-13, but the third quarter has really been North Carolina. They have dominated in terms of just moving the ball, time of possession, and stuff like that. Now, the injury of Max Johnson, hate to see it for the kid. Hate to see it for him. All right, catches at the 11. Goes to about the 25. All right, so here we go. 15 seconds left before the end of the third quarter. And right now, Minnesota up by 1 point, 14, 13. But they got to get something going here in the second half. They have to get something going in the second half. They have not really been able to so far. And there's some Max Brosmore. He's currently 6 of 12 for 53 yards. Major, he's 16 carries, 74 yards, and a touchdown. But most of that came in the first half here. They really haven't had the football all that long here in the second half. Let's see what they do. Again, just 15 seconds left to go here in the quarter from their own 25-yard line. Shotgun formation. Tight end goes in motion. And they're going to hand it to the back in the back off the right side. And he's going to get back to the line of scrimmage there. No gain on the play. And that should be the last play of the third quarter. So with 3 quarters in the book, now let's get ready for that fourth quarter. All right, let's see. Let's see where I'm at right now. RC says, JB, picking 7 wasn't too bad for me in fantasy football draft. And so, okay, so you like that spot. Huh? AG says, come on, Gophs. He says, oh, no. All right, let's see. RC says, JB, when's your next stream's going to be? And so, yeah, so the next one is going to be tomorrow, which I do have that one set up there. And so I'm going to be streaming that one from about 5 p.m. Eastern time, because I do have my fantasy draft tomorrow. So that's why it's earlier tomorrow than it typically is on Fridays. But yeah, so that one's going to be at 5. So I'll be streaming for about 2, maybe 2.5 hours and stuff like that, just going through. And hey, there's a lot to talk about. College football, NFL. There's a lot. So we'll have plenty to discuss during that stream there. And then the next actual play-by-play and chat is going to be on Saturday, which the first one will be Clemson versus Georgia. Again, Clemson versus Georgia is the first one. Second one is Florida versus Miami. And then the third one is Notre Dame versus Virginia Tech. So nice 3 games right there, if I do say so myself. Let's see. AG says those play calls are not it for Minnesota right now. Let's see. Parlay says, amazing day for you at Truth Teller. You are on fire with it. And so, yes, he's the truth. He said, yeah, but I also had a bad run. Let's see. RC says, JB, but don't make me number 7 all the time. And so JB does not necessarily, like in my fantasy league, it goes based upon record and stuff like that. So the team that you inherited, the person that you had must have been at that spot, if that's the spot you're picking from. Let's see. RC says, JB, why didn't either you or Rhino do the fantasy football draft stream live? And so, because I'm going to be streaming before that and stuff like that. And so afterwards, I'm probably going to be a little bit busy and stuff like that on my end, moving around. So I won't be able to do that. But certainly at some point in the future and stuff like that, because I did speak with like Enda Zoe about, possibly collabing for it and stuff like that. But not this year, maybe next year. All right. So again, just waiting to start the fourth quarter, 1 quarter left in this one. You look at the run game. It starts obviously with the offensive line there. And with North Carolina, they came into this game with a lot of inexperience. Only one lineman had came in with a start, and he had 10 starts, but only one lineman came in with a start on the offensive line, starting offensive line for North Carolina entering into this one. So a lot of young guys out here. So what do you want to do when you have a young offensive line? You want to go ahead and run that ball. And that's exactly, they want to run the ball anyways when you got a guy like Hampton in the backfield. But he's got 24 carries so far in this one for 109 yards rushing for the North Carolina Tar Heels. As a team, they have 33 carries for 131 yards on the ground. Now, I still need him to get into the end zone to help JB, with his player prop and stuff like that. So hopefully we'll see. But for Minnesota, Marcus Major, 17 carries, 74 yards on the ground. He does have a rushing touchdown in this one. As a team for Minnesota, they've got 24 carries for 64 yards. And yes, JB's not saying it incorrect there. Max Brosmer is responsible for the negative 12 year, because when you get sacked in college football, they count that as negative yards and stuff like that. And he's been sacked quite a few times in this one. Let's see. RC says, JB, do you think that you will be present in the draft to take your players tomorrow? And so, oh yeah, I'll be making my picks, whether I'm moving around or not. I will be making my picks. Best believe that. And so, James, what's good with you? How are you? James says, Siri, you see this ending is over 40.5 match. All right, here we go. 2nd and 10. Oh, we had some movement there. Had some movement. There's a flag on the play, some movement. Obviously, Minnesota, you got to find a way to score because how the things are looking right now, you got to find a way to score. Let's see, RC says, we got over 50 people in here. You say, hit that like button so JB doesn't have to turn into Incredible Hulk. You say, nah, hit that like and sub it up. And so, yeah, appreciate that, my guy, RC. Absolutely. Yes. And so this is what JB covers, college football, NFL and stuff like that. But I like to do this, like to talk about, because major football guys. So I love to talk football, also talk about the game at the same time and stuff like that. So this is how JB likes to run it. And we got many different people that like different teams. I show different teams and stuff like that. We all got our own favorite teams. So keep that in mind. But here we go. 2nd and 15 right now after that false start penalty. Backed them up by 5. Running back goes in motion, gets the snap, throws it, gets the completion before he's pushed out of bounds there. Let's see how many yards he picks up there. Picks up approximately about a good 7 yards there on the catch. And that was to Daniel Jackson, his 2nd catch of the game. He's got 2 catches for 27 yards. 3rd and 8 coming up. So with 3rd and 8 coming up, Minnesota got to get this first down here. North Carolina's doing a tremendous job right now. They're coming into a zone here. They are moving the ball. If you're Minnesota, you got to get a first. You want to keep this lead. And so let's see. Tyrese, what's good? Tyrese, what's good with you? And he says, where the game? The game can be found on Fox. It can be found on Fox right now. All right, 3rd and 8, 5 seconds right now on the play clock. 3 receivers, bottom of the screen, tight end, top of the formation. Gets the snap. North Carolina sending pressure. Brosmer, he's looking like he wants to run. He gets tripped up and he gets sacked. 4th down coming up. And that North Carolina defensive line, they get to him again. How about that? Bring out the punt unit. Wow. James says points, bruh. SM says you're rooting for North Carolina. And again, Tyrese just want to make sure, yes, that is Fox. And let's see. If you meant where's the game on? Let's see. RC says, Tyrese, you said that would involve a copyright strike and a possible suspension, something that the host wants no part of. And oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I know that sometimes some people get away with it, but JB cannot chance that. Let's see. Parlay says, I see you're streaming a watch along for the USC and LSU game this Sunday. And so, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Yes, that one, and also the Boston College, Florida State. But thanks to Florida State losing, I don't know how much fire that one still got, but absolutely. So your boy's going to be streaming every day all the way through Monday. Absolutely. Then after we get through that, the next stream will then be, the NFL. So we got good times. Good times. All right, so after that punt, we're currently right now here at the commercial. Again, 4th quarter, about 13 minutes and 22 seconds left to go. Minnesota has not found their offense in the 2nd half at all. So right now, the Tar Heels, with the ability right now, they're down by 1 point, but another score will give the Tar Heels the lead. They've dominated the 3rd quarter by playing their new style, I guess you can say, of football and stuff like that. This is going to have to be their new identity moving forward and stuff like that. Continue to use Hampton. We all know that here, but, just complement the run game with as much as you can with those quick short passes and stuff. That's not going to be like last year where we saw all those deep bombs and stuff like that. That's just not going to be what North Carolina looks like this year. But again, with Max Johnson going down with that injury, his status, we don't know the status of that. So we'll see how that works out there. But an opportunity for the young guy and Connor Harrell to go in there and show what he can do and how he would look right now for North Carolina. Let's see. SM says, RC letting them know. Yes, and Leslie Truth says, I should have kept betting the under. Remember, I came in saying it would be a good bet. You did. You did. You did. Because right now, the score right now, 13-14. Gophers up by 1, trying to hold on to this. When you look at Minnesota's schedule, they got a tough schedule. So they definitely want to do their best to hold on to this one. As for the Tar Heels right now, clearly, ACC, you want to get out here with a win. Do it for the conference. Troop says under 50. Let's see. RC says, JB, a guy I'm cool with. He shows the Colorado games lives, even though I told him he shouldn't. End of the day, if ESPN doesn't care, I just let him go ahead and do his thing. But most networks won't care. It comes down to the network and stuff like that. And I knew a guy who a couple years ago, he got away with it for a minute. But when they got him, did they give him a strike and stuff like that? So RC says, you get away with streaming football games online freely. Truth says, when I came in, under 50 when I came in. All right, so here we go. All right, so now Tar Heels with the football. Down by 1 point, 14-13, fourth quarter. Backup quarterback in there. Shotgun formation. 3 receivers on the play. Takes a snap. Quick pass. Complete it. Gets away from the first guy. And he's going to pick up about 3 yards there on the play. And that was Nate McCullum with the catch. So now we're looking at, they say, 2nd and 8 from the North Carolina 44-yard line. And let's see, RC says, JB, did they sack him hard? Ouch. And so, oh, absolutely. Parlay says, glad that Big Ten got rid of the division format because the West was so weak. That's true. That's true. That's true. Let's see. Truth says, between week 1 and whether and these quarterbacks, you say seem like an easy bet. Absolutely. You said Jimmy said he wanted to observe week 1. RC says, leave your imagination open or get a strike like you're bowling. Hashtag bars. All right, let's see here. 3rd and 5 here. Shotgun formation. Trips at the top of the screen. 1 receiver, bottom of formation. Let's see if Minnesota brings pressure. They send 4. Throws it, and oh, it's incomplete. 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 That was close, but it's incomplete. So 4th down coming up. Minnesota defense making a play. They said, we have to do it. Give the offense another opportunity. Let's see. Truth says, but he bets way bigger. SM says, when Undisputed on FS1 was popular, they used to show it on here every morning. Fox didn't care. And let's see. Brandon says, good night, JB. Great stream. Yeah, good night to you. Good night to you. All right, RC says, JB, quick question. I drafted 2 quarterbacks. Is that a good thing? And so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Punts on the way for the Tar Heels. Let's see if we get a return. No return. Ball's going to bounce, and it's going to be stopped at the, let's see what they mark it at, the 1 or the 2, but either way, inside the 5-yard line. So an excellent punt. Excellent punt here by the Tar Heels. Wow. Let's see. RC says, JB, you should have been off live stream by now. And so your boy thought so. But hey, what can I say? When the delay happens, I'm just thankful that I ain't got no work tomorrow. You know, I'm off tomorrow. So I'm happy about that. Otherwise, JB might be crying a little bit. Let's see. Parlay says, pin the Gophers deep. And so, yes, absolutely. In a way that defensive line is getting after it and stuff like that, certainly we got to see, you know, if Major can come out here and give them some space to operate with. RC says, so do I get points for both quarterbacks? And so, RC, you do not get points for both quarterbacks. How it works in fantasy football is essentially, if you got 2 quarterbacks, most leagues only have 1 quarterback you can start. So you choose who you put in your starting lineup and all like that. What the backup does, it doesn't matter. But having multiple quarterbacks, if one goes down, at least you got a good one on the roster. And each week you get to look at the matchup to determine who do you want to start that week. So it gives you that flexibility and stuff like that, because only the guys in your starting lineup can contribute to your points, RC. That's how fantasy football works. All right, and once again, we're at the commercial, which again, excellent punt there by Tom on that one. It's Tom McGinnis, and he punted that one tremendously to get it inside of the 52 yards there. But Minnesota holding on with a 1-point lead right now. Oh, man, but man, what a game it has been here. And so, again, started off with a delay, but that's A-okay, you know. Got to love these hard-fought games here. You got to appreciate these types of matchups and stuff like that. That's what you love about college football. You get to see so many different types of styles and stuff like that, whether it's these run-first teams like we're witnessing today and stuff like that, or whether it's the teams like Colorado where the quarterback goes out there and throws for 400-plus yards and stuff like that. I mean, he finished with 445 yards passing. 445 yards passing. That's insane. That's insane. Let's see. Jude says, who you got winning the SEC? I have Georgia winning the SEC because I think Georgia's going to get to the championship game this year. I've got Georgia winning the SEC, Jude. But appreciate you coming through. Who do you have winning the SEC this year, if you don't mind sharing with JB? Let's see. RC says, so let's see. SM says, you drafted 2 last year and it didn't go well. You said you're picking 1 this year and grabbing another in free agency for the buy. Well, SM, in my fantasy league, there's 16 people. So if you don't pick up a quarterback, you're going to end up with only backups pretty much by the time we hit free agency. And we have a couple people that like to stock 3 quarterbacks to ensure that there's nobody available. So, but again, fourth quarter, 12:09 left to go here in the fourth. Golden Gophers right now with the football. As soon as we get back to live action here, up by 1 point, 14-13. So anybody can get it. So you guys let JB know, who do you think is going to win this game? Let JB know who's going to win. Will it be Minnesota? Will it be North Carolina? We've got just over 12 minutes to decide. All right, so here we go. They're gonna line up in a shotgun here. Tight end formation. Tight end goes in motion on the formation. 3 receivers on the play. Snaps it. All right, Brosman's looking. He's gonna throw it. Gets the completion there. Still on his feet. Picks up a first down. Should be a first down there. So that time just threw it to his back at the backfield. Picked up 11 yards there on the play. And let's see. Jude says you got the Rebels, and so okay. What kind of moves have they made on the defensive side of the ball? Because I feel like the defense has been holding them back. If they can get that defense going, look out. All right, 1st and 10, steps up. He's gonna run, takes on the contact. He's about 3 yards shy. The ball comes out, but I believe he was already down. He should have already been called down. Tar Heels feel like they have the ball here. That would certainly be a game changer if they did. Now again, I didn't see from the front there, but they adamantly believe that the ball came out. But let's see this replay. Goes down. Ooh, wait a minute. Was he really down? Wow. All right, let's see. RC says, this female I know in Minnesota, she's everything pro Minnesota. I'm not sure if she likes, college men's football. I know she likes Twins, T-Wolves, Lynx, and okay, gotcha. SM says North Carolina. All right, let's see what the referees have to say here. It's official review, so they're going to review this one. They're going to review when does the ball come out. Because at first glance, I thought he was down at first glance, but now I'm not so sure after seeing that. Perfect time for JB to catch up with the chat, though. Let's see. RC says, SM, now you tell me. RC says, JB, when is free agency? Free agency begins immediately after the draft. So after you finish the draft and stuff like that, you will see immediately you have access to free agency and stuff like that. And so, of course, we can't have a free agency before the draft because we don't know who's on what team. But the players that are left over, that will be on free agency. SM says, would be cool to see Lane Kiffin win the SEC. And so that certainly would be a surprise there. All right, so they called him down. So we need to see enough evidence to overturn it. We know this is a clear recovery by North Carolina. We know that. But looking, okay, so was it down? Call reversed. Wow. Call is reversed. So Parlay was on it. He said, challenge that. Wow. SM says, if you pick 2 great quarterbacks, you should be good, RC. You said Kirk Cousins got hurt. That's why it backfired, LOL. Let's see. RC says, how many free agents can you pick up? Well, once you finish the draft, RC, your entire team will be filled and stuff like that. You'll have all 15 players. However, if you choose to drop somebody, you can replace them with someone that's in free agency and stuff like that. So you'll already have your entire team completed to start off the season after the draft, but you can always, drop somebody and pick somebody else up in free agency throughout the course of the season. All right, but here we go. Tar Heels defense made a play. Can we make them pay is what they're saying. Gives it to the back. Hampton's going to pick up 2 yards. I need him to get in the end zone. Help JB out with this player prop. I need him to get into the end zone. And let's see. RC says, SM Lamar and Trevor La rise. All right, 2nd and 8. All right, shotgun formation. They're at the 20-yard line right now. So here we go in the red zone. Receiver goes in motion. Get it to the back, getting back, trying to get to the outside. Oh, he's going to lose some yards on the play. Actually going to lose about 1 yard, maybe 2 on that play. Defense was not going to let him get going. And that's the difference. When you have a quarterback like a Drake May, the defense has to respect that. And it does help. But right now, they are keying in, doing their best to try to limit every possession with him. But I need him to get in the end zone. Somehow, some way, I need him to get into the end zone for one of my parlays here. So can he help JB out? Third down upcoming. Ten minutes to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Tar Heels down right now 14-13. So down by 1. 5 seconds right now on the play clock. Gets the snap. Quarterback gonna run. It's by design. Oh, he lost the ball. He lost the ball. He lost the ball. Oh my goodness. Is it going the other way? I just need the referee to confirm. Oh my goodness. Wow. He fumbled the ball. Let's see. Parlay says, I don't get why it was reviewed with this much time left. He said, thought they'd have to challenge it. And let's see. Jude says, who's your college team, man? And so, Jude, my favorite team is the Ohio State Buckeyes. I'm a Buckeye fan. Been a Buckeye fan since around like 2002-ish and stuff like that. So I'm a Buckeyes fan. That's my favorite college football team. But again, here on this stream, we talk, every college team and stuff like that. But, that is my team. All right, so they recovered the fumble. So thankfully for them, they recovered the fumble there. 42-yard attempt. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So North Carolina takes the lead here in the fourth quarter with 9:05 left to go. 16-14. And right now, Minnesota a little nervous, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. But no need to panic, because all you need really is a field goal to reclaim the lead here. A lot going on, but man, you cannot have turnovers like that, baby. You just can't have turnovers like that. Still plenty of football to be played. But yeah, when it comes to just obviously last couple of years, when it comes to football parlay, I feel like they're just doing they will automatically try to challenge it themselves and stuff like that. Now, sometimes they probably just won't look at it. I honestly don't know what's required to make a team throw out their own challenge and stuff like that, but they do try to at least review some of the turnovers and stuff like that. And so, Cooper, what's good? And you say, what's the odds of Jamison Gears scoring? And so, don't know those odds right now, but good question. Good question. Let's see, Truth says, I'm safe for 3 touchdowns, equal 51. And so, oh yeah, you're good. You are good. Let's see, RC says JV's football team is William and Mary. And so, hey, I honestly have not watched a William and Mary game in about 2 years. I'm trying to remember the last time I actually watched them play and stuff like that. JB's got to do better. Shame on JB. Got to do better. But yes, but for all my new people here coming through, I appreciate all you guys coming through and spending some time here with JB Nation and stuff like that. And your boy will be streaming again, tomorrow, but it'll be more so talking college football, talking NFL. But the next live stream, I've got 3 lined up for Saturday and stuff like that. So you're definitely going to want to make sure you check out the page and stuff like that. Turn on that notification bell, subscribe, all that great stuff if you want to come through. And hey, don't be afraid to come through in the chat. For the most part, everybody's, really respectful and stuff like that. We respect everybody's opinion and stuff like that, even if we got different teams and stuff like that, because all of us, for the most part, a lot of us got different teams. So I may be a Buckeye fan, but I've only probably seen maybe a few other Buckeye fans come through and stuff like that. So we're all over. We're all over. And so, yes. But right now, JB is a little concerned about his player prop right now for Omari and Hampton getting that touchdown. He's got 27 carries, 111 yards. That's great, but he ain't got no touchdown yet. So JB is thinking about that. All right, so they're out there rallying the troops. For both teams, this would be a tremendous way to start off the season. If you're Minnesota, you've got to win this one. But look at that. Both teams fired up. JB loves it. I love it. They are fired up. I love it. Kickoff's about to be on the way here. Tar Heels about to kick things off. All right, getting to the end zone, no return. All right, above and beyond, as they say. I mean, running back comparisons, both of these teams clearly understand that they're run-first teams. Will says need to get 1 more point for the spread. So 1 more point. Okay. SRC says, JB, so you switched to Ohio State. You've seen enough of the side of their football team. So JB has not switched. Never switched. Oh, man, what a game. Despite the delay, it did not matter. But right now, Tar Heels up 16-14 right now. So Brosmer is currently 8 of 14 for 71 yards passing so far in this one for Minnesota. Can he drive the team down there? And can the offensive line give him time? Shotgun formation. 3 receivers, 1 tight end, 1 back from their own 25-yard line. 9:05 left to go here in the fourth. Down by 2. Gets the snap. Fakes it to the back. Max looking. Max moving. Got to do something here. And he is going to just eat the sack. I don't know why you don't throw that one away. Why don't you throw that one away? If you know you're not going to get near the sideline, why don't you throw that one away? As a Cooper says, you need gears to sneak in there. Here's your last leg. Well, I hope that happens for you. I believe me. I hope that happens for you. Best of luck. And if that happens, we're going to celebrate twice. Truth says, run the clock and kick a field goal. Jude said, did you bet on the Buffs game? You had to hammer the buys on it. So the only thing I did was the player props for that one. And that's just because where I currently stay at and stuff like that, like a lot of the ones that let you take like the over and stuff like that, can't really necessarily take advantage of those. So I do a lot of player props, and I took the over on Sanders, which was at 305 passing yards. And yes, he hit that like early third quarter. But here we go, 2nd and 15, throws it. That's going to be completed. He breaks away from a guy and gets a first down. Okay, takes it all the way to the 40-yard line, and that is Jackson. Daniel Jackson picks up 20 yards and a first down for the Golden Gophers. So how about that? How they let that happen, I have no idea. Should have never been that many yards, but hey, big mistake there by the defense. DB, you got to make that tackle. Got to make that tackle. If you don't want it, the next man does. All right, under 8 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Again, 16-14, North Carolina on top of Minnesota right now. Just pick up a first down, and they are trying to move the ball. All right, let's see. 7:52 left to go in this one. Shotgun formation. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers right now from their own 40-yard line. Gets the snap. Gives it to the back and the back. He's going to pick up a yard on the play. So 2nd and 9 coming up. 7:35 left to go in this one. And again, if you're Minnesota here, you understand the importance of protecting the football first and foremost. Offensive line has to give your quarterback time, but your quarterback's got to be smart. If it's not there, don't eat a sack. Don't take that sack. Throw the ball away if you got to, but you cannot go out there and lose yards and make it to where the next play you put yourself behind the 8 ball there. You just can't do that. All right, so here we go. 2nd and 9 here. 7:05 to go here in the fourth. Minnesota down by 2. Brosmer up under center. Receiver goes in motion. They're going to hand it to him on the end around here. Excellent play. Try to catch defense sleeping there, but he's going to pick up about 4 yards there on the play. But I like it. I like it. Make sure the defense has to think about everything. Again, that was Christian Driver there on the run. And so let's see. Truth says broken tackle. Parlay says sloppy tackling. He says Fletch will try to use the all-time left for a field goal attempt. And so you know it. You know it. JJ's back. Parlay says he's very conservative. JJ said, what'd you miss? Well, right now, you missed a couple of turnovers and stuff like that. You know, a couple of missed opportunities here. North Carolina in the third quarter dominated the possession. But right now, Minnesota's trying to pick a push here on 3rd and 4. Shotgun formation. 3 seconds on the play clock. Gets the snap. Defender comes in. And Matt, he's just panicking back there in the pocket. He picked up that first down, but once he sees somebody in his face, he's just going to take it down and try to run here. But he got the first. Sometimes it's good to be slippery. North Carolina right now, they're missing a lot of tackles right now. If you're a North Carolina fan, you want to strangle somebody right now because they are in position, but they are missing the tackles right now, the Tar Heels are. And if you're Minnesota, you'll take it. Troop says runs for a first. Let's see. Cooper says, what yard line are they on? So right now they're currently at the North Carolina 48-yard line. So they're now in North Carolina side of the field, the 48-yard line. Shotgun formation. Gets the snap. Throws it. Gets the completion. Oh, he lost the ball. He lost the ball. Oh, but it's picked up. Taken all the way to the 10 by Major. Talk about being at the right place at the right time. Wow. That's insane. You make the catch and stuff like that, but then he fumbled it, so everybody holds their breath. But then luckily your running back is out there. He never gave up on the play because that was a clear fumble. So excellent job. That's an effort type play. That's an effort type play. Will says, crazy. What's good with your Will? And let's see, Kano and Kanoa in the Philippines says, same old UNC defense. What's good with you? Shout out to all the newbies and all the returners as well. Shout out to you guys. JJ says, you swear that you heard it was going to be 36-14. All right, first and goal at the 10-yard line. 5 seconds right now. Looking. Throws it into the end zone. That's incomplete. That's incomplete. That is incomplete. All right, so after that pass there, incomplete. Let's see what happens here. And let's see, Parlay says, oh my gosh, fumble in advance. Cooper says they want to win, put gears in. And so let's see, Noble says, Gophers main line for the last leg. These heart attacks got to stop, right? It's got to stop. All right, but here we go, second and goal. 4 minutes and 39 seconds left to go. Quarterback right now up under center. Receiver goes in motion. Get it to the back, and the back. Oh, he's going to get brought down for a loss there. He's going to lose some yards on the play. Defense was not having it. Got to be careful with that. Don't give the referees a reason to throw a flag. You certainly don't want that. Certainly don't want that. Will says, are they at the 10? Right now, they're currently at the 12-yard line because Marcus Major lost 2 yards on that carry. And we're looking at third and goal. So third and goal right now from the North Carolina 12-yard line. Again, this drive, 8 plays, 63 yards in about 4 minutes and 33 seconds of turn time possession off the clock. But yes, you got to be extreme. If he would have slammed them on that ground, then that would have been a first right there. You've got to be extremely careful. RC says, JB, you blowing up like C4 in this stream. Let's see. JJ says he's also a Pats fan. All right, so here we go. Third and goal. Looking. Throws it. Incomplete. And even if his running back would have made that catch, he would not have gone anywhere with it. So incomplete. And so fourth down coming up with 3 minutes and 43 seconds to go here in the fourth. So that's going to bring out the field goal unit. The field goal unit, the moment of truth. Speaking of truth, Truth says field goal incoming. Will says probably a field goal then. Yeah, we're getting ready to see a field goal attempt here. Now, he did miss one earlier from inside the red zone here. So a chance to redeem yourself potentially. Parlay says incomplete screen pass, so conservative. All right, a 30-yard field goal attempt. There's no reason to miss this. So Dragon kicks it. And it's right down the middle. It is good. So the Minnesota Golden Gophers take the lead again, and they're up by 1 right now, 17-16. But if you're North Carolina, you got 3 minutes and 40 seconds. You got all 3 timeouts to work with. So you got plenty of time to go out there and move the ball. But what you don't have your starting quarterback in Max Johnson. That's what you don't have. And let's see. Kane says, every game is showing on YouTube except this one. You said, thanks, JB. And so, yeah, everybody else chose the Colorado game, basically, and stuff like that, except for this one. But your boy had to show some love here. An ACC versus Big Ten matchup piques JB's interest there. In which, hey, that Colorado game, that was a good one as well. But absolutely. Absolutely. Now, again, your boy JB will be streaming again tomorrow. I'll be streaming over the weekend as well. I've already got those streams set up, so definitely check out on my page and see the streams that I've got set up and stuff like that. But hey, this is just the beginning. Week 1 of college football. So much to go and endure here. So appreciate you guys coming through, showing your boy love and stuff like that. You know, getting the likes and stuff like that. You know, and the newbies that did subscribe, appreciate you guys as well. You guys are the real MVPs. But let's see who's going to be the MVP of this one. Who is going to save the season here? Well, save the start of the season, I should say. All right, kickoff on the way. It means so much to both of these teams right now because you know the season's going to be a fight. All right, here we go for North Carolina. They're going to need Connor Harrell to help out. Right now, he's just 1 of 3 for 2 yards passing, and he ran it 2 times, -1 yard. So they need him to step up. And let's see, Braden James. What's good with you, Braden? And you say, where can we watch this game? This game is currently on Fox. You can watch it on Fox. It's currently being aired on Fox. Let's see. Truth says too much time. Will says, what game you stream tomorrow? Tomorrow is not going to be like me streaming an actual game. It's me talking about college football, NFL, answering questions and stuff like that. But on Saturday, I'll be streaming 3 games. Meanwhile, look at Hampton here. Look at him go. Picked up the first down. My man said he's got plenty left in the tank here. So 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Look at that. I mean, what a move. What a move. And let's see. JJ says JB is. Let's see. RC says, JB, I saw some cussing in the chat, but when I'm talking on the phone with the lady, she said you can't focus. And so let's see. Seto says, I'm sorry, JJ says, hey, Will. Here we go. 1st and 10. All right, quarterback's going to keep it. Looks to throw all by himself. He's at the 40 and gets knocked out of bounds at about the 30-yard line of Minnesota. Whoa. Look at this. And let's see. JJ says he can't show the actual game because of the YouTube thing. And so, yeah, YouTube's very selective with that. But I promise you, if JB tried that, they would definitely shut it down. He said down the sideline. Let's see. Parlay says, great play call, Carolina. Yes, like it really worked. What a big time play. You see the face right there by the Minnesota Golden Gopher fans right there. That was heartbreaking there because you know your defense been doing solid there. But to let it happen like that, that hurts. All right, they snap the ball, gives it to the back in the back. Pushing forward, picks up about 4 yards there on the carry. So still running hard. He's got 29 carries in this one. And we've got 94 people here. Be sure to leave a like if you haven't done so already here and show your boys some support. But man, 17-16, we're coming down to the wire in this one. Obviously, if you're North Carolina, considering where you are right now in the situation here, you want to run off every second possible that you can right now. All right, so we are at that 2-minute mark there. That's going to stop the clock. And right now, Minnesota's up 17-16. Now, we can see, like, anything can happen. A guy can fumble the ball, and an interception can happen. Anything can happen. A missed field goal. Anything can happen. But North Carolina, you're right where you want to be at right now in terms of, obviously, you know, losing Max Johnson thanks to the injury. That was horrible right there. But what do you want to happen here if you're North Carolina? Continue to do what you guys have been doing so far here. Continue to run that ball, mix it up, you know, and hey, that was a tremendous play call earlier with the pass, but now you want to continue to run that clock and set things up for a potential game-winning field goal. And if you're Minnesota, all you can do is just try to stop them from advancing any further. So if they do kick the field goal, it will not be easy. And if you get a chance to rip that ball out, be aggressive. Be aggressive. Truth says 2 minutes left. Will says, bro, is a tank. Truth says, game on the line. Let's see. Cano says, Colorado game is all over YouTube. So is North Carolina State, but not this one. I'm surprised the North Carolina State one is all over YouTube like that. Will says, I feel like they're going to run the rock. Oh, you know it. You know it. Truth says, having the ball is having the lead. Hey, you're in control. You're in control unless your field goal kicker gets nervous. That's the only way. Does anybody know the current field goal kicker for North Carolina? How many game-winning field goals has he made throughout his career? If anybody happens to know that in the chat, that'd be great. Truth says you're in control. Let's see. Jude says, is Johnson injury bad? I didn't see. So Jude, Johnson left. They carted him off, and he was holding his knee the entire time. It did not look good at all. Did not look good at all for Max Johnson when he got injured. So yes, Max Johnson, it looked pretty bad. It looked pretty bad. I expect that Max Johnson he's definitely going to be out. That's just my expectation. I'm not a doctor and stuff like that, but based upon what I've seen and where it looks like that injury was at his knee and stuff like that, don't expect Johnson back anytime soon and stuff like that. And that's just being on the more optimistic side to say that. Parlay says under is a lock. And so Leroy, what's good? What's good, Leroy? And you say, what happened? And so, yeah, with the whole Max Johnson injury. And so he got sacked on that one, got injured, hurt his knee, was carted off. And that happened like, when did that happen, guys? Like third quarter, sometime in the third quarter and stuff like that. But Hampton, 29 carries, 127 yards here, toting the rock, toting the bread here. And that one pass there by Connor Harrell there is definitely puts them in a great position here to where I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to run Hampton there. But this game is seen it all. You know, for Minnesota in the first half, they had a key interception off of Max Johnson that really ignited them. In the third quarter, Minnesota came out and they were just running that ball and stuff like that. I'm sorry, not Minnesota. Third quarter, it was North Carolina that was running the ball and stuff like that. But in the first half, Minnesota did a tremendous job of running the ball. Right now, Major has 73 yards rushing. In the first half, he really had like 72. So the defense has clearly gone all out to stop Minnesota from being able to really go out there and run that ball in this one. Will says, how many timeouts for North Carolina? So in this one, North Carolina currently has, JB got to see himself. I don't see why they don't put the timeout up there for JB to see it. But I believe North Carolina has all 3 timeouts. I got to double check that one. But they should have all 3 timeouts. Not sure. Yeah, they got all 3 timeouts. North Carolina does all 3 timeouts. All right, so they're going to hand it to the back again. That was expected. It's going to pick up about 2 yards there on the play. Third down coming up. So third down coming up. This is big. This is big. You get the first down, you got them right where you want them right now. If you get that first down here, 3rd and 5 coming up here. Although I do anticipate, they're probably going to go ahead, run it again. Minnesota just burned their, the first time out there in the second half. But if you get another first down, look out. Look out. Yes, see, RC says, JB, we're about to eclipse 100 people in a room, possibly. You said, keep rocking out, JB. And so Will says, late third. You said, all right, thanks, bro. Absolutely. And so, Thomas, what's good with you? What's good with you? Let's see. You said perfect from, okay, all right, appreciate that. You say perfect from 40 to 49, appreciate that. Okay, and 30 from 39, okay, 40 from 49, he's 5 of 6. Okay, absolutely love those stats. So now we know what yards he wants to get from inside the 39, he's perfect. Okay, so that's exactly what they want. So another first down is ideally what you really want here for North Carolina, but ultimately, because it's only a 1-point game. It's only a 1-point game. So if you get a field goal here, they certainly can do the same thing there. So what you want to go ahead and do is be sure that you find a way to get this first down. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a design quarterback run play. I would not be shocked. He's looking, going to try to run. JB called it. So they got him. He's going to lose a couple yards there, but that's okay. He lost 2 yards there. That's still going to give him position there to go out there and kick a field goal. But what this does for Minnesota fans is this allows you to say, okay, we got 2 timeouts here. They just called their second timeout. So 1 timeout here, $1:48 left to go here. So they're still going to be able to go out there and attempt to try to pass this one and see if they can find a way to, get an opportunity for a field goal themselves here. Of course, if North Carolina just flats out misses, then that'd be completely different. But man, and so Adam, what's good? Adam says, what's up? JB is doing good. What's good with you? Red Card Guy says, how many wins do you think Auburn gets this year? Ooh, how many wins does Auburn get this year? That's a very good question because I don't have them in my upper tier, and I'd have to look at their schedule for a more accurate one, but I got at most, I think maybe 5 or 6 wins is what JB is thinking. 5 or 6 wins for Auburn is what I'm thinking. All right, so Noah Burnett here, 45-yard attempt to give them the lead for North Carolina. Can he make it? He's got clutch in his jeans, they say. Kick is up, and the kick is good. He converted. 3 points for North Carolina, and they're now up 19-17. So they have the lead here. In Minnesota, they've got 1 timeout to work with and about 1:44 on the clock. So, wow. Adam says, go Tar Heels. RC says, North Carolina got nothing. Nothing. Troop says, Minnesota has time. This game is not over. Absolutely. Brayden says, where can we stream this game, please? And so, yeah, well, this game is currently right now being streamed on through Fox. You can watch it on Fox. Brayden, that's where this game is currently being played on. I'm watching it through YouTube TV, and so but Fox is where you can catch this game. Hope that helps. That's what RC says. Oh, JB, you saying that was a safe play? And let's see, good. And let's see. RC says 45-yarder right here going up. Troop says 19-17. And so DJ Echo Cat, what's good with you? You said keep up the great work. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you, my guy. Absolutely. Love having you guys come through here. And what better way? We're talking about week 1 of college football, guys. Like, it's been a long wait. I ain't gonna lie. It's been a long wait. But here we go. Can Minnesota lead the drive, or can North Carolina defense come up for them? Because last year defense was a liability, but this year, can the defense go ahead and secure the bag? Absolutely. And again, your boy's going to be going live again tomorrow, talking college football, NFL. But Saturday is really the big day you want to mark on your calendar. 3 live streams for your boy in that one. But right now, it's all about Max Brosmer here. Currently 10 of 18 for 129 yards passing so far in this one. Can he put together something special here? They've got one timeout to work with here. All they need is a field goal. That's all they need is a field goal. Wow. All right, let's see. Jude says kicker is player of the game. SM says JBOT. He wants JBOT. I don't know how the map's going to make that work, but we'll see. All right, 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Gets the snap. Carolina sends 4. Max has time. Gonna go deep, and that's going to be incomplete. But there's a flag. There is a flag. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's a heartbreaker. So Allen in coverage. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Pass interference. Horrible. Wow. RC says, Burnett just called me burn. Yep. Will says, if one of my parlay legs ties, but the other legs win, do I still win? If one is a tie and the other one wins and stuff like that, well, from my experience, I've seen that they'll just void it if you've only got like 2 props and stuff like that. But I've seen some people post on Twitter where they win, so I really don't know. All right, 1st and 10, throws it. That's going to be completed. Look at him, still moving. And takes it all the way to the 40-yard line. So that is a big-time play and a 1st down. So that time, Max said, hey, I'm going to throw it. Found his guy, waited on his guy, got the 1st down, and then Spencer did the rest. Elijah Spencer, 20 yards there on the catch and a 1st down. 1st and 10, throws it, gets the completion. About 1 yard shy of getting to that 1st down marker. Let's see. Noble says, do I cash out for my 6 times my bet or let it ride for Minnesota? And so I say cash. You know what? Let it ride for Minnesota. 2nd and 1. They still have 1 timeout. And they're going to run the ball. Oh, he's going to have some space. Look at him. He's going to have some space. Takes it to the 19-yard line, but hold everything. I see a flag out here. I see a flag out here. Let's see. Jude says, tough call. Hard to pass up that 6X. You're right. You're right. It is hard to pass that up, Jude. You might want to listen to Jude on this one here. That is hard to pass up. Let's see. Paulie says, you can still win the ties a push. And let's see. Truth says, what's funny is there was a 2-point spread. Will says, all right, cool. Thanks, bro. And so CEO Ryan, what's good? You say, glad to be here. Glad to have you here. All right, 2nd and 11. Brosmer throws it. And that's going to be completed here. So he's definitely turned it on here in the 4th quarter, right when his team needs him the most. Currently 12 of 20 here, 33 seconds here. 3rd down. Direct in traffic here, 25 seconds. Again, they're right now at the 33-yard line of North Carolina. And they're going to run the ball, and they're going to pick up that 1st down. And more importantly, this will give them the ability here to run it down and make it a game winner. Now, they can hurry up and get 1 more in, and that's exactly what they want to do. All right, they're going to spike it. They're going to spike it with 9 seconds remaining here. They're going to spike it. Let's see. Truth says the bookies nailed it, as they tend to do a lot. Parlay says thumbs up. Let's see. Knuckles says lost the option to they were riding it. So gotcha. RC says JB flag. Let's go. JB didn't throw the flag. Let's see. Nouvel says give me hope. And so it's tough. Let's see. SM says was it a good call? And so it was. It was. It ultimately was a good call. All right, 2nd and 10 with 9 seconds left to go here, and currently right now the ball at the 29-yard line of North Carolina. They run it again, picks up a yard. All right, so just with 4 seconds remaining here, it is time to bring out the kicker. That's going to be the last timeout called by Minnesota. So, hey, it's going to come down to the kicker, guys. Go ahead and put in the chat here, who will Minnesota win or will North Carolina prevail? But it's going to come down to a field goal. Now, Minnesota kicker, he did doink one earlier. He did doink one earlier here, so there's still a chance. And let's see. Kano says, I told you he'll find a way to lose. Truth says you win. Ken says, Brosmer, you need 51 more yards. What's good with you, Ken? Newell says, yeah, I'm hopeful. And so again, so the timeout here, North Carolina, they can call a timeout to try to ice them. RC says that's the definition of a big time play. And let's see, Jude says, want to see you in the booth with Gus Johnson. And so, hey, that would be great. That would be great. Will says Gophers gonna win. Dang. And so, hey, anything is possible. How far is this field goal that we're talking about right now? I did see him doink one earlier. So let's see. Let's see. There's a lot of pressure right now. The more he has to think about it, North Carolina, if they call a timeout, the more he has to think about it. It's going to be tough. But man, both teams, there's a lot on the line for it to come down to this. The field goal attempt that we're all waiting for. This is going to be 47 yards out, guys. 47 yards out for Minnesota's field goal kicker. He's lining up. And they're going to stop the play because North Carolina called a timeout. So North Carolina called a timeout. And let's see. Prince says, hey, little bro. And so, hey, I mean, there's a lot right on the line right now. Thomas says, ride. Keno says, I said it first. This will be Mac Brown's final season. Truth says, you win less. The tied leg is void, and it becomes one less leg. Mr. RC says, JB, I don't like how the receiver kept fighting more yards there. That's how the ball gets popped out. And so, hey, I mean, you got to protect the rock always, but they needed that. Parlay says, big run. I mean, how far behind is JB in the chat? Will says, holding offense. RC says, don't score a touchdown, you filthy fools. SM says, facts, RC, that happened to Cooper Kupp in the game, and you was heated. You love Kupp, though. All right, you see the emotions here on the sideline. This is so big right now for the Golden Gophers. I know they're feeling it. As for North Carolina, there's nothing worse than knowing that the other team controls how things are going to go. But here we go, a 47-yard field goal attempt right now for the Minnesota Golden Gophers here. Hold is good. The kick is on the way, and the kick, oh my goodness, it swerved to the right. It swerved to the right. He missed it. He missed another one. Another one. North Carolina holds on for the victory. 19-17. Final score. The Tar Heels win. I can't believe it. He missed another field goal. Oh my goodness. That is painful right there for the Golden Gophers because they sure as heck played pretty good football there. But man, Tar Heels found a way to win and ultimately made the plays when they mattered most. But this just comes down to the field goal kicker just flat out missing. Flat out missing. And so, wow, it looked like it was going to curve in, but at the last couple of seconds, it curved out. And so Will says keep them at 17. It's at 17. There you go. Parlay says that the Gophers are in range. Newell says, what are the odds looking like for the kicker from the distance? Right now, they are oblique. Done. Will says, I think they win. And so, man, let's see. Newell says kick for 29 times payout. And so, oh, man, that hurts. That hurts. SM says kicker looks nervous. He was nervous. Truth says 19-20. Nah, let's see. Will says, what yard? That was 47. Baker says, missed field goal. Appreciate you coming through here, Baker. And RC says, we winning always wet Minnesota teams. SM says, North Carolina winning. Ken says, needed a few more passing yards from Minnesota. They probably should. If they know this was going to happen, they certainly would have stayed out there for a couple more passing yards, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, I got messed up because I took the under at halftime. And, well, he had a couple big plays there in that second half there. So, messed me up as well. So, I understand that. Man, let's see. DJ Echo Cat says, shout out to your girl, Mulaney, for dealing with your anxiety in this one. Well, she sounds like the real MVP. Shout out to Mulaney here. I'm sure that was a lot to deal with there. And Truth says, iced them. He's just spitting facts here. Will says, is no good. Parlay says 46 yards. Truth says no good. Truth says he missed. Newell says no. Will says no good. Will says yeah. Truth says ha. SM says I knew it. Newell says brutal. Ken says 15 more passing yards. And so, yeah, that's the tough part there. That's the tough part. And what really hurt was in the third quarter when North Carolina had the ball like all that time of possession and Minnesota barely touched the ball. That's what costed your parlay there from going over there, Ken. So, tough break. Tough break. Baker says you got 50K on North Carolina winning. And so, hey, whoa. Whoa. Well, in that case, you're that much more richer. And so SM says, dude looked really nervous. He did. He did. And so Baker's happy. He's cashing out. He's cashing out. He says, let's go. Will says, dang, broski, sorry for the loss. And so Fograppa was crying there. And so Parlay says go Gophers. And so man, this was tough for Minnesota. I feel for Minnesota there because they played good. They were at home here. They wanted to get this one here. Ultimately just fell short there. Tough break. Baker says, bro, you're awesome at commentating. I appreciate that, Baker. And hey, I mean, you're good at winning bets there. So I'd like to make a trade there, but hey, I appreciate that. Troop says, bookies had the exact spread, -2. Ken says, welp, going to go cry in the car. Thomas says, rigged game, hashtag rigged game. RC says, fire the kicker, revoke his scholarship. Louisville says, good night, fellas. And so, yes, appreciate you guys. This was fun. Don't let this be the last time that JB sees you come through on JB Nation and stuff like that. Be sure, if you haven't already, hey, you made it to the end, might as well go ahead and make sure that you are subscribed and stuff like that, especially if you plan on coming through, because we got a lot of college football games and also NFL games to look forward to. This is just the beginning. Just the beginning. The delay could not mess up our vibe today, despite the fact they did delay it for an hour and stuff like that. Of course, they delayed the game that JB chose. Let's see. Price said, took the under. I know you're feeling good. Prince says, that's crazy. Skid says, PJ Fluke. Thomas said, they love to punt the home crowd. Punt the whole crowd. Yes, they do. He said, send them home miserable. I mean, they were so into it there, but man, to think that your team lined up for a field goal, you're there, and then all of this is like you missed the field goal for a second time today. That hurts. That hurts. Let's see. SM says, JB been live for 12 hours. It feels like it. It feels like it. And so Jules said 12 hours. I have not been live for 12 hours. I have not been live for 12 hours. I don't know how many hours it is currently right now, but it's got to be probably about 4 hours that I have been live and stuff like that. JB does have a daytime job and stuff like that. And so Shriekman 313, what's good with you? Shout out to you. And you said, let's go North Carolina. And so he's happy about that. Let's see. Will says you won today. Utah, North Carolina tie, but you got the under. And so Lamb says, thanks for the legendary commentary. I appreciate that, guy, and I appreciate you. The real MVPs. Ken says, thanks, good live. Thanks again. Parlay says, buy out Fleck. You guys want to buy him out here? That was a tough break, though. Tough break. And again, I'm hoping the best for Max Johnson. I know he got injured in that game. I know he's happy for his teammates, but ultimately, him injuring his knee like that, that was really tough for him. But Hampton, he came through. I'm over here wishing that I took the yards for him instead of the touchdown. I took the touchdown prop here. Should have taken the yards here, but he had 30 carries, 129 yards rushing. He was the MVP of this game, offensively speaking. But it took a team effort to come out with the victory here today for North Carolina, and that's exactly what they did. RC said, JB, you kicked butt, dude. You said over 165 plus in the chat. You chose the right game to do it. So ultimately, yeah, sometimes it pays off to take your own path. I knew everybody was going to, do the Colorado game and stuff like that. So there was plenty of people for that. So definitely wanted to make sure I covered, North Carolina and Minnesota, ACC versus Big Ten. And in this one, the ACC got the W. They got the W. Will says, I for sure thought the Gophers were going to get the win. And so it was looking like it, but I had to remind myself, I said, this kicker did miss a chip chop one earlier when it doinked off the thing. So, and he had to be nervous, that extra time out, a lot of time to think about it. And then it was going to go in, but it curved out. It curved out. JJ says, feels like 20. Thomas says, if sports were legit, someone would have kicked the kicker's butt. Right? And let's see. JJ says, bye, JB. Good stream like always. Appreciate you coming through like always, JJ. Take care. He said, JB, let's go Warriors. Oh, man. And so SM says Sacramento State versus San Jose State next. And so that is a negative. That is a negative. That is a negative. But yes, Saturday is going to be special. Like JB has never done 3 streams in the same day. So Saturday is going to be a first for that one. So Saturday is going to be special. And tomorrow will be an excellent time to just talk about some of everything. So you like talking sports, come through again for tomorrow. And again, if you're not familiar there, go ahead and be sure that you subscribe to the channel and all like that. And check out, some of my posts, because I did post in the community that, the streams that I have set up and all like that. So be sure that you go ahead and turn that notification bell on. Will says, good night, bro. Good stream. And so, yes, good night to you. Thomas says, Minnesota has too many white guys. Oh, man. Oh, man. JB did catch up with the comments here. Okay, I'm happy for that. So, yes, but thank you guys again for coming through, guys. I mean, really, It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun here. And just imagine how many games we got this season to have fun and enjoy. And so let's see. JJ says, see ya. And so, yeah, see ya. Absolutely see ya. Your boy's going to be live again tomorrow and stuff like that. Plus, my fantasy draft is tomorrow as well. So great day tomorrow. No work. JB's happy and stuff like that. About to get ready to go ahead and call the wife, though. Make sure that she's happy and stuff like that. I'm sure she misses me right now and is probably wondering why this game is so long. But yeah, JJ said he's signing out and JB signing out as well. But again, thank you guys so much for coming through. You guys all are the real MVPs and you guys make this all possible. I do it for you guys. Thanks again. See you guys next time. Signing out.